told that we just reached quorum. All right, welcome everyone to the 2023 Libertarian Party of Oregon Convention. Thank you all so much for being here. We have a little bit of convention housekeeping that we're going to go over here, and I just want to say thank you so much for being here. Also, want to mention we have a lot of displays around the edge of the room. Please visit the folks who contributed some money to show their support for the Libertarian Party of Oregon. Please go show our support in turn. All right, so I actually don't have my list here for the safety and security brief, but what I do know is that the bathrooms are here at this corner, both versions. And then make sure that we're entering and exiting through that blue room as much as possible so that we aren't disturbing what's going on in the rest of the convention, or excuse me, the rest of the building. And please just try to behave cordially to everyone you run into and give a good impression as Libertarian. Will, am I missing anything? Mr. Convention Chair. Convention Chair, excuse me. All right. So, next to go over is the rules of order. So if you have a delegate handout, we're going to go down to page number 5. The Libertarian Party of Oregon has not formally adopted a parliamentary authority, but we tend to go by something that looks pretty close to Robert's Rules of Order, because that's something that a lot of people are familiar with, and it works pretty well. But we're not strictly adhering to that. So ultimately, most things are coming down to what I as the chair do as far as how this meeting is going to be directed. But we have some things in here that we do call out ahead of time. So only registered delegates may vote. Hopefully, everyone who has registered as a delegate has a shiny gold bracelet. Yes. If you don't, please go check in again at registration and make sure that you get one. That's going to be helpful for me because when I'm calling out votes, generally speaking, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand and show me your wristband. That's going to be the easiest way for me to be confirming that everyone is voting as a class member. Anything that, so as we proceed with the proposed bylaws amendments and other items of business, there will be opportunities for there to be items of business that are brought from the floor, if you so choose. And we just need to make sure that all of those make it to the secretary in writing so that they can be properly entered in the minutes and make sure that we know what it is exactly that we're trying to pass. And then there's also some rules in here about timing and whatnot. So just for practice, we're going to vote real quick. We're going to say that, again, this is not a serious vote, but we're going to say that a motion has been made and seconded, and we're going to pass a resolution that we are now the Libertarian Socialist Party of Oregon, okay? So I want your gold wristbands to support. Wow, okay. So you guys can leave. All right, and again? Okay, well, facing humanity restored. All right. So that's basically going to be it. And then I'm going to be counting your hands. I'm going to be trying to make sure that we're as close to 2/3, or excuse me, pretty much everything needs to pass by 2/3 in order for us to then forward it from here to the next step, which is a mail ballot referral to our membership. All right, I have to flip back and forth in this. I'm probably going to have to tear out the page in front of me. So the next item here on the schedule is the report of the bylaws committee. Checking in with my convention team. Is that where we're at? Okay. First, I'm going to check quorum. So if you have a gold wristband on, please raise it in the air. and then drop it when I point at you. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brad, Lee in the back. 6. Stand against the wall in the back. 7 in the doorway. Please lower your hand now. Great. 8, Will. 9, Pablo. 10, Mary. 11, Taylor. 12, Willie. 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Right, I'm going to switch chairs now. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Do we have the 24 and do we have a 25? No, 25. All right, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31, I have to finish over here, I don't know why. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 40, take it back up, 41, 42, 43, and you were actually 44, but that's, you have a gold wristband, so you're 44. All right, excellent. All right, that's 44. I guess I'll be 45, okay? Then we have, I'm seeing 4 in the Zoom. Mr. Scholes, Mr. Rao, Ms. Cox, and Mr. Graphic. For a total of 49. All right, so who's not in the room? We have some in the waiting room. All right, we're getting those. Get some more in the Zoom that are not yet in the Zoom. So we're at 49. Quorum is 52. Working on getting them into the meeting. And I can let people in from up here now. I've made myself so. It is based on registration. Well, I don't want to deny them the opportunity to participate, of course, but yes, thank you. 52. Mr. Dorado, are you able to tell us how 53? Thank you. I'm going to just check the bylaws real quick. Double check what quorum says. It does not specify whether it is attendance for registration. I would tend to agree as although we don't have parliamentary authority to fall back to, we do have myself because I just think these sorts of decisions are now. So we do have quorum, but not all of our participants are yet able to participate. So for just a moment, if everyone is okay with that, we're going to stand at ease, just a couple minutes, try to get these people in, and then proceed with business. Sound good? And those of you over the Zoom hear me. Just some of you raise your hand in there if you're able to hear me. Or drop a message in the chat. All right, we have a question from one of the participants in the Zoom. How will votes cast by remote attendees be counted? That is something to go over. So in the room, I'm going to be depending on gold wristbands. Over Zoom, on each question, I'm going to type in the chat when we're ready to vote. I'm going to say, on this question, how do you vote? At which point you can enter a yay or a nay, or a yes or a no, or I'll try to interpret that. Yes and no is probably the simplest. And then I'll be calculating them manually because there's not very many of us in the Zoom. It worked pretty well the last time. All right, we got one more into the Zoom, so we're at 50. All right. All right, there's a full vote. We need another one more. You mean your wife? Is there any objection? Go ahead. All right, we'll have the convention committee investigate with the building staff and we'll find out what's up with that. And now we have 52, because we didn't just cross that threshold. All right, so no one leave the room. Step over to my other laptop because that's how cool we are around here, and I'll be right back up.
Would you like to do in order to participate in the event? Thanks so much.
Okay. 52, are we ready for the bylaws report? I hear no objection. How about that? Come on.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for making it out here today. So this is the 2023 bylaws.
Be willing to share on your screen the plan so as it comes up.
Yeah.
So self-organ.org, the conventions, and then the delegates.
Got it. Well, I do a bit of an introduction on this process. The bylaws committee consists of 3 people. Myself, Perkins, our party chair, and Tom Colorado, who's chair of the Multnomah County Libertarian. And
I need to find the delegate packet.
The delegate packet should be on the convention page.
The 3 of us
Oh, that's weird. Can you go to home? And then it should be 2023 LPM.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, that's Kent leadership.
Responses back probably to y'all.
Convention picture.
And we rate them by popularity.
Okay, that's much better.
Go down.
And they're at the
Was this does not need to be a bylaws amendment. It's a good idea, just do it. That was my favorite. And the fact that so the bylaw committee has also written draft.
I'll let you do it. Yeah. I won't do justice. You are 54.
Those are meant to capture the reason that each amendment was popular in membership. The reason before you today. It's not reflecting the opinion of the bylaws committee members. So we want to
sign up on here or something.
Work with the rest of the bylaws. So it's up to you guys to decide. This is
Timothy said he had that.
and then it would be as Timothy mentioned before, it needs to be sent out to be ratified by the entire membership.
And this is the delegate?
Yeah. Excellent.
Are you going on slides? So, the first, slide under federal.
Actually, can you make it a little bit?
Also, there's these little,
Okay.
there's these little, paper dolls books that I want to make. Like, if you staple some paper together, and inside it you draw rooms in each one.
So, either way, because I think that's the way to go on that.
Should I make
These
one
are all in here, but I'm actually.
our house, or should I make a paper?
The bylaws committee suggests adopting the following motion prior to consideration of any proposed amendment. That the bylaws committee be authorized to update the constitution and bylaws in accordance with amendments adopted during the convention and subsequently ratified by mail or electronic ballot if applicable. And to correct article and section designations, punctuation, cross references, and to make other technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the intent of the voting members. If you don't know what I just said, basically just allow us to remember it if we need spelling errors or numbering errors.
Everybody please mute themselves.
Motion. Thank you. Our chair is leveling as IT today, so we'll give them a moment to call for a vote on that one.
Hi, folks. Mr. Matthew, I can't verify that you're Libertarian. Mr. Matson, I can't also find you in the voter file. So you're welcome to watch our convention live stream on YouTube.
It's limited to the specific types of corrections that are.
Stop screen share. Thank you so much for the help. But, I think that's preventing government screen sharing.
That's right.
Right, you got it?
Now, do you think people can see the motion that I just made and have been seconded?
This tiny little alien's cat gets me. It's not at all.
All right, could we, for the secretary benefit here, who made the motion in a second? No, it wasn't, sorry, the motion was from the bylaws committee. Sorry, was the second one? All right, it was Peter Vandenberg.
Chair, motion that not require second.
I'll agree with that ruling and yet ask that it be noted Mr. Vandenberg. Thank you. All right, so I'm just going to read it once more. Sorry for the technical hiccup there. Read it once more, make sure we all know what we're working on, and then I'll switch it. That the bylaws committee be authorized to update the constitution and bylaws in accordance with amendments adopted during the convention and subsequently ratified by mailing from ballot, and to correct article and section designations, punctuation and process, and take
Spider.
other technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the intent.
God, this is horrible.
With all in favor, please raise your gold face in the air.
Brown.
And then I also, of course, have to
It's on the wall. Looks mad. Yeah, it has little angry eyebrows, so it keeps winking at all. Looks mad. It's a little plastic squirty that
Anyone who's in
goes
the room and in the Zoom, please mute. Scott will be back as you.
I don't like that at all. It's not that big, at least. But it's the kind of sparkly legs.
Libertarians that are elected to positions in Oregon are in nonpartisan positions, so I think this was really a no-brainer. Appreciate your support. Do we have any other? Please raise the microphone. Perfect.
What the gentleman said, a couple of, like to say that,
Does anyone else wish to speak for or against? We could have a call of the question. All right, Mr. Noble called the question. Is there a second? All right, the question is called. All in favor of the bylaws amendment as written, please signify by raising your gold wristband, or if you're in the Zoom, indicating in the chat. All right, and we're going to go ahead and reverse. All opposed. Unanimous again. Okay. 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 We have passed the proposal at this point. Congratulations. And we're going to move along to our second one. Again.
Okay. Bylaws amendment proposal number 2 is to remove the right system specification and the related range method. Yeah, what does that even mean? That's why we're going to try and remove it. Reasoning: there are several online voting platforms that could be used for LCO elections, like Election Buddy, what's another one, Vote something. But none of them use the specific single transferable vote method that is called out by our bylaws, meaning we can't use them or else have to process the vote using a separate custom software. The LCO has never used the reweighted range voting method to conduct any elections, which is arguably an inferior form of score voting compared to scores and automatic runoff, otherwise known as star voting, which you can learn all about at the red table in the back. The language that goes along with this. So rather than read through it, because it sounds weird when I say strike this, strike that, how about I just tell you what's going on? We're going to strike the language preferring instant runoff voting over star. So rather than saying you must use this unless the board of directors votes to use star, we're just going to say you can use instant runoff voting or you can use star voting. Just decide. And then we'll also be striking the language referring to the right system and the preference for single transferable vote over star voting. Again, we'll still have the opportunity to use single transferable vote, use star voting, just decide whatever's going to work best at the time. I believe that's that for the second one.
That is automatically. So we are proceeding to debate. On this amendment proposal, are there any debates for or against? Any arguments for or against? Yeah. By the way, this is my fault. I haven't been very clear about this, but if you could introduce yourself when you're at the microphone, and as a bonus, you can let us know what county you're from. We can start to see what people are in our area.
So this makes sense to me. It's not really taking anything away that it used to, and it's adding.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to speak for or against? Mr. Vanford calls the question, and Mr. Peters seconds. Thank you. All in favor of passing bylaws amendment proposal number 2 as written, please raise your little wristband in the air if you're in the room, or if you're in the Zoom chat, please type yes. And this one does not look close enough that I need to count it. All right, we're going to flip. All opposed to passing bylaws amendment number 2. Dang nabbit. Okay, well, I'm going to vote no just to, okay. Annie knows that I love star voting, so, and Adam back there as well. Please do check out the equal vote table. All right, checking once more with our Zoom if we have any votes against, but that motion does pass. Thank you.
So bylaws amendment proposal number 3, making conventions annual. The reasoning behind this is that the LP organ has often struggled to meet quorum requirements, which has prevented needed bylaws changes from being able to occur. A yearly event could be more engaging with the membership, which could lead to increased participation. This language was a little bit, we had to be sort of artful with it, and you'll notice there are a few sections that would be affected by this change. It's more than just changing the word biennial to annual, since the convention is referred to in other areas of the bylaws. So we had to sort of get more specific about that. We didn't write this to make director elections happen every year, things like that, just the convention itself. We've also relaxed the timing restriction under Article 8 to make it less of a burden to fulfill this. Whereas before it's designated where the convention has to happen in the spring. We've relaxed that a little bit, but we've added the stipulations that the spring requirement was trying to keep in place, which is to not conflict with the Libertarian Party National Convention, and also to be able to hit the 60 days state of Oregon candidate filing deadline for the year's general election, and that's why it needed to be in the spring before. For Article 9, we have removed distinctions that would make it hard to track who delegates were by changing it to annual, because some of the distinctions were that you were a delegate in the previous odd numbered year convention. So we just changed that to regular convention. Does anybody have any questions about the language changes on that?
nonpartisan candidates in that year's general election.
Yeah.
And nonpartisan elections are in May, and the filing is in January of the year. And so therefore, before that would be November or October of the year before. So why do you only worry about partisan elections, and the nonpartisan elections you have to file in January?
I can't answer that question. So the reason for the conventions being ahead of the filing partisan deadline is because the board has the option to nominate by convention rather than by mail ballot. They have that option in our bylaws. And the Libertarian Party of Oregon only places partisan candidates. We don't actually nominate nonpartisan candidates. Each candidate has to go fill out paperwork themselves. We can potentially assist them in various ways. We just passed a bylaws amendment to let us do that, but we don't actually file them. And so that's the difference there.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions. You might as well stay up here to lead debate and the council vote.
All right, we have 5 minutes of debate. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this. This party used to have annual conventions, and participation was much larger. We typically had 184 in the Grand among weekly members in February, right? We got 70 people to Newport. Some of the people, maybe the folks that have been here for a while know that. If you have an annual convention, new members who sign up during the course of the year, they don't want to wait a year and a half, 2 years to be active with their party. They want to see something new. It gets people to get together and network more often, socialize more often, come up with deep ideas more often. It makes us more relevant in the news. We can do press releases, what resolutions we're passing, and whatnot. And it just puts energy into the organization. The organization as it is now, the two basic functions right now are putting together the primary ballot and doing conventions. So if that's what they're doing, let's do them every year. So I was in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Does anyone else wish to speak to this bylaw amendment? We have another. All right, go ahead. Let us know what you're thinking. Ms. Brevolo.
I'm Kate Brevolo from Johnson County, and it sounds like a really good idea to get people together more often. I agree. But I think we have a problem with resources if we do annual conventions. So I would say the weakness of the Libertarian Party is that we have lots of active volunteers that are overstretched. And so we have a hard time filling board positions. We have a hard time filling all of the vacancies that we need to fill right now. And I would recommend putting the effort into into county meetings, and spreading that effort. So if we do annual conventions in the number of years, then we're going to have the LP National Convention at the same time as the Oregon Convention. And that's going to split your energy in half. This is going into LP National Convention, and this is going into the annual convention in Oregon. And that's going to split away energy at the local level. So I've seen really great things happen in the last couple of years in Multnomah County, and in Marion County throughout the state. And I think that energy needs to continue. But I think putting all of our resources, putting all our eggs in the basket of state conventions is probably a mistake at this point. Here in Multnomah County, I don't disagree with you, Katie, except that the next amendment is about hybrid and remote conventions. So please, if you do vote for this, please also vote for the opportunity to have a remote convention because of all the things that Katie indicated.
Ms. Bird?
Silver, Multnomah County. I was wondering, for the ones that are, 80 numbers, we're going to be pulling down like time versus the national.
That is, I believe, specified in, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we wrote it to say that it's not to be within 2 weeks of the National Party's convention. Yeah, it's very small.
Thank you for checking. Ms. Keller?
So what I think information is to oppose the convention is good. I agree that it's better because we're not going to have all the very work we're doing right now at the local level. So my recommendation is to vote no on this for now. You know, if we do have the next one, we could do remote convention lists. There's a lot less energy, there's a lot less value in that. So I think having specifically biannual in-person conventions for now and then maybe in the future.
It sounds like, you know, for the first time we're having people talk on both sides. That's pretty exciting. Do we want to keep it up? Anyone else? Mr. Noble?
I just wanted to share what the talking about with this plan that the affiliates, the county affiliates, will bid and take over running conventions every time, so that the state level is not having to do everything. Try to do that this one and quite get there. Economy and the belief where it was planned to be in another county, but there's a plan to reduce the amount of resources needed by spreading out the wealth a little bit and county affiliates on that particular thing. They don't know what they're counting.
All right, thank you. Mr. Morrow? I will ask that, I know you're addressing the room, I understand, but if you could speak in this direction, where actually the audio that is going out to the Zoom is actually here on the podium, and so they can hear you better over the Zoom.
Hi, Michael Morrow from Marion County, and I would like to speak in favor of this. Many of the issues that I'm hearing, I believe, can be addressed, but I also think that if we were to pass the next section with the hybrid remote option, it could also give us the ability to get off the I-5 corridor and maybe hold some meetings in a little bit more remote areas, giving in-person access to people in Eastern Oregon, Southern Oregon, where we may not have as many numbers and it's easier for them to get to, while those in Portland who may not have an easy time can attend those as a remote option. So it gives an in-person option for a lot of people who cannot make the ones that we have here in the main population corridor.
All right, thank you. We're at just under 30 seconds left on this one. Is there a motion to extend time or to call the question? All right, Mr. Serrato called the question, and I definitely heard a few seconds. All right, we're moving ahead on this one. We're on bylaws proposal number 3. All in favor of passing it as written, please signify by raising your gold wristband in the air. And those of you in the chat on Zoom, indicate as well. All right, and then we're going to reverse. All opposed to passing as written, please raise your voter's hand. All right, that definitely got 2/3. But it wasn't unanimous, thank you. All right, Ms. Skinner.
Bylaws amendment proposal number 4. This one was added by recommendation of the bylaws committee to reduce the problem of quorum and burdens of planning. It's all new language. It's meant to improve delegate access and provide an option to reduce the financial burden of conventions. It would be under Article 8, Section 5. As you can see, we are having a hybrid convention right now. They're not specifically called out as okay, but we do serve at the pleasure of our chair. So he says it's okay, but the next guy might not. So we were thinking about writing it in. Yeah, exactly. So the new language says, regular conventions shall provide an option for delegates to attend and vote remotely with continuous audio available. The board of directors may choose to hold regular conventions fully remotely via 2/3 vote. So basically, it's specifically allowing, it's requiring that the board sets up all conventions to have a remote attendance option. And it's allowing them by a 2/3 vote to choose to make that convention fully remote if necessary.
All right, we have another proposal. Are there any who would like to speak for or against? There's a couple coming up to the mic. All right, first we have Ms. Kayla.
I'm in support of the hybrid option. I have concerns about allowing the board of directors to make it fully remote, because I do think there is a lot of value in coming in person, and I think we need to try to make that happen. Well, okay, but not changing my mind because it's the last thing that we have. So never mind, I'll let next week.
I don't know whether that was technically for or against, but Mr. Burke, would you please speak?
I'm looking for the language here, but I would like to offer an amendment to the proposal.
So we have 5 minutes of debate without amendment, but go ahead and briefly describe, and I assume you're then advocating a no vote so that we can then pass your amendment.
Well, yes, what I would like to do is amend it to keep all of the features of this bill except for having an all remote convention. I think a hybrid convention would be fine. We've had those before, we're having one of those today. On the other commission, we do a hybrid meeting that works fine. But in my personal opinion, when everybody is remote and nobody's getting together, it's at least one of the most important functions of the convention, and getting people actually together. And if we do that, I think it would make it disconnected organization. So that is what I would like to do. So I urge a no vote, we can amend it to that. Thank
you. Mr. Vansford.
Did it last time, I have a question. So I agree with Mr. Burke. I am a member of the Teachers Caucus. I remember in 2020, the LNC tried to stop us from having an in-person convention in Orlando due to unscientific concerns about COVID. So I think it's very important for us to have an in-person component. I think it makes it much harder to engineer shadiness and break rules, and I think being in person keeps us honest. So I would urge the membership to vote this down, to amend it, to remove just that last part, because I think having a hybrid convention is quite reasonable. Thank you.
I think that having the option, I think voting no, and then having the option of the remote convention on the every other year, because we just voted to have these yearly conventions, but we know that, again, the resources are not there necessarily for our party. So then having remote on the, I guess, even years option, I think that would be a better amendment than just not allowing the remote option at all.
Ms. Trumbull?
So I also like it, but I think I hesitate on things that give the board the power to do more things. So, yeah, I like the first part and not the second part.
Hi, my name is David Perkins from Platinum. And I have to say on the thing about all remote, you're going to disenfranchise some people because they don't like the technology you use. And that's never a good thing. That's all I'd like to say about that.
All right, we have someone on the Zoom who would like to make a comment. And so I'm going to try to get this to work, but I'm not totally certain how well it will. So can we have Ms. Cox unmute?
Thank you for.
All right, and then, correct. I'm just one moment. All right, go ahead, Ms. Cox. We're going to see if we can hear you.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Charlene Cox. I live in Douglas County. And as you can tell, I am currently attending remotely. Because I do live in a remote area, it is very difficult for me to travel to the greater metropolitan areas of our state. Therefore, I would encourage a yes vote on the amendment as written. I don't see a problem with us meeting 100% remotely should the board decide to make that an option. And I think Zoom is a wonderful platform that we all can use with some ease. And I think it'll make it easier in the future for more libertarians to get involved at convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. All right, without objection, I prefer to hear from people who have not yet spoken.
I'm Mark Service in Clinton County. I agree with everything that's been said so far, that we're in an era of maintaining fluency of ID, online personality, AI coming around the corner. And I don't know, I wouldn't want to get rid of the like overturn the whole thing, but maybe put in some language or something that would be invested within that we will find a way to authenticate, especially the online people in the future, so that we actually know that the people who are talking on there are actually people. Because AI is getting scary. Yeah.
All right. All right, is there anyone else who has not yet spoken who wishes to? Just going once. Go ahead.
Hold on. Sonny Vintage, I think you get better resources and engagement through regularly holding events that everyone gets to participate in. So I like the hybrid idea. I don't think opening it up to having completely remote conventions is a good idea, because you have to meet people face to face. You have to be able to actually talk to them and see them, and it incentivizes better connections in general.
All right. Anyone else who hasn't spoken, just go ahead.
I used to class both remote and in person, and going off of what your tendency is to value over value, not at all fault. face-to-face and professional communication. So believe remote would probably, I would say, separate us more than we.
Thank you. All right. We're at less than a minute, but unless there's anyone else, okay.
I just want to say briefly that I'm supportive of Sharon's suggestion to amend this that directors can hold it fully remote every other year.
All right. So just as a refresher, we're about out of time. Anyone else? Okay. So at this point, it's closed. It's just turned. I just want to remind everyone, if you vote this down, then we're going to have 10 minutes where we can consider amendments. So if you vote it down, it's not just going away and we're moving to the next one. We're going to have that time to consider amendments. So now we're going to move to a vote. All in favor of passing bylaws amendment proposal number 4 as written, please raise your gold wristband. All right. Those on the Zoom, checking in with you as well. Okay. All opposed to passing it as written. All right, that did not reach 2/3. It does not pass as written. All right, this is not an official action on behalf of the Bylaws Committee, but Ms. Skinner has a proposal.
I would like to offer an amendment. It's been given in writing to the secretary to strike from the title and remote so that it just says hybrid conventions, and then to strike the final sentence. So the only language that we would add is regular conventions shall provide an option for delegates to attend and vote remotely with continuous audio available.
All right, there are several seconds, and so now we will proceed to debate on this amendment. Does anyone wish to speak for or against this amendment? There was also kind of some debate on this amendment already, and it wasn't even up. Mr. Morrow.
Point of question. Michael Morrow, Marion County. What is the definition, if we have one, of hybrid? Are we, because hybrid to me is in-person and remote. How many people does it take to be in person? If we have 2 people in a room together, is that the in-person part with everyone else being remote? What's the requirement that we're following for that?
Right, so that would, because we don't have a parliamentary authority, be up to the chair to interpret. Generally speaking, there would have to be, I would think, more than one person in a room, or else everyone's arguably attending remotely. So that would be my interpretation. Who knows what the next chair is going to say? But as far as what the bylaws amendment actually does, yes, there is hybrid. Like the title of the original as it was written was hybrid and remote convention. But the word hybrid doesn't actually appear in the amendment itself. It simply says that there shall be a regular convention shall provide an option for delegates to attend and vote remotely. So it's not getting rid of that in-person requirement that is currently in place due to our bylaws required notice for conventions.
If I may, this was also, this was in response to us deciding as the bylaws committee that the reading of the bylaws as it is that the conventions are always providing an in-person option. So modern sensibilities may say that we're now writing a bylaws amendment that makes it so that they don't have to provide you with an in-person option, but the reading that we are going from is that when they wrote the convention rules, they meant in-person conventions, and so that's the reading that we're using. So what we're doing is we're adding the option, we're forcing them to give you the option that you have today, which is to choose whether you're going to show up in person or remotely.
Mr. Burke?
Wording of the operationally defined time.
Thank you. Just to Ms. Skinner's point, with regards to conventions, in your little handout, you have a full copy of our current bylaws as they appear on our website, lporegon.org. Popping down to Article 8 and Section 4, Convention Notice. Electronic notice of all conventions must be given to all voting members. A prominent posting on the front page of the LPO website and posting the notice to an electronic mailing list designated for such notices is sufficient for the purpose. I'm going to hop down to second to last sentence. The notice must include the time, place, and proposed program of the convention. During my term as chair, I have ruled that at the time these bylaws were written, the intent was that place meant a physical place. Because the remote convention wasn't particularly as feasible an option with technology at that time. So that is my interpretation as the chair, but a future chair could decide that we live in the 2020s now and that a place could be online. So there's nothing in our bylaws that strictly says that there has to be a physical place. And so I just want to clarify that. But as Ms. Skinner was saying, a reasonable interpretation would be that they intended a physical place when they wrote it. We certainly can try. Are you done? Okay. Ms. Brumbelow, you had a question or comment? Right. We have a point of suggestion from Ms. Brumbelow.
Okay, so you could eliminate the word hybrid altogether, just call it remote attendance option under conventions, and then have the first line and not the second one. And your conclusion is still that the default is an in-person convention, but the option is to attend remotely.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, I can tell that swirling around the edges of the room, there's people talking about how to amend this amendment. If you wish to do so, make sure that you submit it in writing to the secretary so that we have the language before you make any motion. We don't have any motion yet to amend the amendment, but if you choose to do so, make sure it's in writing to the secretary first. Thank you. Ms. Bird.
Over in Multnomah County, what I've seen this is the individual option. That way, we know that it's
like, all right, thank you. Go ahead. And by the way, if you would like to speak at the microphone, it's a little confusing for me. If you're hanging out toward the back of the room, please move up this aisle towards the mic so that I know that you're seeking to be recognized. Thank you.
The word hybrid is self-defined the fact that it is both in person and virtual. It's by virtue of striking that, we're now opening our doors up to change the methodology of the convention. So the need to keep a word like hybrid there for the purposes is actually important in this case.
Right. I'll also observe that an option for delegates to attend and vote remotely implies an option for them not to. You're only providing one option, it's not really an option. Okay.
I like that we amend the amendment.
Just double checking that has been provided to the secretary.
I did. She sent me we can vote down the current one And then we can send those to the amendment.
That sounds right.
Well, the nature of her amendment would require. Oh,
All right.
So in that case, I'm voting against the current amendment, and I will propose a new amendment, which is to, strike the word regular. So it says, or the recommendation of whole convention, fully remotely, you get 2/3 vote, and then add every other year. So the intention would be that we would not have a fully remote convention, twice ago. Okay, correction, I would not suggest to strike regular. I would suggest to add every other year to the end of the sentence.
All right. How are we doing, everyone? We just hit 10 minutes, and so this question is automatically called unless there is a motion to extend time. All right. We are voting, all questions are called. We are voting on the amendment to the main proposal, and then after we vote whether or not to amend the main proposal, then we have to vote on the main proposal. So, all in favor of, can we just make sure that we're clear? We're striking the word "and remote," and we're only using the first sentence that appears on the screen. All right. So it would read, Section 5, hybrid conventions, regular conventions shall provide an option for delegates to attend and vote remotely with continuous audio available. So, all in favor of amending the main motion, please indicate by raising your gold wristband. And if you're in the Zoom, please go ahead and vote. All right. And we're going to reverse. All opposed to amending the main proposal, please. All right, that amendment to the main proposal passes. Now we're moving, because we ran out of time, we have to, all questions have been called, so we're moving all the way up to the top. So, all in favor of passing this proposal as you just amended it, please raise your gold wristband in the air. And those on Zoom, thank you, Mr. Rao, for differentiating your vote. All right, and all opposed to passing it as amended. All right, it wasn't unanimous, thank you. However, that does pass by more than 2/3. All right, so we ran out of time on that one, and so all questions automatically got called. If you have something that got passed that you didn't like, you thought you had a better idea or whatnot, if we still have time remaining with bylaws, when we've concluded with the bylaws report, then we can consider bringing up motions from the floor, at which point we could reconsider some things. Are you ready? All right. Ms. Skinner is ready for proposal number 5.
great work, guys. Thank you. Amendment proposal number 5, rename Public Policy Board. I know we just got them. They haven't even done the first elected term yet, but I like this amendment. The Libertarian Party of Oregon has a board of directors, which serves as the executive oversight of the party. Calling both bodies board is inconvenient and possibly misleading, and we may or may not have already found the places in the bylaws that might come into issue that I'm not going to point out. This will cause no substantive changes to the bylaws. This is basically a clerical correction, but because it changes the name of the entity of the body, it needs to be run past membership. So what I did was take Control F and put in the word board, and every time it was next to public policy, I switched it to council. So I'm not going to read through the strike-throughs on this one because it's extensive. Those people will then be called counselors, which they actually are, because the public policy board passes proposals that are meant to be recommendations to the board. And then there were a couple of places that I will point out where it said both boards or each board. We changed that word to body. So both bodies, each body. And that is the extent of that one.
All right. We now have 5 minutes of debate on the proposal as written. Mr. Burke.
Some people correctly say that I talk too much. So if anyone wants to go, I always try to let them go first. But anyway, I got a couple things to say about this. I really don't care about the name change. Jake first said something like Rose Branding everything would sell as sweet or something like that, and council was great. Change it, okay. But I don't like the policy board itself. I like the people on it, but it is slow, it is bureaucratic, and it is utterly incapable of acting in a timely way, especially when the legislature is in session in the last month, and bills are being gotten stopped with 24-hour notice or less. We need to have a presence down there, and what we really need to do is empower the state committee on the fly to take positions consistent with our adopted platform, and enable somebody, the chair or other designee, to represent us there, fast and real time, and if they do anything that is untoward or against our platform, they are held accountable. By our rules and by conventions. So I just wanted to go on the record with my opinion about the policy board. And that is all. Yay, council. Sure.
So I think I heard you don't like the public policy board, but you do like the public policy council? No,
Hey everybody, me again. So I am generally in favor of this amendment. I don't care what we call it. I do like the public policy board. I don't think it's a perfect solution. I would like the board to be able to have policy, but this was kind of a in-between stage that I think we decided to do because there's such a division in previous years. I would like to point out that there is a vacant seat on the public policy board, and if Mr. Burke would like to help us streamline our operations and make sure we can respond to things like this, I would encourage you to take that seat or consider it. One other thing I would like to say, I think the way that this was phrased is a little demeaning to the public policy board. We are not a committee of the executive board. We are our own elected position. We are not advising the board what the policy should be for them to decide what our policies are. We are deciding what the policies are for the LPA. Thank you.
I'm also on the public policy board / council, and I think the goal of the language is clear. Like, I think the goal of the amendment is clear. So I like this because it clarifies something in our written documents, and we need that. So call it a council. And I also think the board, the public policy board, now called, so-called, functions as a council. So it's descriptive of what is currently happening. To Mr. Burke's point, I think, well, I know that this is a very new organization. And the positive on it is that it's drawn 11 more volunteers into the Libertarian Party. And the other positive is that it allows us to connect to what's happening. Ideally, it allows us to connect to what's happening locally as well. So yeah, I think it's great. Call it the council and let's move on.
Okay. We have about another minute or so. If there's any others who would like to speak on the renaming of the public policy board. Awesome.
Mike Marchand, Minnesota County, and I also, like Mr. Bruce, with the board. I think the public policy should emanate from the council.
Could you speak toward the podium a little
Yeah,
bit?
like Richard Bruce, I have a problem with the public policy board or council because the public policy should emanate from the county affiliates, from the county level. And when there's a problem with what the state is doing, it should be boom, 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 Washington County, Umatilla County, one county after another, opposing the state again. And so I'm fine with the name change, but the board itself is, I think, public policy should come from the counties. Thank you.
Michael Morrow, Marion County. I'm going to be on the board coming up, and I also don't think that there's any particular reason why the council, as we are going to be renaming it, hopefully here, cannot take positions as well as the county level. I know for a fact, as I was involved in the Marion and Polk County affiliates that we're trying to get up, that we actually did take positions on every state measure and put out in the last November election. So we actually made official Marion Polk County statements regarding how we viewed each of the states. I don't see any reason why having a statewide position forgoes the ability of the county affiliates to also make statements for or against any candidate.
All right, we are out of time, so the question is automatically called. So we're going to move to a vote on bylaw proposal number 5. Just want to press the Zoom. All right, all in favor of passing proposal number 5 as it is written, please indicate by raising your gold wristbands and voting in the Zoom chat. All right. And are there any against? All right, that passes for more than 2/3. All right, we have reached the end of the bylaws report. So at this time, I'm gonna check the schedule. All right, it looks like we still have about 25 minutes that we could be running around wreaking havoc with our bylaws. So let's have that. Mr. Hobson.
Yes, I have a clipboard right here for anyone that wants to sign up to work on their local county affiliate. If you can come see me, we need a name, a phone number, email in your county. If I have this information, I can direct you to the appropriate county affiliate. We can really make some headway on start forming our county affiliates prior to the 2024 presidential cycle.
All right, thank you. All right, so as a reminder, we want all proposals to be submitted to the secretary in writing before you bring them over to the microphone. But right now is exactly the time when you have the chance to forever change the future of the Libertarian Party of Oregon with whatever your pet issue is with our bylaws. Okay.
think that would probably be a resolution. So all right. If there's anyone who would like to speak on just something that you have on your mind at the moment, while we're kind of in between waiting to see if anyone has any amendments to bring up, I'm going to allow it as long as there's not objection. If somebody's like, no, we have to have silence, then I guess we'll respect that. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by asking everyone who's sitting here at hand is doing a great job of providing. Also, I wanted to let everybody know that I'm running the Western Liberty Network booth. There are other booths, great booths. You heard me check them all out, but I wanted to mention that because I've got a bunch of T-shirts I'm trying to get rid of. So I'm not charging money for them. If you want a Western Liberty Network T-shirt, it's there for the asking, and there's money in asking, just come take one. And anyhow, thank you very much. And that's all.
I think there is an asking, just the other direction. You're asking them, please come take a T-shirt. Free T-shirt, everyone. On stop. Go ahead.
I would also just like to say, I do understand the Public Policy Board has been slow to pass resolutions, just to do a couple things. The first thing is that we were not elected, so we were hesitant to get like super resolution happy. That's why we haven't created the platform yet. We do have a number of planks that are in draft status to be passed by the next iteration of the board. I think the other reason is we've been doing most over email. So I believe the leadership of the next board is going to try to be more streamlined in real time. I'd like to vote in Discord or some other tool like that with passing Discord. But I do think in the future, we are going to see a much faster response from the Public Policy Board. Until at which point, maybe by the next convention, we can consider just giving the policy power back to the board. Thank you.
We're having micro public comments, so let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I just want to say good job to Will and Pablo and everybody who has put this on. And carrying the energy forward from the last convention was not a small task. So that's really great. And also, as soon as we leave the room, we forget what's happening and how much you can change things. So this clipboard that gets passed around that tells what county you're in, it's really important to connect with people that are in your county and just grab a coffee together once a month or something, right? Talk about what you have in common. That's how real change begins, and that's how the momentum carries forward into the next year's convention. And there's a summertime when legislature is not in session, when we can actually use that energy to gather momentum and be more prepared so that when our state legislature starts throwing stuff at us that does not represent us at all, we're ready to respond quickly. Thanks.
Hello. William Johnson, Marion County. I want to thank Timothy and Will and the whole board for bringing us out here today, and whoever owns the great facility. But I do want to mention the Oregon political tax credit. Everyone in this room can get a tax credit on their taxes for 2023 to make a donation to a political party, for the political division. So give us $50, $100 from the so this is part of the packages are right here. There you go. Yep. $50, you get a tax credit next to you if you're pretty good there. Yeah. You should have to pay them.
Redirect your steps. Redirect the $7 to us, please.
LPOregon.org/donate.
Hi, I'm Louis Brown from Yamhill County. I just want to say, Paul for Yamhill, come see me. I think I'm Brown.
Hi, my name is Kobe Dagday, from Lane County. I have a possible suggestion regarding Richard Burke's concern, and that suggestion would be that, and I don't, maybe this isn't the proper place to do it, you know, but just a thought to throw it out there. What if we had like a rotating member of the public policy board that would, you know, voluntarily like be able to go to the legislature or whatever to represent, you know, our concerns as a party or whatever, so that we do have that fast, we're able to orchestrate a faster response to these issues. Also, as a member of Lane County, this is a gentleman from Yamhill County, our local non-affiliated libertarian organization kind of imploded. So if you're from Lane County, I know Leon is, Eric is here somewhere. If you're from Lane County, or, you know, come see us and let's, you know, get back together as a affiliated county. Thank you.
All right, and I just want to let everyone know kind of a little bit of our presence online. If you can please follow us, we're trying to get a lot more active on social media. We have an account on Instagram, it's lp.oregon. We are at LPOregon on Twitter. And we also have a presence on Facebook, the Libertarian Party of Oregon. We also have a Facebook group there where we do a lot of discussion. I will say our main communication hub right now, I'm trying to help in the Discord. So if you're not on our Discord yet, please come see me and I'll get you an invitation. And I'll also, if you sign up for the Italian affiliate clipboard, I'll try to get you this invite. There is a channel for every county in Oregon on the Discord. It's a great place to go in and say hi, I'm here. And then you basically have a dedicated space online to talk with people specifically from your county that are libertarians. And then from there you can organize, you can create boundaries, you can create schedules if you want. But that's a great like centralized location where you can find like-minded people. people in your area. So I encourage you to utilize that resource and come see me if you'd like to become that. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Corrado, and I am the chair of the Multnomah Libertarians. Multnomah Libertarians is an affiliate political action committee for Portland Libertarians. We welcome all of our friends and neighbors. There are a lot of people in this room who are former Multnomah Libertarians. There is this pattern where Libertarians are exiting Multnomah. They're voting with their feet, and when they don't leave Oregon, they go to another county, and they're to the benefit of the party. But if you're watching at home, or if you are in this room and you live in the county, please come join us. We meet every first Friday of the month at Primal Burger in Woodstock in Portland, Oregon. Primal Burger is run by an anarcho-capitalist, which is my personal project to help him transition from being an anarcho-capitalist to one who uses voting as a method of self-defense, which is a conversation I want to have with any people who don't vote currently. I want you to understand that the political process can be used for your self-defense. Here's our treasurer.
I was going to say that I told him I was running on the ballot, and he said, "Oh, crap, no."
So I have been voting for Libertarians, and I am an active voter in Multnomah. So anyone interested, please go to our website, multnomahlibertarians.com. Please join us every first Friday at 2 p.m. at Primal Burger, the best burger in Portland. Yeah, next week, 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
All right, so I've heard that there is an item of business to be considered, and that is going to take priority over this kind of public comment section. So could that please come forward at this time?
Hi, Amy Killian. I just wanted to make a recommendation to reconsider the amendment that we made earlier. We struck the sentence saying the board of directors may choose to hold regular conventions fully remotely via 2/3 vote. I've added to the secretary, I made a suggestion to return that sentence and add to the front of it in even numbered years. And the reasoning for that is that in even numbered years is when we have the national convention, and so resources are going to be stretched in, volunteer resources, and also having enough funding to put on a big convention like this is always going to be a challenge, and so we can build up more of that support. So I think it's really important that we have that fully remote option every other year to make sure we don't spread ourselves too thin and actually end up losing.
All right, so I believe that was a motion to reconsider for the purpose of proposing an amendment.
Right.
So we're on a motion to reconsider. So if you would like to consider this amendment at this time, please signify by raising your gold wristband in the air. All right. That does not reach majority, so we will not be reconsidering at this time. But thank you. All right. Any other items of business? Go ahead, Mr. Burke.
I have an item of business, and I apologize to Carol Ann there, who handed me the page that I need now. Item of business is to strike Article 13, Section 1, choice of authority. Each body of the LCO may adopt or change the parliamentary authority they use to operate by 2/3 vote. This is a problem. Tim right now has no parliamentary authority. And Tim is the benevolent man, so he's not abusing that. But if we had someone who was less benevolent, they could do whatever they want with no parliamentary authority. The rules are whatever they decide it is. You've got to pick a parliamentary authority, or else nobody knows what the rules are. Nobody can prepare and study and know what their rights are and responsibilities are as a member. And if you have every organization with a different set of parliamentary authority, if they were to adopt one, you'd have
Mr.
different
Burke,
rules.
you are at this point entering debate. Could you move forward with the proposal?
I want to replace it with this. The rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall govern the society in all cases to which they are applicable and in which they are not inconsistent with these bylaws and any special rules of order the society may adopt. So that is what I'm proposing that we do. I believe we have the endorsement with Carol Ann Harlow, who is the National Secretary. Not my mistake, I apologize. And I think I debated enough, as our chair pointed out. I apologize for that.
All right, so we have a motion, and I'm going to simplify this we have a motion to adopt Robert's Rules of Order for this organization. Is there a second? Okay, there is a second. So we will have 5 minutes of debate. If anyone would like to speak, please line up in this aisle here in front of me so that I know that you wish to be recognized. Mr. Frank.
Bradford Frank, Multnomah County, comedian. I move that we vote in support of this, being a part of many organizations, professionally, non-professionally, school, etc. Robert's Rules of Order has always helped. It has always moved things along quickly. I believe it is firm, and we should take this as our authority to do. Period. That's all I have to say about that.
Because, by the way, I could rule it out of order because we don't have anything preventing me from doing so. But I guess I won't do that right now. I just heard a request to call the question. Is there a second? All right. The question is called. All in favor of I'm sorry, but could we please have it read once again, just for to make sure that it's fresh on everyone's minds as we're moving into the vote?
I can read it also.
Excuse me, sir, you called the question. Could you give your name to the secretary?
Louis Brown.
Motion was to strike Article 13.
Could we have you at the mic if you're willing? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Burke's motion was to strike Article 13 of the current bylaws and replace with the rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall govern the society in all cases in which they are applicable and in which they are not inconsistent with these bylaws and any special rules of order the society may adopt.
All in favor of this motion, please raise your gold wristband in the air, and if you're on Zoom, please indicate in the chat. All right, keep those hands in the air. This is looking like it's going to be close enough. It's going to have to be a count. All right, we're going to reverse. All opposed to adopting Roberts. That passes by more than 2/3. All right, the incoming presumptive chair wishes to express his thanks. Yes, I will note that everything that we're passing today is not finalized until it's been referred to the members for a final vote. So there's going to be a mailing sent out to all 20,000 members of the Libertarian Party of Oregon, and they're going to ratify what we passed here today. That is going to be up to the next board to decide when it goes out. Correct. All right, unless there's any other items of business, orders of the day are that in 2 minutes, we're moving to a speech. So are we all done here? Mr. Noble?
I wanted to address a couple of things. Number one, Fed Order 3 is fundraising over here. Please find it. Great for us.
$1. Thank you. Public Policy Board under Section 2 authorities, Section B powers, line 11. Delegate any of these powers to subcommittees, the motion to do so being subject to the same vote margin requirement as the powers best delegated, and to set the policies by which the subcommittee members and leaders have seated. The reason I'm bringing this up is because there's some concern about flexibility and speed, and this is the answer to that. Subcommittee consists of one or more people, and one or more people can be directed to make those responses to bad state laws and Twitter and Facebook posts and things like that, and can do so quickly and remove the speed. Yes, it can be abused, but that board can also, that council can also remove that person post haste and replace them. So abusing it would be kind of redundant or dumb, because you just remove them from the thing. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is a mechanism that's incredibly wordy to deal with that specific issue. And that's all I have to say. No noble income.
All right, we are at 11:15, so we are finished with the bylaws report. And the next item, technically, I believe that's all the business that we're expecting to conduct today. So if at some point you want to bring up another bylaws amendment, until someone actually motions to close business, we're still in business.
Motion to close business.
Oh, well, speak of the devil. All right, so Mr. Noble, Leon Noble. All right, so we have a motion to close business and a second. Is there anyone wishing to offer debate? All right, the question is called. All in favor of closing business, please raise your gold wristband in the air. All opposed? All right. Sorry, those of you on the Zoom, if any of you really wanted to continue, but you are massively outvoted because no one in the room is opposed. Business is closed. Thank you, everyone. Next, I'm going to introduce our speaker, which is presidential candidate Mike Termont.
Thank you very much. No, it's all good. Does this thing work okay? Can you hear me in the back? That's too bad. I'm probably going to say a few things that piss you off today. I hope that's okay. Tim asked me if I wanted him to introduce me, and I didn't know whether that was a punishment or a reward. I think it's always funny that the people who most need to be introduced are the most famous, aren't they? So I figured I better go the other direction. Tim actually also asked if I wanted my friend Eric over here to introduce me today, and I thought that would be punishment for Eric as well. So do me a favor. Come by the table sometime and meet Eric. He's actually a heck of a lot of fun. And by the way, just to let you know that you are doing something useful, Eric is still, he's a buddy of mine from college, by the way. He is still a registered Republican, but we have him on the ropes, and I happen to know that we can just push him over with one more straw on that camel's back. So I'm excited about that. He's been representing our campaign at the Idaho Convention and at the Washington State Convention, so I'm very excited to finally push him over the finish line there. I don't know if I'm your reward or your punishment for finally finishing your bylaws. I was kind of looking forward to that thing going all night. It's very, very exciting. I want to apologize to the fellow in the back of the room. We were talking earlier today. I said that it's been a long time since I've been in Portland. It's been like 30 years. And I happened to mention a point of completely unwanted trivia. I was actually born in Portland, Oregon. And I'm afraid I may have left the impression I was trying to convince him that those were the same things. No, two different things. I was born in Portland, and 30 years ago, I was also in Portland. It wasn't actually born 30 years ago. But I think you probably know I wouldn't be able to pull that one off. Yeah, we do have good stories from having been in Portland. And let this be a lesson to you youngsters. I see you all in the room. And as I get older, I recognize that that's almost everybody in the room at this point. Be careful what you say online. My sister recently found my mother's review of the movie Psycho from 1960 when we were living here in Portland. She used to write movie reviews from the Portland Oregonian. She absolutely trashed the movie, suggesting it would never become important. Of course, it was one of the most important films of the decade, having set the stage for a whole genre that exploded late in the 60s. So be careful what you say, because it will get online, even in a form of a technology about which you know nothing today, speaking of AI. The reason I am here today is ostensibly because I'm running for the party's nomination, but I'd rather not talk to you about that for a couple of different reasons, not the least of which is that's what I normally talk about. What I'd like to talk to you today is about a few things that we have observed that have gone in a very weird direction for the United States. And I suppose I'm preaching to the choir, and maybe not. I really meant it when I said to the folks in the back of the room, I probably am going to say a few things that annoy you today. But, if I can't do it here at a Libertarian convention, when can it be done, right? It turns out to be true, and don't tell me that you didn't see this coming. It turns out to be true that your government, and by that I mean the federal government of the United States, took money from you and from your friends and family members, others around the state of Oregon and around the rest of the United States, forcibly, I might add, at the threat of gunpoint at the end of that day, took money from you, pooled it up with money that other like-minded individuals had paid in, right? Took this money, ran it through a shell corporation, invested it in a nation far, far away without telling you anything about it, put it into resources that were put into the hands of young men who used it to blow up a pipeline at the bottom of the Baltic Sea. This is a very weird story. I know you're clapping that we're admitting it's true, other than, yeah, let's go find another pipeline. Yes. No, Mr. Vandenberg was not actually there, but he is aware of the truth of the matter, and I'm sorry that it turns out that this turns out to be true. It's going to cost the people of Germany tens of billions of dollars a year in terms of excess costs for energy. It's obviously going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars in the long run. It's going to cost dozens of billions of dollars to the people who invested in the pipeline in the first place. All this is somewhat ironic in the sense that this would have been considered a couple of decades ago to have been an act of war, and interestingly, let this sink in, against the people of Germany. And ironically, if you were to listen to the White House says its ostensible objectives are, ironically, it will lead to an increase in the flow of petrodollars to, wait for it, the government of Russia. As bad as that story is, and it's horrible, I'd like you to just put a pin in that story just for a moment and bear with me, because I want to argue that nothing that I've just said about that story is the worst aspect of that tale. Because it turns out to also be true that money was taken from you and from your friends and family, is pooled together again by a lot of money taken from others around your state and elsewhere in the United States. It was pooled up with money in this particular instance taken from other people around the world by their respective governments. It was run through a shell corporation about which you knew nothing, and invested again in a nation abroad for the reason of medical research that Dr. Fauci would tell you had nothing to do with gain of function, that Senator Rand would say is, and those two can fight out what exactly we mean by gain of function research. It was invested in a laboratory in Wuhan, China. It developed a virus not otherwise found in nature. That virus was released into the public, and please God, let us someday find out that it was a mistake. Don't tell me it didn't cross your mind. It turns out to be true, we now know, that a virus escaped from the laboratory. It killed a couple million people in the United States. It killed millions of people around the world. This is a very bad story. And again, I'd like you to put a pin in that, because I want to argue that nothing that I've said about that story is the worst aspect of that either. Because it turns out also to be true that a few months ago, a young man working for the federal government of the United States decided that he had no choice but to either release a certain amount of information that the federal government did not want to be released and risk prosecution, or stay quiet about it. It's weird, first of all, that these are the only two choices. It's also weird to hear, and by the way, the risk of prosecution I think we can say with virtual certainty that the federal government is going to make sure it finds one way or another to ruin this young man's life. It's a weird story. I'd like you to consider the information that was actually released, because we don't talk about it very much. We talk about the process. We talk about the decision. We talk about the prosecution. If you were to listen to CNN's description of the material that was released, which is to say the White House version, this information describes how well the war in Ukraine is going, that it's not going well at all, that our money has been, in effect, squandered, that it is not helping stop the Russian advance in the long run. It's not making life any better for the people of Ukraine. Consider for just a moment what it is that the Russian government already knows about this situation. They know everything about it because they're there. Does anyone actually think that the people of Ukraine do not understand the situation? Of course they do. So think about this. From whom was this information being hidden? It was being hidden from you, from us, from the people of the United States. And so I want to argue, please put a pin in that story as well, because none of what we've discussed regarding that story is the worst aspect of it either. That these three disparate stories and 100 just like it that seem to have absolutely nothing to do with each other, the reason they're so important is because they have everything to do with each other. That yours is a government that operates in the shadows. That yours is a government that does not operate in your interest. That yours is a government that operates in order to bring power and grandeur to the politicians who run it, to expand in scope and scale for its own sake, per se, because the people that run the government believe that that's a good idea. And so today, I'm not really here to talk about what we usually talk about in the presidential race, which is what a great opportunity we have in 2024. In fact, let me summarize, see if I can do it in 40 seconds so it gets its due, right? We all understand that the Libertarian Party has an unusual opportunity in the sense that people are more open to a third party than ever before, and it's for a couple different reasons. One is that the other parties, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, have crappy leadership. Objectively speaking, I don't say that because I don't like Donald Trump or because I don't like Joe Biden. I say that because Republicans don't like Donald Trump and Democrats don't like Joe Biden, which is a weird thing, but it does present an opportunity to people who are not in that party. And the other big reason is that those parties have left behind the agenda that they used to pursue. As it is today, each party's number one objective is to keep the other party from out of office. I think we would agree with that. Now, that is important to us because that's where authoritarianism comes from. We used to laugh back in the day when I was an economist, growing up in the 80s. We used to laugh about the prospect of the United States going authoritarian. We used to make fun of nations, especially in Latin America, but in Asia and elsewhere around the world, that would see growing authoritarianism in the context of a democracy. We would say it could never happen here. Well, of course, it does happen here. It is happening and has been happening here. And the way that that happens is some politician convinces you that what you really have to fear is not the absence of your Constitution, is not the loss of your individual rights, but that other idiot coming to power, which is how we see authoritarianism now growing in the United States. This does play into our wheelhouse, of course, because we are the party that stands against authoritarianism. That's our opportunity in 2024, and that's not why I'm here, and that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is the idea that this is not merely an opportunity as much as it is, but this is our obligation. We, as libertarians, we are the philosophical descendants of the people that put together our nation, that put together our Constitution. I know that there's a lot of argument about this in academic circles, and to be honest, I don't tolerate it. The reason this country was put together was for only one legitimate reason. That's to protect the individual liberties of its citizens and the people that would migrate to this country. That's the only reason. People don't spend 6 weeks sailing in an 18th century craft across the Atlantic Ocean to come here for less taxes and less regulation per se, right? That's enough reason today to go across the ocean and maybe in some other weird direction. But the reason this country was put together was to put together a way to protect your rights. Does anyone today really think that a Democrat is going to stand up and protect your First Amendment rights, your Second Amendment rights, your Fourth Amendment rights? I spent a lot of time talking about criminal justice reform and reform to the way we manage police because I'm a former police officer. It's my second career. Does anyone know a Democrat who can spell 10th Amendment? Is a Republican going to stand up and tell the truth that taking money forcibly from our fellow citizens and using it to project military hegemony around the world is evil? No. It is for us to say, and again, Mr. Vandenberg claps because it is evil, not because it's a good idea to project military hegemony. We're working on getting our time. As two Dutch guys, we're trying to get our timing down, and I think we've got it. Psycho is not a bad movie, by the way. It is all about the timing, but it was weird at the time, right? When that movie came out, it was very weird, speaking of timing. It is up to us. Look around the room. We've got, you guys are to be commended, by the way, just as an aside. Your party has been through some mashugana, as we used to say, right? And you've come out on the other side very, very healthy. We're lucky to have as many people in the room today as we do. Thank God that we do. But you take that number and you multiply it by 20. Why did I say 20? By 50. There are still 50 states in the United States. I thought maybe I got some news bulletin in the chip of my head and we had already seceded. Multiply that number by 50. It's still not a large number. Okay? 60 times 50, we're talking about 3,000 people. That is not a large number. It is up to us, and I mean every single one of us, to find a way to pick up a shovel, as Larry Sharp says. And I would append that by saying, not a small shovel, one that you can wield. And I don't mean for purposes of digging our own grave, because you and I are done with the days when we give in and pretend like we're going to be losers one more time. The reason we're done with it is not because you're sick of being a loser, even though you are, but because we are here to represent the interests and the rights and the standings of other people who are not in this room and are not in the rooms of those 50 other conventions. We stand up for the rights of Americans, people who we call brothers and sisters for no other reason than the fact that they are fellow Americans. We stand up for them because they can't, or they won't, or they don't know how. Understand that what our government does, it does to those among us who are least able to resist it, to whom its impact is most desperately felt. I used to tell the people that I used to work with as a police officer, if you had not been an economist for 25 years before becoming a cop, which is actually, to be fair, most cops, being a cop will turn you into an economist because you see the effects of bad public policy up close and personal. If there's any doubt in your mind what public policy does to a community, all you have to do is ride around in a patrol car because you will be sent to the areas most impacted. You understand what I'm talking about. If there's any doubt in your mind what the effects of bad housing policy are, bad zoning, bad, ironically, bad social welfare safety net policies, bad schools, the world's most oppressive criminal justice system. On this point, I'll tolerate no debate whatsoever either. That's what we have in the United States. It's a combination of the war on drugs, creating black market opportunities, and then layering on top of that an oppressive police organization in every community in the United States. This is how it works. It's not how it has to work. There are differences that we can make. It is a slow progression to success, but one that we need to start now. It's an obligation because no one else is going to do it. We're talking a lot this week about the raising the debt ceiling, right? We can talk about per se if you want to, maybe later. But you have to notice that the United States government is on a slow path, and sometimes more rapidly than others, toward fiscal bankruptcy. On the path that it's on today, there's no way that it can survive this century without going bankrupt. My greatest fear is not that it will. My greatest, to be honest, there are sometimes it doesn't bother me at all. That's my greatest fear, that when that happens, people like you and I, we won't think that that's such a bad thing, because what it's doing along the way is destroying our communities, destroying individuals, and destroying our culture. If we don't make changes, we are going to lose both our culture and a fiscal government that used to be the beacon of hope in the world. That's what we stand to lose. As stinky as our government is, we're being recorded. And my mother watches these. As stinky as our government is, consider what is going to be in second place that's going to pick up the mantle of shining a beacon for democracy around the world. I don't know, but we have an opportunity, and that opportunity translates into what I believe is an obligation for us. So this is not just something that we can, by happenstance, take advantage of in 2024. We have to do things right. I believe that running a national campaign is important, but only if we do it right. We can still do it wrong. In my view, we've done it wrong in the past, so I know that we can do it wrong. We've missed plenty of opportunities. I believe that doing it right means completely differentiating us from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. That's a mistake that we've made in the past. Our job is not to seek common ground with Republican and Democratic politicians. Our job is to seek common ground with Republican and Democratic voters. Most Americans have a libertarian leaning. We need to give those people a way to find us. And that means that we need to identify ourselves crisply and clearly. We need to stake a flag in the ground and make it easy to find us and hang on to us. Remember that in 2016, the reason Gary, and I don't mean any disrespect, we got a lot of Gary fans here, right? I like Gary. I like Jo Jorgensen. Jo's been kind to me. She seems like a smart, nice, and libertarian person. So this ain't personal. But the reason the Gary Johnson campaign collapsed in 2016 was not because he forgot the name of his town in Syria. The reason that his campaign collapsed was because when he did eventually make a mistake and forgot the name of a town in Syria, he had not given his followers enough reason to hang on to him. His supporters vanished because there was not enough meat on the bones to grab onto and give them a reason to hang with them through the tough times. And I would ask you to contrast this with your other favorite person, Donald Trump. Yes, that was sarcastic. We're still being recorded. Donald once famously said, I was in the 80s in New York, so I got plenty of background reasons to dislike Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong. Donald Trump once famously said, I could probably go out on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody without losing a great deal of support. It's not a direct quote, but you get the basic idea, right? I'm not sure he was wrong about that. And proof toward that concept, he's done a lot of weird things over the years, and it turns out he still does have a great deal of support. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that shooting someone on Fifth Avenue is worse than forgetting the name of a town in Syria. I'm just going to make that assertion without putting it up for a vote. But Gary hadn't given people a reason to hang on. People know why they hate Donald Trump. They know why they love Donald Trump. I'm not suggesting we run a national campaign that emulates Donald Trump. Don't mishear me. But we need to differentiate ourselves just as crisply as he does. You cannot run a campaign that says, I'm fiscally conservative like a Republican and socially liberal like a Democrat. If that's your shtick, don't bother. Stay home. If your interest is in going out in front of a camera and saying, I don't like inflation. Inflation is bad. The people that give us inflation are naughty. We're being recorded. Please, I can hear that from a Republican. I can hear that from a Democrat. We need institutional level change in the United States. If you're afraid to say inflation comes from bad public policy and bad public policy comes from the Federal Reserve System and we need to sunset the Federal Reserve System, if it bothers you to say that, there are other parties that might be good homes for you. Mr. Vandenberg did not lead those applause because he wants you to join the other party. So let's make sure we have our timing down. We do need to end the Fed. We need to sunset other agencies. Our government needs institutional level change. We need to be able to say that forcing youngsters into the Social Security system is evil. If you can't say that, then don't run a national campaign. This is how we have to differentiate ourselves. So it's not just an opportunity, it really is an obligation because you're not going to hear that from anybody else. This is our call of duty. Thank you. Thanks for listening. You want to see if there's a question? Do you have any minutes for questions? Okay. But we have a rule. And remember, we do a lot of conventions, right? Okay, so here's the rule. Weird questions only. Is that fair? Okay, so what do we got? Someone must have something. You don't look weird, but we'll give you a shot. I can repeat your question if you want for the microphone to make sure my mom hears it.
Yeah. Colton Aston, Marion County. I have a weird question for you.
Yeah.
Is this government is very overreaching and they like your secrets.
Yeah.
And among those secrets is that we are not alone in the universe.
Yeah.
And the government has a lot of technology that's been hidden from
Yep.
us.
Yep.
What?
All true.
What would
the question is coming.
What would you do?
Yep.
To help expose the people who have hidden this technology from the everyday people?
Yep.
We're talking energy sources that we can get off of coal.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking some very high tech that can get us off the planet.
Yep.
And a secret government who's trafficking kids,
Mm-hmm.
who is dealing drugs illegally.
Mm-hmm.
That's their funding.
Yeah.
What will you do to expose these people? Because this is my number one. This is why I became a libertarian, when I figured this stuff out.
Right.
That the government is hiding a lot of stuff from us.
Yes.
How or what can you do to expose these people? Because these people are holding up humanity and what human beings are able to achieve.
We're just testing the cameras.
This is a very important issue for me.
It is an important issue.
So,
Ronald Reagan used to, for those of you, not born in 1961 in Portland, Ronald Reagan was a president of the United States. And he used to lament the idea that he only had 400 political appointees that were Senate confirmed. And the reason he was so upset about that is because it turns out that most of the government is aligned against you as president, no matter what party you're from, because individuals that run the government are actually embedded in this bureaucracy that has its own interests, right? And a big part of that is to keep secrets, to your point. Whatever the secrets are about. I mean, and sometimes it's about completely benign things, right? And sometimes there's secrets about things that everybody already knows. The overarching problem is secrecy. You do need to appoint very hard-ass libertarians to those political appointed positions. Then you need to shrink down the agencies, okay? Where I'm going is you need to get rid of a number of agencies. NASA is a perfect example. NASA should not exist. That's a joke. And that comes from someone who is educated as an aeronautical engineer. We'll get back to the reason for NASA in a minute, right? But to sunset an entire agency, which is what has to be done to expose secrets, make no mistake about it. In many cases, these agencies, the whole agency, lock, stock, and barrel, has to be eradicated. The FBI being another example. And there are ways to go about this, but what it needs to start with is you need to winnow down the scale and scope of the agency by appointing libertarians who would be able to institute that line of reasoning. It's only when an agency, no matter how large or small, gets unimportant that you can make a run at it politically and then break it up. Does this make sense so far? So, for example, the FBI, you have to reduce its caseload until it no longer has the political clout that it does, then break it into 3 parts. One, you send to the Defense Department, if anyone actually believes that there is actually anti-espionage work that it needs to do, because the Defense Department, at least as of today, is less politicized than the FBI. Then a third of it you need to send to the state agencies, and a third of it you just stop doing completely, all the political crap. That's an example. NASA in particular has to be sunset. Look, to the extent to which that there are aliens among us, the idea that we should spend billions of dollars trying to communicate with them, I find to be completely a joke. According to our technology, it is literally impossible for there to be aliens among us. That's what our current physics says, that there is no way for someone to have traveled, something, or even an idea to have traveled to this planet. That's what our science says, that it's absolutely impossible. In other words, if they're here or will be here or could be here, we are so far behind them scientifically that if they wanted to communicate with us, they would. If they don't want to, there's nothing that we can do to bridge that gap. If they wanted us to be dead, we wouldn't have this conversation. So we should just relax, understand that we're at their mercy, and let that play out. But to the extent to which there are secrets, the answer is you have to get rid of NASA completely. I believe that there are secrets. There's no question there's secrets. The only answer, the only question remaining is whether they're interesting, right? I mean, we may find out that this is what it was all about, right? It may be very disappointing. I'm sorry, were you going to ask? Yeah, please.
Welcome back to Oregon.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Question in 2 parts. First, what has been your favorite part of the convention so far?
Yeah.
And the second part is, do you support jury nullification?
Yeah, with jury nullification, absolutely. And that's not only because it's the ultimate decentralization, but because we need a way for people to express per se what it is that jury nullification accomplishes. And so often, we have these processes in place that don't work. And criminal statutes, something I've dealt with. I was a cop on the road for 11 and a half years in Broward County in Florida. And you see time and time again, the legislature thinks it's smart to criminalize something. And never mind all the black market stuff that, as an economist, just drives you crazy. It's so dangerous. Never mind the war on drugs. That we need to get rid of. But even to the extent to which laws that you and I might even, imagine even libertarians, agreeing that something should be criminalized. I can't even think of an example right now, but let's, in some other existential universe, you and I agree something ought to be criminalized. You and I don't have any idea how that's going to play out. There is no way to draft law that takes everything into consideration that needs to, which is why, by the way, it's not always a bad thing that police officers have so much discretion. I don't think people realize that the first line of nullification is a police officer, or should I say the last line of nullification is the police officer, which is one of the reasons why so many officers resist cameras. It's the reason why I resisted a camera for a little while. I do believe that cops need to have cameras because it thwarts bad behavior. But one of the things it does do is it obliges you to painstakingly arrest people when the city says, we want these people arrested. It takes away a lot of discretion, if that makes sense. Yeah, so yeah, we do need to get there. But more importantly, your other question was?
Your favorite part of the convention?
Yeah, there's no question about that. Just the fact that you made it through bylaws without anyone punching each other in the face was really great. And one of the things I was going to say about the fact that, we can't go around telling people we're socially liberal like Democrats. We're not. We actually are socially liberal. We don't go around telling people, you got to fall in line with the way I think, or we're going to ostracize, we're going to cancel you. That's not our way. we argue, we punch each other in the face, and then we go have beers. And I think that's the American way. Yeah. Peter.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Thanks for having us.
I have to admit, I was not too familiar with you before today.
That's my fault, not yours.
I understand that the Florida Meats Caucus in general supports you, so I'm trying to hear you out and like a lot of you guys say today. My question,
and other people in Florida.
Yeah.
Other people in Florida.
Sure. My question is, the reason why generally the Mises Caucus is inclined to support a Dave Smith if he runs, or Maj Toure, who I believe is announcing today, is because he's willing to go all the way. Are you willing to go all the way and say that democracy is a fraudulent and evil system, and the state has no legitimate authority over us at all, and we deserve to be free people? And the democracy is like Ben Franklin said, two wolves and a sheep arguing over what's for dinner.
Before we go any further, I should probably say those are four different things that have to be unpacked. First of all, Dave Smith wouldn't say that, number one, which is fine. I don't mean to say anything disparaging about Dave, but he would not agree with that. Number two, Maj would not only not agree with that, but is not announcing tomorrow. Having said that, number three, I think I'm up to actually number four. The fact that our democracy has moved in the wrong direction and that it has led to an illegitimate force of government is true, absolutely true. And I would go so far as to say that's the reason why I'm afraid that a lot of us are not going to be all that disappointed when the U.S. federal government goes out of business. Having said that, I think the jury is out on whether democracy per se is illegitimate. And that's not only because we don't know all the different ways it can play out. So far, it has not gone well. I'll give you that. But one of the problems is that communities have a right to come together and decide how to do certain things. For example, communities have the right to talk about something that I'm most familiar with. Communities have the right to decide to come together and decide what they want to criminalize and how to enforce that. That has not gone well. So I'll give you that. But communities do have a right to try to figure that out. And any time that a community comes together and makes decisions in a group context, that is per se public. How are you going to rule that? Because as much as you and I might be frustrated with the way democracy has played out and is likely to play out, it's very hard to argue that another system is a better idea. It's also hard to argue that there aren't elements of our community that need protection in a group sense. I am all for protecting my family with a shotgun. That's how I do things today. But having been a police officer on the road for 11 and a half years, I can tell you there are people that need to be protected. And sometimes there are people that need to go to jail. How a community decides how to handle that is a tricky situation. But democracy is in first place at the moment. Anything else? Do we still have 2 seconds? 2 seconds, please.
Yeah. Cody McNuggets from Lane County. Just wanted you answered my original question. I was actually going to ask you about reform of the FBI, but equally important, especially since this year we have.
If this were the 1950s, I would say we should reform the FBI. And I think that today we've had enough data to suggest it's an institutional level structural problem. And I would suggest that we need to sunset it and break it into pieces. So that's.
Already touched on that.
Yeah.
The question for you would be, if you were elected president, how you would address the out of control military-industrial complex and, a defense budget where we're basically writing a blank check.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Touch on that.
Yeah, and I wish it were as easy as the fact that we were writing a blank check, which we sort of are by the people that we elect. Unfortunately, I think it's actually worse than that in the sense that a lot of our politicians are motivated to shove money down their throats. frequently you see the Defense Department finding itself in charge of slush funds they don't know what to do with. I think the first, it's a multi-layer problem. So if I say anything that actually sounds like this is easy, shame on me. It's a multi-layered and level problem, and it has to start out with this party delivering a clear anti-war message because no one else is doing it. And I think that the American public is much more open to an anti-war message than ever before. There really aren't examples where the American public would point to a military intervention recently, even if you define recently to be the last 75 years, but certainly recently, that they would point to that and say, notwithstanding the fact that we lost thousands of lives and billions of dollars, that was a good idea, right? There just aren't, those examples don't exist. It's not really true, and we don't say this out loud, and I understand why, but I'm going to say it now. We are not good at this. As a nation, as a Defense Department, as a military complex, we are not good at achieving strategic objectives in the interest of the American people. Now, tactically speaking, we seem to be excellent, right? We're good at killing, blowing things up, moving materials from one place to another, opening sea lanes, taking and holding ground. We're good at actually toppling governments, as long as you don't mind the secret eventually coming out. There are a lot of things that we're good at tactically, but strategically speaking, we're bad at it. We're just not good at it. And I think people are starting to recognize that. And so that needs to be made first. In other words, it has to be slightly uncomfortable for politicians to feed the beast because they know that underneath them, it's sand that's eroding under their feet. The other thing that has to be done, structurally speaking, is we have to have a president who commits to an absence of military intervention without a declaration of war. And I would go one step further, which is to say that any declaration of war should be subject to an approval of the states. That it can't be as easy as Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill saying, oh, fine, go ahead. Because that's kind of what they do today, right? And if you find it difficult to rally 26 state legislatures, then maybe that's just too bad. So there's a structural answer and a cultural answer, and it's going to take both. So Karen Ann, I didn't mean we need to cut it off in 2 seconds because I didn't want to hear from you. I just meant that you and I are going to yell at each other in an hour anyway, so go ahead.
We're not. And you know I love you. But
I love you very much.
It's challenging. And the thing is, I'm never going to agree with anyone who's running 100%. So if we don't agree on something, that's perfectly cool.
Yes, it is.
My question, though,
I'm sorry there isn't anything we disagree on, but.
Well, I think there might be right at this moment.
I was being sarcastic. Yeah.
I will say democracy is illegitimate.
Yeah.
However, I understand.
I didn't mean it was not illegitimate. What I mean to say is that functionally speaking, it's hard to figure out how to replace it.
Well,
That's what I meant.
I think you might have been giving a pragmatic answer, and I don't have a problem.
Yes,
I don't
exactly. No, philosophically, democracy sucks.
Okay, well, that's
But
to clarify
yeah,
here.
yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know what we're going to replace it with.
Right, that's
but
my problem.
For a principled reason, all it takes is one person to object, and then that makes it coercion and illegitimate. I was just wondering if you would agree with that.
I agree with that 100%. Yes, I agree with that 100%. Well, we'll find something else. Give us time. Yeah. Ma'am.
Michelle Bird, Robert
Unalive himself? Yeah, and I think what you mean is, will there come maybe you don't, there's two ways we can go with this. Do you mean that there might be some very publicly viewed scenario in which he loses his life? Or do you mean, and these are both important questions, I'm just curious which way you want to go. Or do you mean that 40 years from now we'll look back and we'll say there was no RFK Jr., that he was never born, that, Oceania has always been at war with Adriana? Is that what you meant, or you just mean something bad might happen to him? The first one. Yeah, okay. All true. Do I fear for it? Yeah, I absolutely fear for it. I don't think that that's going to happen. But a lot of things happen that I don't think are going to happen. Spike Cohen says something really funny every once in a while, and every time he says it, I get a chuckle. He says, I'm not going to be able to quote him directly, but he basically says, the reason you need to pay attention to conspiracy theories is not really because any one particular conspiracy theory isn't crazy, right? Because, you know, they are, right? The reason you need to pay attention to them is because so often a handful turn out to be true, right? In other words, if you have 500 of them and they all sound crazy, I can't pick out which one is going to come true. They all sound nuts. I just know that at the end of the day, 73 of them are going to be true. And that's a problem. So I don't know if he's going to be okay or not. I think he's a good guy. I've met a couple of his people. I think he's basically a good guy. He does remind me a great deal philosophically, even though all the issues have changed. He does remind me a great deal of his father in the following sense. They're both statists at heart. He really is a statist. He's a good government guy. He wants government to work better. He wants the regulatory structure to be better, not smaller. And so I think he really has a good heart. And I don't mean that as a compliment. But he seems like a guy who really wants to make the world a better place. And on some level, you got to respect that or appreciate it. Maybe respect is the wrong word, but you got to appreciate that. I think he really is a good guy. I think that what people don't realize is just how un-libertarian he is. He really is a statist at heart, and he would not shrink the scale and scope of government. He would just try to make it work a heck of a lot better. I don't think he has a chance against Joe Biden, and I just hope that that plays out in a way that doesn't increase his family's health premiums, I guess is how I would say it. So thank you. Thanks very much. You're all very nice. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We always appreciate when presidential candidates can make it out here in the boonies, and that was great to listen to. All right. Next up, I had a specific request from the outgoing chair of the Public Policy Board to let our speaker have a few more minutes because the next report is not going to be too long. But next on the agenda is the report of the Public Policy Board from its outgoing chair, Travis West.
Hello, everyone. So today I'm here to talk about the importance of a political platform for the Libertarian Party of Oregon. So the Public Policy Board has created a draft platform for the LPO. It's viewable at the URL pictured, also via the QR code. You'll see many planks listed in this document. Some of them are not going to have any content beneath them. And that's because we had a lot of debate and conversation about those, and we haven't really come to a solid agreement on some of those. But you will see a lot of content. None of it's been approved or finalized, but we wanted to share and present it to you guys so you kind of have an idea of what is coming. So a political platform is not just a document. It's a declaration of our beliefs, our values, and our vision for Oregon. It serves as a guide for our actions and decisions. It communicates to the public what we stand for as a party. It's the foundation of our messaging. It helps us communicate our principles clearly and consistently. And when we talk about issues like taxation, governance, or the economy, we're not just sharing our opinions, we're expressing the core beliefs that guide our party. Our platform is also a powerful tool for attracting new members. When people understand what we stand for, they can make an informed decision about whether our party aligns with their own beliefs and values. Our platform can help us form strategic alliances. Other organizations, groups, or individuals who share our beliefs may be willing to work with us to achieve common goals. Finally, our platform guides our political activity. It informs our positions on legislation, our strategies for campaigning, and our responses to current events. So the Public Policy Board met monthly since its creation, and drafting a platform was one of our tasks. We listed topics or planks that seemed important to Oregon and to liberty in general. We assigned members to each of those planks, and we worked on it. Then we came together and had several work sessions that were several hours long each, and we just debated a lot, as Libertarians do, on all of these topics and planks. In the end, we ended up with 27 sections. The incoming Public Policy Board, or soon-to-be council, will be able to add, amend, change everything that you see. And so with that said, if you are reviewing this document and you have your own opinion or suggestions, feel free to reach out to this incoming Public Policy Board and share your thoughts. Overall, the theme of the platform, the draft platform, has the theme of individual freedom, limited government, and voluntary association. So it'll be this incoming elected Public Policy Board again that ends up finalizing this document. So this isn't, as you look at it, it's not our official public policy for the LPO, but it gives you an idea. So I want to personally thank the members of the outgoing Public Policy Board. I know they put a lot of time into this, and they sacrificed a lot of their, well, we had a lot of arguing, let's put it that way. And so I'm open to any questions you guys may have at this point. So you can go to that small shortened URL on a browser, or if you have a smartphone, you can take a picture of that QR code, and it should pop up if it works. We can also make it available online, on the LPO website later. But it is just a draft, right? So it's just a working document. So none of it's final. It's just an idea to let you steam over something during lunch, maybe. I don't know. Pablo?
For this platform to be adopted by an LPO?
So this incoming Public Policy Board that we just elected will be able to do what they want with it. And so we wanted to hand them a pretty polished, finished document, near finished, that they can kind of take and go, okay, we like this, we're going to change this and that. And then they just have to vote and adopt it as policy per our bylaws. And so they could do that like next month or in a couple months, right? So that's probably the time frame you're looking at, I would guess. And then it becomes, posted online, and it's the official LPO public policy. And so the ramifications of this are pretty significant. So previously we haven't been able to message at all on things that aren't official public policy. So we had to have like specific resolutions and whatnot. So with a platform in place, what that will allow the LPO to do is, like our social media teams or our chair or anyone else is designated or represents the LPO can look at the bills that are coming forward or other things, and they can filter it really quickly through the platform. So if you have like a gun control bill coming up and you look at our platform says all gun control is bad. You don't have to have any kind of bureaucracy. You just immediately know LPO is opposed to this, and this is an example. But I imagine that would probably be our policy.
One follow-up question. This is kind of a question that people in the room who have more decades of experience with the Libertarian Party of Oregon. Has the Libertarian Party of Oregon ever had a policy platform? And if so, when did that stop?
Actually, yes, this is an excellent time to plug lpedia.org, which contains a lot of the Libertarian Party's history and sometimes can answer questions like that. The LPO has not had a public policy platform for over a decade, since at least 2011. And that was before my time, so I'm not completely familiar with how much of a presence it has at that time.
Any other questions? All right, thank you guys for your time.
All right, and thank you to the outgoing Public Policy Board for their work. And by the way, if you like something they say, if you don't like something they say, tell them. They want the feedback. They seriously do want to represent the membership of the LPO. So if you're able to reach out to them and provide input, that makes their job easier and helps them to do it better. We're moving just a little bit ahead of schedule, but I think now is a great time to do the report of the affiliate committee, which according to my schedule is going to be Will Hobson coming on up here. Thank you, everyone. Yes, we have been working very hard for the last couple of years to help basically get the ball rolling on our different affiliates. To give you an idea, we have a of the different affiliates that have recently sprung up in the last 2 years that are very active. I want to give a big shout out to Travis West again, who is not only working really hard, has been working really hard with the Public Policy Board over this last year, but he's also been the chair of the very active Sherman County Libertarian Party of Oregon. And it's just phenomenal to see the energy that's coming out of that, that county party. I think right now, is Travis still, okay, right here. Is there right now the elected officials that are in that affiliate? You have 2 elected city councilors, correct?
It's 3 city councilors, 4 members, and we have 4 members of our allies.
Yeah.
And those city councilors are allies. That we're allies either we're radicalizing this, not quite sure what.
Yes, and
you could say that in the mic so that they can
yeah,
hear you.
absolutely, yeah. So sorry, yeah.
Travis West, County. So we have 3 city council members of the Libertarians in Sherman County. We have a school member, and then we have a couple school members that are allies, and then another city councilor that's an ally. And what I was saying by ally is we're trying to radicalize them and have them join the party officially. They need to come to our meetings and participate and whatnot.
I will say it rivals even Multnomah County in activity. Multnomah County has been doing a great job to, I've gone to several of the events at Primal Burger, seen you guys talk, seen you guys flesh out really great ideas. I think it's going really well. I think you guys are really on the cusp of achieving full-on party status. And I really encourage you to reach out to Pablo and get involved in there. I don't know, Pablo, do you want to add anything to how Multnomah is going?
I do want to say that we are looking to make forums. We 16 registered libertarians live in Multnomah County. That is a surprisingly difficult number for the most populous county in Oregon. The pattern we've observed is we identify libertarians, we get them excited, they come out to our meetups, and they move away. So we meet online and in person every first Saturday. So I'm eager to get a party started. We are an affiliated organization, but we're not a county party. The only county party affiliate that exists today in Oregon of all of the 30 plus counties is Sherman County. So I would like Multnomah County next week to be that second party. So please, if you're at home listening, check us out, Multnomah Libertarian, show up.
Thank you, Pablo. And then I know Peter Vandenberg is doing a lot of work with getting the Clackamas County affiliate started. Is now. Okay, so looks like Leon Noble isn't here right now, but he is one of the people leading in, I believe it's Lane County? Lane County, yeah, Lane County. And then we have, we have a couple other small groups. We have some people helping out in Douglas County. But over the next, this next year, I think we're going to have a really big opportunity during the presidential cycle to bring a lot of new members in. Every presidential cycle kind of activates people, gets people a lot more interested in politics. I really want to have a really strong ground game with as people come in, if they show interest, we get their, their name, phone number, email, their county of residence, and we really try to plug them in with like-minded people in their area. I think sometimes what happens, and if I wasn't, super involved on the state level, I probably would have lost steam on this, but trying to get people to meet in my county, I did make a good faith effort in Hood River County, very difficult. Even when we had the convention right on their doorstep, I sent out a mailer to every registered Libertarian in Hood River, and I basically got no response. So sometimes it's difficult in different geographical areas, so I'm kind of the opinion that we should be focusing a lot of energy in already successful county affiliates, get some really good success stories, get some earned media, and then showcase them around to give people the idea of like, okay, this can be done. There's kind of a phenomenon when Olympic runners break a barrier, or any, a lot of athletes, once a barrier is broken, it tends to continue to get broken, even though, it was never broken before. I think that works similarly in politics. Once people see us as having a successful, county level program, I think that will inspire others to know that it can be achieved. So, I think, we kind of launched a strategy for affiliate formation where we essentially said, we gave people the green light. If you are the only Libertarian in your county, you kind of, essentially we want to give you permission to kind of get the ball rolling, start some social media, start an account, get onto the Discord server, check your county channel to see if anybody pops in. That's where we're going to funnel them into, new people. Say, go onto the Discord, go to your county channel, say, hi, I want to help out, where are you? And the moment that happens, talk back to them, try to meet in person, get a little hangout going at your local pub. Get if you want to have a little protest for, a county commissioner, get something going, even if it's just two people, it's two people for now, but then someone will see it and then it'll be three, it'll be four. And, we have to have that, I think, that patience to grow it, because once it gets bigger, I think the growth becomes exponential. I think during the presidential year, we'll have a lot of opportunity to do that. So if you're at all interested in helping lead or get more involved in an affiliate, just, see me, we'll get you on the Discord for that, and I'll try to link you up with somebody that's nearby. Another thing too is that your affiliate doesn't necessarily have to be one county. If you feel like you're over a very broad, underpopulated geographical area, like if you're in, Eastern Oregon, and you want to form an affiliate that is actually two counties or a region, you can get creative with it. So if you want to have access to more people, if you think that'll help get the ball rolling. So again, if you're interested, just come see me. But I think we'll make a lot of progress this year, and we already have. So if anybody has any questions about that, I guess do I have time to take some questions, Timothy? Okay, yeah. Does anyone have any questions about county affiliate formation and how to get going?
When you do that Libertarian thing and ask the question, but I also get some information. The lpo.org/affiliate has a list of counties in Oregon and also resources on how you can get started with creating an affiliate. And like Bill said, it starts with social media. So please head on there and take a look and get more information.
Yeah, social media or social media. Basically, we want you to do the fun stuff first. Get get kind of addicted to doing the fun stuff, and then once you want to start tackling the more erudite, how to legally form an entity, how to form a PAC, how to elect, how to have your first convention, because you will have county level affiliate conventions. That will come once you have more members, but don't overstress yourself out. If it's just you and a friend, do the easy fun stuff, get the ball rolling, and then we can build from there. So that's my report. So, sorry, what's up? Yeah, can you raise your hand if you're from Lane County? One? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I got to say, I think that the county parties are kind of the most important thing that we have going moving forward, because state party, it's a few volunteers up there at the top, and they also tend to be kind of clustered in the northwestern part of the state, and we can't get everything done by ourselves. And so if for absolutely no other reason than needing to share the workload of member engagement, we really need to have libertarians at the local level where they can go meet you, see face to face, chat with you, and get engaged with the party and do all the good things like volunteering for candidates and helping us to win some of those city council races, those state rep races that are going to get us on the map. All right, that was the report of the affiliate committee. We're going to kind of stand at ease until we're set up for the afternoon or the lunch panel. But I do want to take this opportunity to make a quick fundraising pitch. So I know it's your favorite part, right? So we just passed a number of bylaws amendment proposals, and the incoming board of directors, in order to send those out to the membership, is going to have to pay for some electronic voting software, because it turns out that people don't want to process your data for free when you're trying to process it for 20,000 people. And they're also going to have to send them a mailer that contains their credentials for accessing the electronic ballot. And that's how what we passed today is going to get implemented. So if we just have the number of people who are in this room, or if you guys are willing to fill out one of these donation envelopes, thank you, Pablo, which you can get over at registration. Make sure that you're filling out all of that information. That's stuff that we have to tell the state, or else we don't get to keep the money. And that way we can actually pay to have these things get implemented. And it's actually kind of important to get some of those in now. We kind of want to get some of those changes made as soon as possible, so that the incoming board knows whether or not they have to hold a convention next year, or if they were to wait until the next primary election, they would still have to use that very specific form of single transferable vote, which I caused a big headache for us this year with the director election. We did end up getting it processed, but it's a significant step up in complication when it comes to a full primary election. So we want to get those out as soon as possible, and so the LPO needs money to do that. So, you've probably heard this before, but for the price of a cup of coffee, you could drink another cup of coffee and be more productive and give us the money that you get from being more productive. So, yeah, I think that's how it goes. Anyway, so I encourage you to fill out one of these forms, and as a little bit of extra, anyone who is incoming as a director or on the public policy board, this doesn't count for you, but anyone else in this room, if you're willing to make a recurring donation, a monthly donation of $5, I'll match 10 of you. So it's going to be $10. All right. So just let me know that you're going to do that. Sign up, and I'm going to do the same. All right. So let's get this done. Thank you. And really quickly, I want to thank the different organizations that are here that share our views on some really important issues. I'd like to thank the Greater Idaho Movement for coming and tabling today. Please check them out. It's a very interesting thing that could change our state forever. So whether you agree or disagree with it, it's probably a good idea to talk to them and figure out what could happen. And it might be beneficial. Might want to, learn more about it. Definitely check out Amy's table over at the Star Voting. Learn about Star Voting. It's a lot of people think it would be a really great idea. We definitely probably change up the voting dynamics that we have all across the state and the country. Thank you for Richard for hosting the Western Liberty Network. They do some really great classes. If you're looking to get started with local level elections, I attended one of their classes where they, it's like very, very first, basically getting involved in a local level race, what you have to do to form a team and how to scale up that team, whether it's just you running for a city council seat in a very small town, so like progressively more complex campaign teams necessary to win like a county level commission seat. He has some really great resources, lots of knowledge. I highly recommend checking out his educational resources. I want to thank Mike for coming out and speaking with us. Check out his social media. I look forward to the debates at the national convention next year in Washington, D.C. Thanks to Set Oregon Free for coming out and do a lot of really great work learning teaching some of our members how to set up PACs and train our campaigns. I think that was a lot of good work was done last year. I also want to thank Children's Self-Defense Fund for a lot of the really heroic work you guys have been doing to defend the rights of our children and resist COVID tyranny. I think we owe you a debt of gratitude for a lot of the really hard work you did in the face of some very vitriolic opposition. So thanks for coming out, and I encourage everyone to go there and get some extra information, consider maybe being a part of their organization. So and then I don't know. I'm a member of the Mises Caucus, so I can't thank myself. That's weird. But we have some really great resources over at the Mises Caucus table. I've been on a kick of providing people with free books and literature. So if you go there, you can get a free book if you're an adult, and we have a couple of books for kids, some Tuttle Twins books. Highly recommend grabbing a copy of the law if you haven't already read it. It's a really quick, one night read. A lot of really great insights by Frederick Bastiat. I think that if you haven't already read it, it really forms a really strong foundation for libertarian philosophy. So anyway, that's all I'll say. So. All right, so just as a reminder, we're going to kind of be at ease until about 12:45, maybe a few minutes after, as we get ready for our lunch panel. Just as a extra little something, I've been informed that there is a matching donor. If you specify that you're making a donation for the electronic balloting software that the Libertarian Party of Oregon uses, then that is going to be matched up to a few $100s. So if that's something that you want to earmark, it's actually called out in our bylaws that the board has to use it for that purpose or else refund you. So if that's something where you're like, okay, here's the thing that I want to help out with, and you're going to be able to double your money or double the impact of your money to the party. So yeah, 12:45.
Right around.
No, they won't let you. Which is the only. There was something. I don't see it. That would be an option. Oh, yeah.
And I'm talking about like literally, I don't like possible. So I think so aspirational. But I would expect a lot of but also a lot of people yes. And then that 1 year when somebody and I was mentioned okay. I don't know.
Their fucking game is no one that has never wavered.
I don't.
Right now.
Oh, yeah, let's do it right here. Oh, yeah.
We may have to be on October 14th. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know way more about it.
Oh,
Think that will be enough range? I think that there's only 3 people, so I think that'll do. What was that? All right, the lunch panel is going to be starting just a little bit late. Food is almost here, but if the panelists could work your way up to the front, that would be great. Thank you. I'll introduce you. We could do another table. There's more than 3 though. Well, I was thinking of her 4. Oh, Charlie's right. Charlie's not here. And then,
I don't have it. Well, no. We can have another. I don't mind.
Let's, and the mic, I'm expecting to get more free.
No, we're not eating.
I think we
Can we sit in 4 chairs?
Yeah, so I'm thinking to stick another card table up here. Also, just by the way,
So let me start saying we're at 5 minutes at around 1:15. So if anyone wants to hear from the panel, and if the panelists could head up to the table, that would be great.
Hello. Hello. Chaos. Leon. Travis. Nice to meet you. I have no clue what we're doing. Me neither. You run for office? I did. But I ran for state senate against Floyd Pulowski. One person. Both a Republican and a Democrat I ran against. Because he's the same guy. You're going to get the pizza? Yes. I'm going to get something so I can put it all over my shirt. Where are you from? Okay, I was about to say, that's a wide question there. Lane is where I traveled from today. I'm registered to vote in Lane County. Sadly, I only have one other member of the Lane County Libertarian Party. So we had a few Lane County conference more of a weekend. Oh, trust me, my wife is very angry at me right now. Well, my understanding there was a want to make this a multi-day event in more of a touristy area originally, so that multiple people could.
Oh, right. Is this still on?
Bring
still have
families,
Zoom
stay at a
going.
hotel. Yeah.
Yes.
Drop,
Okay,
stop.
so, ladies and
Couple hours
gentlemen,
doing business, and then
we had an adjustment to our menu. Pizzas over here. It is suggested that you send us a little donation for set order free. There's a QR code right there, or you can just hand some cash over to Lars or Toby or myself.
Oh, yeah.
It is a suggested donation, $10.
We would do
That includes a drink if you want a drink. In the meantime, we're going to introduce the panelists here. We have sitting city council person, city councilor Travis West, Lars Jefferson, and we'll be joining. He is the set organ treasurer, Eric Cannell, the candidate, and the number one of the Libertarian Party Oregon vote taker for the last election. We have Ricky and Michael Morrow as candidates. And we have Charlie Cox, who is appearing via Zoom, who is the Set Oregon 3 Communications Director. Today's conversation is about, yes, we're doing a Tokyo Drift in the campaign bus. What does that mean? That means how are we going to
whenever Charlie needs to talk,
how did we get where we're going with the rest?
Okay. Because that's the only way that we can get her audio.
Okay, Mr. West did just win an election, correct? Okay. So here comes the hard part. We have a open spot.
Just the city council position last year.
We have a quarter-inch jack. Maybe. Okay, we're gonna try to get a couple wireless microphones on the board here. In the meantime,
we can swivel and share.
I'm gonna turn it over to Travis West and Eric Nell to kind of start things off and talk about what they've learned. I know, I'm like I'm throwing them under the campaign bus now. You're like, what are we gonna talk about?
I've been asking this for weeks.
Well, let's start with Mr. West and what he learned with his campaign and how he got into office.
Hello, everyone. So I didn't actually want to run, and I saw it more as a defensive move. And if someone comes this next election and says they're interested in my position and I am happy with them, I'm happy to step aside and help them take it. But with that said, so in my little town of Morrow, we basically had an open position, a vacancy, and I sought appointment, and there's a few people that also sought that appointment. And so we each had 3 minutes to talk, and I warned them that I was a libertarian and that I'm radical, and they still chose me. And then the election coming up, I ran unopposed as the incumbent, right? So it was, I really didn't do much because I knew I was running unopposed. But had it been opposed, I probably would have just done a mailer. And then, it's such a small town, we're not really set up for debates or anything. Nothing like that happens. You could realistically go door to door in one day and introduce yourself, right? And do a mailer and keep it simple. That's what I would do. And then we did have a few positions come up in Sherman County recently, particularly with our school board. And some thoughts we actually had to really think about is, it's nonpartisan, and do we as a county party endorse officially some of the candidates? Because we had candidates for the 3 open positions that we were interested in having them win. Those were our type of people. They might not be, a couple of them weren't registered libertarians, but they were in line with what we wanted to change with our school. And what we wanted to have changed in our school was this code authoritarian stuff that Salem's forcing, the Department of Education is forcing on our school. So even our school in Sherman County locked down, the volunteers and staff had to have proof of vaccinations and stuff like that we just did not agree with. philosophically, right? And so we wanted some people on our school board that were courageous, that would stand up and say, no, we're not going to do this, and then deal with those ramifications, whatever they were. And so one of the things we had to really consider is, do we officially endorse these candidates? Because we're trying to fight this, like, what kind of reputation does the Libertarian Party have in Sherman County? And so that was something we really had to consider and discuss, because a lot of them don't really know what the Libertarian Party is or where it's going in the future. And so we didn't want to be seen as like this party obsessed with age of consent or something stupid like that, right? So we had to worry about our reputation, and we're still working our reputation in the county. So what we're doing in our county is we're trying to bring value to it, and we're trying to focus. Hey, we tell people we're extreme on gun rights, we're extreme on parental rights, and we want economic freedom. So we would basically take those three planks, focus entirely on them. We're trying to bring value. So we're focused, like, for example, recently we just did a Sherman County firearm class for Sherman County women. And you don't even have to be a registered Libertarian. You just pay $20, sign up, and we have instructors and a whole range, and we teach you how to, carry and use firearms to defend yourself and your family. And it was like a cheap, easy thing to assemble. Well, it wasn't that easy, but it was easy for them to sign up and attend, right? And then we're trying to encourage like our values and try to teach, self-defense and that kind of stuff. And we have our Sherman County Libertarian Party name all over it, right? And we're facilitating and sponsoring it. And it was a good way to show our county what we're about, what we want to see happen, the change that we want to bring. And it's all voluntary, right? So we're not forcing it down their throats. We're just saying, hey, you have a bunch of women in your family that want to do this, then you can go do it. And our one disqualifier was if you voted in favor of Measure 114, then you couldn't register for the class. There's no way for us to verify it, but we wanted to be a little spicy, right? And back to the, so we're working on reputation, and we're trying to, we actually have a Memorial Day float we're going to run Monday, and we've been having discussions about having like some of the people on our float like openly carry and stuff, just like, I think that'd be funny. I can't picture like Republicans or Democrats doing that, especially if they're like kids holding. I'm just kidding. But so we're really actively worried about like our reputation, what kind of message we want to give to our county, because there's a lot of misconceptions about us, and some of the things that have changed. Like we've had a lot of like folks in our county that are very conservative. And some of them are like, well, the Libertarian Party is pro-choice, so it's just a hang-up for me. I cannot associate with you anymore. And it's like, well, we're like officially neutral at the national level, and so that opens the door automatically with all of the conservatives in our county, right? So so we have to be tactful about our endorsements. Like, do we endorse them? Is it gonna be a turnoff, or are we gonna actually help with the endorsement? And so it's something we're navigating right now.
Okay, so what did you take from your campaign though?
So my campaign was basically nothing, right? I ran unopposed. So I kind of mentioned like what I would have done if there was someone. And honestly, I probably would have had a conversation with them too, and not threaten them or anything, but be like, hey, are you good on liberty? Then I'll step aside. Like I'm a busy man. I have other things I can do. But that wasn't the case, and I'm happy to be on city council now. I basically try to make it so that we can't do anything, and I've even thought about the idea of like just to be kind of cheeky, like introduce a motion to like, hey, I think the city should pay for firearms for all the poor people in the city, kind of like defend, if you need representation in court, and the government funds your defense attorney, right? Like a public defender. I was trying to think like, well, that's the constitutional right and Second Amendment. So something funny, to kind of do. I don't know if I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought about like, hey, we should disband the city council. Like it'd be kind of fun, or at least to talk about. There's nothing wrong with putting these things on the agenda and talking about it, right?
Everything you can to get the government to smaller. So, Eric, what kind of So Eric, what did you do with your campaign that garnered you the most voted by percentage in Libertarian Party last election?
Not being incumbent.
Not being incumbent?
Yeah. I mean, quite literally, I decided the day it was due that I was going to run. I couldn't get to Salem in time to be an independent. So I picked the phone, called the Libertarian Party. They said, yeah, register, not a problem. So I did. And quite literally, that's it. I spent a little bit of money on a website. I spent a little bit of money on having some signs made, which is something my company did anyways. So we put them out there, and that's all I did.
So having access to signage.
Well, signage does help.
So you told me a story about what happened with the Republican Party. And then it had something to do with they did not want to talk about anyone else at all.
Well, I'm not quite sure which one you're talking about, but I reached out to the Republican Party first because they had an office in the county, and they never returned my phone calls. So I reached out to the Libertarian Party, and I had a phone call back. I think Will actually called me within 20 minutes of me sending an email to him. So the Republicans had a Democrat become a Republican during this last election. Write-in.
Just a write-in candidacy.
Right, quite literally on the primary. Several Democrats who are registered as Republicans in the state wrote in Floyd as a Republican. So he got to be Republican and Democrat on the ballot. Then he's been a Democrat for 20 years.
And he's obviously not representing the Constitution, the voter age there.
No.
Because he's the one in charge of that horrible bill that replaced 114 with something worse.
Yep.
And, okay, that's a totally different subject. So I have noticed, tell me about the rules on signs. Do you know what the rules on signage are? We talk about this.
If the campaign puts a sign up, the campaign's responsible for taking the sign down. If the campaign gives the sign away for free, the campaign is responsible for taking the sign down. But if the campaign sells it for a donation to the campaign, then it's somebody else's property, and the campaign's not responsible for taking the sign down.
That's a kind of important distinction, isn't it?
Extremely important.
Because you turn volunteers into donors.
Yep.
And then they're responsible for the property.
Yep. You're not responsible for all the signs that are sitting on the side of the street that you don't know is there.
Did you have signs? No signs? Okay. I just wanted to ask. So, Mr. Morrow,
yes.
What about your experience? Did you have signs?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have any sort of merchandise or anything like that?
No merchandise, only in-person events.
Okay. Eric, how much did you spend on your campaign? Ballpark?
2,300.
2,300. Michael, how much did you spend on yours?
I'd say around 250.
250. How many votes did you get?
About 800, I believe.
About 800. How many votes did you get?
I just know it's 17% of the district.
17% of the district. Okay. You could probably do the math, but we're not going to bother. I know that I spent less than $650 and got around 6,000 votes. So we're kind of doing the math here to find out how much. Oh, Lars, are you ready to talk? Okay.
Yeah.
This is where we get into Lars's thing. So when we were doing I was doing the math, and I think I did the math wrong, because I think I said it was like $10 a vote, but maybe it's like 10 cents. Somebody wants to do the math. And anyway, so this is where we got interesting. Michael, what is the one piece of advice that I gave you. Hey, we got a microphone.
Sorry.
Where's Taylor at? Taylor. Okay. So the one piece of advice I gave you, I guess people don't know, I'm actually Michael Morrow's treasurer for his candidate. That's true. And that was an important kind of piece of information because we did not understand the rules. How many are familiar with the election rules in Oregon? 1, 2. Mr. Bird.
It gets crazy here when you let me explain.
Let me put it to you. Do you want to put it in a nutshell? You want me to do it?
Go for it.
Lars, do you want to do it? The goal here is not to edit. Listen to me talk. Listen to them talk. You're fucked. Okay, yes. Yes and no. The campaign finance issue in Oregon.
Well, that's fine.
That's the easy part. Yeah, that's the easy part. So what happens, let's ask this question. What happens if you know about an ad that was produced by another organization or person, and you're okay with it, obviously, because you knew about it? What happens in the ORSTAR system?
Am I the PAC or the candidate?
You're the PAC. Or you're the, yeah, as a candidate, what happens? Actually, let's answer that. Michael Morrow can be the candidate and Lars can be the PAC.
I can pay for his ad, but he can't look at it.
Well, he can look at it.
Well, he can look at it, but I can't talk to him.
But what happens when he looks at it? When he looks at it, what happens to ORSTAR?
He has to report it.
So let's just keep it at a nice manageable number. Let's call it $1,000. We spent $1,000 on a radio ad for Michael Morrow as Set Oregon Free. In ORSTAR, we say we spent that money, and then we say Michael spent that money too, and it instantly becomes $2,000. So we're talking about a multi-million-dollar, what was it, $50 million was spent? It wasn't. The Democrat Party spent a couple $1 million. The Kotek campaign spent a couple $1 million. The Republicans spent a couple $1 million. Reagan spent a couple $1 million. So-and-so spent a couple $1 million. Betsy spent a couple $1 million. And then it added up and multiplied, because every time you have to report it, it doubles. And that's how we get to 50 million. So it's not really a campaign finance issue, it's a reporting issue. And we'll get to the other part of this as it stops. It's on the line here.
And that is one of the big issues that you brought up, is that the minimum reporting, like, oh, you don't need to have a PAC, you don't have to report if you're under a certain amount. It takes hardly any effort to get above the reporting amount. And even if you're not spending it, if Set Oregon Free were to put out a mailer with your name on it,
or the Libertarian affiliate,
or a Libertarian county affiliate, or anything, that becomes reportable and almost instantly puts you above the amount where you have to have a PAC and you have to be reporting. So almost any candidate running really needs to form a PAC. It doesn't take hardly anything to do. You can find a local bank that will host the account. And I know I worked with Leon. I found one that charged nothing for us to have an account for my election.
I think we set my accounts through that.
Yeah.
There's only 3 accounts that I know about, but I think there's 2 more out there floating around. So the next part of that is, because we have to report it, and you can easily go over that $750 threshold, like, at the blink of an eye, because somebody else took money for you and you knew about it.
If you don't know about it, they can spend as much as they want. You don't have to report it. They can say whatever they want, but if they basically the way you're going to know if you know about it is that they use your voice or your image, because they're going to have to get permission to do that, unless of course it's an anti-ad campaign, and of course you're just screwed. But at that point now somebody else is going to have to respond for you. So that $750 threshold is literally there to keep us who don't know what's going on at bay. As soon as we learn these rules and we start playing by their rules, and that's I think that's our mistake. We keep trying to play by their rules instead of playing hard and loose with the rules they're given and cheating like they do. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud?
And on tape.
And on tape.
Well, you have to play by their rules so we can get in and change the rules.
Yeah, that's how we keep looking at it. Yeah. But they don't play by their own rules.
They don't play by any rules.
I mean, Shemaya Fagan just said we got herself totally toasted over not playing by the rules. And then somebody at the Democrat Party got roasted for not playing by the rules. Some Bitcoin group, or I don't know.
At 500,000 from FTX to the Democratic Party of Oregon.
The coin that went out of business. Oops. So here's where the next thing comes. And hey, Mike Tremack, I don't want to. I see you. I'm just going to point out that this is where the fun part comes. If I set up a political action committee that's different than a candidate committee, a political action committee, and I don't declare until the last possible moment, you know what I can do? I can drive around the United States on a bus like Sarah Palin and get paid for it. The moment that I declare, I am now bound by the rules of the candidate committee, and I can't get paid anymore.
Which is why people don't declare it.
That's right. Which is why I think that may have been your mistake at this point.
People are throwing so much money at me.
I'm going to point out you are the power. You are the power is literally a Spike Cohen PAC, and he has not stopped campaigning. I don't know if you're aware of this, but he's on Kennedy like once a week, it seems like. And talking, I think I saw 3 radio interviews last week on his YouTube channel. So the fact that he's campaigning, but he's not campaigning, with a PAC behind him, is going to change things. So, yeah, huge advantage. So that's why Set Oregon Free exists. Not because I'm running again, but because if we get together and do our fundraising beforehand, we can do things. The PAC rules are looser than our candidate rules. We can do things with our PAC, but we can do things we can do this with the candidate too. We can pay people on commissions with PAC. So, well, here's an example. Here's a perfect example. Set Oregon Free, the current policy for Set Oregon Free, anybody who brings in a $5,000 or more donation gets a cut of between 5 and 10%, depending on how much it is. Bring in $1 million, that's going to 10% is going to kick in, right? So we can pay on commission, which means our overhead is nothing still. And that changes the game. Michael, what else changed? We had a kind of a group thing going where I came to Salem. You want to talk about that?
Yeah.
Get the mic closer.
One of the things that we did was the 3 of us, Leon, myself, and Taylor, the 2 local House seats, 20 and 21, were me and Taylor. And so we were combining our efforts and our events in the area that we were representing, bringing in our governor candidate as well to reach as many voters as we possibly could. And by combining the effort, there was cost savings, but also that duplication of outreach where it wasn't just one voter hitting one candidate, but it was the entire slate of the Libertarian candidates available in their area.
And this is the thing that I was trying to do. I was trying to get like Mike out here, Mike Montsalin. I was trying to get him to just set up a meeting just in Umatilla County that I can't. Doesn't like his parents doesn't want this. But the approach is not for the campaign to do everything, it's to find volunteers for the campaign. And that's where the Oregon Free kind of comes in, is because that way we can have these pool of volunteers. We learned a lot of stuff. Lars, how many people are needed to be a treasurer of, let's say, 10 organizations? One person can be the treasurer of 10 different organizations, 20 different organizations. The hardest part is figuring out, making sure that the right columns are filled. One person can be responsible for that, and it's not considered a conflict of interest. I asked that question. They said no. Now, Lars, is that different than federal?
Well, okay, so with the federal thing, John Newton contacted me to be his treasurer for his run for Senate. And I reached out because I was just wondering, because the state rules and the federal, there's a whole other thing that goes on with the federal rules that, well, I'm not familiar with. And I reached out to Todd Hagopian on Twitter, and he recommended that there be a separation. So if you have federal candidate and you're doing something with the state, just to avoid that conflict of interest. Or if it stays in state, I think you're fine. If it's federal, then it becomes something else.
Did we ever determine whether or not you had which rules you had to follow if you were a federal? Did you have to follow both rules or just the federal rules?
I am not sure. I would tend to guess that the federal rules supersede the state.
I don't know if we still have to have a committee or star and all that stuff for the federal race. And that would be a conversation that we would have at that point. Because we're going to focus on state and county and city level, local level. Eric, did you form a candidate committee?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And your committee is still operating?
Yes.
And Mr. West, did you form a candidate?
No, I didn't spend any money, but if I had and approached that limit, the rules would require me to form a committee and start doing all sorts of reporting and whatnot.
Do you see being unopposed at the next election?
I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll see.
And it's nonpartisan over there, right?
It's nonpartisan.
Okay. So, and that's where the fun part comes. We were talking earlier about the amendment to support partisan candidates as a party. Good Oregon Free doesn't have the limitations of that. We can raise money and spend money on behalf of anybody. We have to limit that to Libertarian candidates at this point. But we can still do that.
Yes, Leon, my account is still active and my committee is still formed and ready to go. I just don't know what I'm going to do with it because I am still looking for my permanent post-MBA job, and that may move me from one county to another. So I'm in a holding pattern.
And that's perfectly acceptable. So we have on the line Charlie Cox. We're going to see if we can get this figured out here.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. As Leon said, my name is Charlie. I am the Legacy Media Director and Communications Director for Set Oregon Free. I apologize that I was unable to attend the convention in person, but I am here remotely and I have my screen shared. I'm hoping that everybody can see it. Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, perfect. So as most of you know, Leon ran for governor of Oregon this last election cycle, and he asked me to do a few tasks for him. Those tasks were to get the word out about his campaign, to research ad packages for maximum return on investment, find opportunities for him to get in front of unaffiliated and disenfranchised voters, identify likely donors to maximize fundraising, and the ultimate goal was to receive an invitation for him to debate the frontrunner candidates. Needless to say, it was a bit of a struggle. However, we did find a few things that were successful. First of which is letters to the editor. They're free. They don't cost anything to publish. And even people who don't receive a physical copy of the newsletter, most of them do read the news online. You have a better chance of being published if you live in the geographic area of the publication that you're trying to publish to. It helps to know the audience. We found that some small town papers don't cover politics at all. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to go there. So it helps ahead of time to know who those editors are, so you're not beating your head against a wall trying to get them to publish your letter. Something else we found out along the way is if somebody responds to your letter, you don't receive notification. So it helps to try to keep track of the letters that you publish and find out which ones are out there for people to find, which ones local people have responded to with questions or concerns. That way you can keep tabs on the media that you have out there for people to find. Out of 56 letters submitted, 8 were undeliverable due to bad email addresses. 4 of them responded to my request personally, and the others ghosted me. So of the 4 who replied, I'm just going to read through this for you. I'll get this in our papers, and I also sent it to the executive director of the Oregon Newspaper Association. He said papers, plural. We found that some small presses are part of a larger parent media group. So one letter to the editor can reach up to 5 or 6 small town presses. So that's more bang for your buck. Another one said, it's out of the area, but interesting. I tried to talk to him about that. What do you mean out of the area? You're in Oregon, we're in Oregon, this is an Oregon governor. How is it out of the area? Ultimately, it went back to they don't cover politics, therefore he wasn't interested. Another editor said the word limit is 250 words. So I revised it to get it under the word count, and it was published in the Historian. The 4th letter is quite interesting, but we're going to save that for later. So when you're submitting your letters, like I said before, it's good to Google yourself. Let's not go there. This is being recorded on YouTube. We have to behave. I do have a link here. I don't know if it'll let me click on it. It will not. So after this presentation, if anybody would like a copy of this, maybe Will or Pablo, you can send it to those. I can post it at the chat for anybody who wants this to review later. But again, that was the search string that I used to keep up with the publications and find out which papers did publish the letters and which ones did not. And that also helped me to find out if anybody was engaging with the letters and reading them and having questions and wanting more information about Leon's campaign. So ultimately, 9 published out of 56 submittals. Not great, but again, it was free. It didn't cost me anything but my time. And then it's important to follow up with a thank you note. Let the editor know that you appreciate them taking the time to share your letter with their readership. Moving on, another free method is local radio. Believe it or not, they don't charge to have candidates come on their show, and they look forward to sharing the message of local candidates. We reached out to Rob Taylor down in Bandon in Coos County, as well as Kyle Bailey with 541 Radio in Roseburg, where I live. And they were both receptive to having Leon on. And Leon, I believe they had you on multiple times. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I was on the Roseburg station twice. I can't remember if Rob Report had me on a second time.
I thought he did, but I could be mistaken. Anywho, so once we got the local radio interested in talking about Leon, then we followed up with sharing the press release, which was published on the local radio's news station website. So people who heard the interview, who wanted more information, they could go to 541radio.com. They could click on the link to the press release, which then sent them to the Set Oregon Free site where they could hopefully donate. Let's see here. So moving on to paid advertising, this is where things get a little more interesting. I won't bore you with all of the details. Again, if anyone's interested in receiving a copy of this, I'm more than happy to share with you. Basically, you need to have money in order to advertise, because these publications and television stations, they're not out here out of the goodness of their hearts. They are out there to turn a profit. So the most important thing is try to identify the areas that reach disenfranchised and unaffiliated voters. You have your dyed-in-the-wool Democrats, you have your diehard Republicans. They're going to toe the party line and vote for whoever has their preferred letter behind their name. Those people we're not going to change. The people that we are going to change are the ones who either don't have a party or aren't happy with their party. These are our most coveted group. They want someone to vote for. I'm going to read that again. They want someone to vote for. They would rather not vote at all than vote for the lesser of two evils. The way to get in front of those voters, news and sports. A lot of people focus on those. Even people who don't follow politics too much, they still want to know what's going on in their local community. So they're going to tune into local news and find out what's going on. And unaffiliated voters are larger than registered Republicans and registered Democrats. I found that surprising, but that's what the numbers say. Something else to keep in mind when looking for donations, find the industries in your area that are important. Again, I live in Douglas County. Timber is huge. So I reached out to the Timber Operators Organization. I sent letters to all of the local mills, letting them know that Leon was pro-timber and asking for donations. Same thing goes with nonprofit organizations. If they share your candidate's passion, reach out to them. They're more likely to open their wallets when you show them how your candidate is going to help further their goals while he or she is in office. Moving on again to the money issue. Remember above, I said I'll share the response from the fourth editor. This is what they told me in regards to trying to get Leon a spot on the debate stage. And I'm quoting her email. Simply put, for this debate, we had a limited time for each candidate. We thought it was in the best interest of our members to invite those candidates who had already demonstrated significant support among potential voters. Key buzz term there, significant support. I asked, how much support does Leon need to be invited to the debate? She said they're not hosting another one. This was our only one that they're hosting this year. I followed up again because I'm tenacious like that. And they said, most news coverage and debates will center on Drazen, Johnson, and Kotak because they have the most support and name recognition. The most support in terms of fundraising and number of donors. So bottom line is, if your candidate does not have significant financial backing, most mainline publications and television stations are not going to give you the time of day. And when it comes to running ads, they need their money up front. There are no terms for political advertising. You have to pay, and then they maybe will push your ad. But if there's another candidate who has more money in their coffers who wants that same time slot, they're going to give it to whoever has the most money. It's really crummy, but that's what we found out. And this isn't just one station. I dealt with stations all over the state of Oregon, from Portland to Eugene to Medford, even to Eastern Oregon. They were all the same. They wanted the money up front, and whoever gave them the most money was going to get the airtime. So in conclusion, there are many ways to spread the word about your candidate that you can utilize. Free advertising may not have the reach of paid ads, but when your coffers are not as full as you would like, it's better than nothing. Don't be afraid to utilize your resources. Reach out to people who you used to know, because you'd be surprised how helpful they might be. And if you don't ask the question, the answer is always going to be no. Does anyone have any questions?
Are there any questions? Again, let me see if I can formulate the question in the right way. I see you have a question here. Did they give you a dollar amount to get the debate going?
They did not. They basically made it sound like they didn't know who you were, therefore they didn't want to find out who you were, which was very disheartening, but that's the impression that I got from them.
So what you're saying is that the media decided that they were going to dictate who was actually running the race?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It was whoever had the most money was going to be the candidate that they were going to give airtime to.
That sounded like what it was to me. And I was trying to have a conversation with them as well, because I was trying to get them to then, ask me questions so they could get to know me, and they just didn't want to at the Oregonian.
Yeah, no, the Oregonian, they had no desire. I even reached out to the person in charge of their advertising via LinkedIn to try to, start a conversation with him via back channels, and he completely ignored all of my attempts to reach out to him.
And the conversation I had, they got testy with me because I kept being pushy. They basically told me I wasn't viable because I hadn't spent $1 million with the company that the Oregonian parent company owns, that specifically places ads for political things. I hadn't spent $1 million specifically with that company. I don't know if I said an email or not. That might have been a close conversation. But I was just aghast they would even say it.
Yeah, and I never heard dollar amounts in my conversations with them, but they made it abundantly clear that unless you had, quote, significant support, they weren't interested.
So, is Mike Montana still here? Oh, okay. So, I had another experience, and this is probably the editor said this is out of our area. I actually know Phil Wright from the East Oregonian in Pendleton, and he called me up and said, "Hey, are you still in Pendleton?" I said, "No." Oh, well, I was going to interview you, but since somebody interviewed you, but now you're out of the area, I'm not going to. I'm like, wait, what? Because you're not relevant to our area. But I am relevant to your area because it's a statewide election. He goes, yeah, but not really. And that was the end of the conversation. However, if Mike Montana, who was in Umatilla County, had written a letter to the editor saying, how could you have him talk to so-and-so, that would have changed, because now I would have been relevant. And this brings me back to the importance of volunteers in the area. Where was the highest rate of response from when you were talking to people?
Shockingly, it was from Southern Oregon.
So you're in Roseburg, which I think counts as Southern Oregon.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes, and so that might be because I live down here and because I had that previous relationship with the ad manager at the News Review and 541radio.com. That could be why they were more receptive to my query than other areas of the state, but that's just a theory.
So I'm going on a walk. I already have been on this walk. I'm going on a walk here, but it sounds to me like a local person who is familiar with their editorial and reporter staff has a better chance of getting in the door. Is
that's accurate? Fair. That's completely fair. Yes, absolutely.
So now we're back to needing local volunteers who can help candidates get exposure.
Agreed.
That sounds fair, Michael? Sounds fair.
Oh, definitely. Each one of the members of this room and those who aren't in this room really need to make those efforts to support local and statewide candidates, even if it's just a matter of making a phone call or writing a letter to the editor for the local papers. That local connection from each county is what really needs to happen in order to get any traction.
Travis, do you have a local newspaper? Microphone's going away shortly.
Yeah, we have a regional one.
A regional one. Are they accessible to you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. Do you know them?
Yep.
Do you know people who don't know them? Do they live in your community?
Yeah, they live in our community.
Eric, I think I shared with you that the journalism students came to me. Did any of the journalism students from U of O come to you?
No.
No? Okay. Maybe we just didn't get around to it. Maybe. Obviously, they're going to be doing assignments if they're students. Let me ask this question. Did anyone come to you? Did you get the access you were looking for? No. No. Okay.
But also didn't try as hard as we should have.
So we need to try harder?
I mean, there's a certain amount of work that we can do ourselves, meeting people, getting to know people.
That's true. Yeah. How do you think we ought to go about doing that? And this is a legitimate question. I haven't thought about it, so I'm asking.
No, we start in small groups to begin with.
Small groups. How about Michael? Do you have any thoughts on that?
We've got to reach out to those that you know of and network. I mean, networking works in business, it works in politics as well. Just knowing people, you know, for example, I know through the MBA program someone who runs a small business paper in the Salem area. And now that I know that, that is someone I can reach out to have articles and stuff put out next time I run in the area, or next time that we have statewide elections, I can reach out to him to try to get coverage for other candidates.
That sounds like fair, yeah. Charlie, if you have any ideas about how we can develop these relationships?
I would agree with that. Definitely, you know, leveraging your local contacts, leveraging people that you used to know. I reached out to, again, the advertising person for the News Review and 541 Radio because she handled the ads for my former employer. Same with the ad rep for KEZI out of Eugene. She handled the ads for my former employer. I just sent her an email and said, hey, Betsy, I'm working with a candidate for governor on advertising. Do you work with that, or can you point me in the right direction? And she gave me the contact information for her general manager, who put me in touch with all the people that I needed to talk to. And I hadn't talked to her in months, but it was just, hey, this is Charlie from place I used to work at. Hey, how's it going? I haven't heard from you in forever. But it's about building those relationships. And again, whether it's a volunteer effort or a professional effort, Or if it's your kids and their sports teams, building relationships are huge because you never know when you might need to reach out and touch somebody from a few years ago. And as long as you leave a positive taste in their mouth, they are more than likely to help you in the future. So it's just something to think about.
I think it's important to think about those things. Let's ask, does anybody from our audience have any questions that they'd like to ask? Not necessarily to me. Okay.
First of all, thank you for being our candidate. Great. I just want to know what if you could just sum it up in a sentence or two, what was the thing that you learned, like the most important or the most striking thing you learned from like,
So my experience was not like most elections, but I've had to put a lot of thought into this going forward with other elections as the county party chair. And so the reality is there's a ton of rules. There's a lot of reporting requirements. You just need a team of people that know how to do that and just have them help you. That's what I learned.
Pretty similar to that. There's a lot more rules than what you realize there are. Deadlines are an important thing. Confidence that the paperwork will get done by the other people properly and on time. That's an important thing. So it's a lot more involved, especially at the state level. It's a little bit easier at the county level for what I've seen and read about. But it really relies on trusting the team of people that you put around you to do their part first. So you get your part done.
I'm going to close that here. Lars, what did you learn?
I didn't run, but it's clearly that the state hates you, and they like to say that you can't do it. And I'm the kind of person who tells me, if you tell me I can't do it, that makes me want to do it. Yeah. So, I mean, like the treasury reporting, whatever the monstrosity they have, is 72 pages long. Nobody reads this. I did. And, you know, once you get through it, you realize that it's just, you know, they could have probably condensed that into what? 2 pages?
Yeah, it is the condensed version because they condense the laws and the
yeah, that is the condensed version, and they can condense it even further. So
but it's written badly.
Yeah, it's poorly written. It's awful. It's a terrible document. Don't read it to go to sleep because it'll just give you nightmares. But my thing was I was talking to Leon. I said this sucks. But once we got it set up in OrderStar, you set it and forget it. That's it. And the program does it for you. So once you got it set up, just do it.
Michael.
I agree with a lot of what has been said. It is a complicated system, and just like all the rest of the laws we deal with, we've probably all broken major laws at some point. The difference is once we start tipping the boat, they're going to be looking at that. That's the getcha that they have set up, where the Republicans and the Democrats either know the system or know how to play it enough that it doesn't come out. If you don't hear the major things such as Bitcoin and the marijuana dispensary that's knocking out elected officials, those are rare and they make the news because they're an exception. They're going to use that for people like us, because when we start getting close to knocking them off their perches, they're going to find ways of going, oh, they're disqualified now because they didn't report this the correct way. They didn't file this form on time, and they'll use the rules against them.
I'm sorry. Okay, so here's what I learned. Throw the book away, read the laws and the rules. The book's horribly written. It's written in such a way to make you go, I don't know how to do this. I can't do this. This is impossible. That's written that way on purpose. They don't want you to participate. Then you run and cheat where you have to. Not in a literal sense. Don't play by their rules. Play by the rules that make sense to you, and I'm not going to tell you to do anything illegal, because you don't want to do anything illegal, because they'll get you on that. But these other guys are already cheating. They built the cheats. We'll find the cheats, play by their rules, and we can change it once you get in. So on that note, hey, Lars, we're going to start a band, right?
Sure.
Sure.
I was going to say the filing date for 2024 is in September.
This September?
Yes.
For the primary, though.
For primaries.
For primary. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We're a third party. We don't have to do that.
We don't have to do that. But the earlier you get started, the better.
Unless, of course, well, no, I guess it takes a year for that to kick in. If we make major party status, then we have to follow the major party rules, and then that all applies. But yeah, I think that was part of the problem. They're like, who? Because the Libertarian Party and the Constitution Party did not have to file as a primary, because they don't have their elections paid for by the state. So the rules are just completely different. Anyway, going back to the band, we're going to start a band. We're going to call it Slavery Convention. That's what we are. And everybody, who's ever wanted to be in a band? Go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, everybody wants to be. Even Will wants to be in a band. He's not even listening. He just raised his hand for no reason, apparently. Anyway, so we're going to start a band. Everybody can be in the band. You can leave the band if you want to. We're gonna start a band. We're gonna put these things on YouTube and see if we can draw out some. It worked for Pentatonic and Lindsey Sterling and Alex Boyer. Why wouldn't it work for Silver? Right? Yeah. And I've got a cowbell for you if you can't carry a tune in a front-end loader. We all know everything needs more cowbell, so it's perfectly acceptable. Yes, you need to have rhythm. And if all you want to do is just hang out and go like this, like a extreme video, we can do that too. But, Eric, I got to throw this out. I had a thought the last 10 minutes coming in here this morning. We need to do a chip spoon here. Eric and I came rolling on motorcycles this morning, and I'm like, all of a sudden, this stupid theme song that Chips, that you all know that. Am I dating myself? You all know the thing. It pops into my head, and I go, we need to do a spoof. And it needs to be, no, I'm not going to dress like a road pirate. And it needs to be like 2 minutes long. Just somebody slams it at our trailer door and throws a fit. That needs to be the end of it. Yes. Yes, that's what's in my head. All right, everybody, our time is up. Thank you for coming. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, or just ladies, I don't know how you want to put it, for jumping in here and telling us your experiences. Don't do much. I'm the only one that killed here. I appreciate that you ran, and I appreciate that you succeeded, because you didn't quit. Thank you for that.
And we'll just leave everything set up for now.
Oh, setorgan3.com. I'll throw that out there. Setorgan3.com.
Yep. Oh, I turned it off.
Okay.
And then like just put the microphone off.
Okay.
Does the mic stand be on stage or?
Oh, please, thank you.
Great. While we're getting set up, I'd like to just recognize Karen Ann Harlos. I don't know how many of you know her from the national level, but she's been the secretary of the national party. Is active in Colorado State Libertarian Party politics, and I assume came here, on her own dime just to be our parliamentarian. So I was wondering if people could give her a round of applause.
Well, hello, everyone. I do thank you for the warm welcome. I do, just to correct the record, you guys did bring me here, so I do appreciate that. But to not, I'm going to tell you how much I love you guys. I was supposed to come in last night, and my flight got delayed and made it so that I would miss my connecting flight. So they booked me then on a direct flight that got canceled 10 minutes before we were supposed to take off. So then I called Southwest, and they're like, well, we can get you there Sunday night. I'm like, you run an airline, you're getting me there Saturday. So then they scheduled me to go from Denver to Albuquerque to Las Vegas to Oregon. So I was going to be flying all day yesterday. And then when I was trying to get on my flight to go to Denver, they delayed it by 2 hours so that I would miss my Albuquerque connection. And in the meantime, they wouldn't give me my luggage back. And when I asked where my luggage was, they said it's probably going to Portland. I go, probably. Give me my luggage back. Okay, fine, it's going to Portland. I'm going to Portland. We'll reunite there. And I called them. Yes, it's in Portland now. Right after they told me that, I got a text that said, your luggage is on the way to Denver. So I called them back. And they're like, no, it's definitely in Portland. Then I got an email that said, your luggage has arrived in Denver. But it was in Portland. But we're still not done with the story. So while I was going to get on that, I had to call back, and all of a sudden they found the direct flight at, 7 o'clock to leave to come to Portland. And I was getting ready to get on that flight, and it got delayed by an hour. And then we sat on the runway for another hour. So I've been through like 30 hours of trying to get here. So it's the most I've ever done to get to a convention. So if I haven't proven my love, yeah, that is quite the story. I don't know what's going on with Southwest, but I was the Karen at the thing going, I want to talk to your manager. It was quite an experience. But Timothy, if you would like to come up, there's something special to me. I hope it's special to you. Can I give you a hug first? Now, I've known Timothy a long time, but he has become a life member, And he asked if I would pin him. And I have the like member pin, and it's my extreme honor to be able to do that. What lapel would you prefer it on?
Let's go for balance. So.
Okay, balance in the force. I stabbed you. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. And congratulations. So on that note, if there's anyone here who's not a like member of the party, I've got a bag of them. And I used to like to say, you know, they'll beat me if I come back with all of them. But, you know, nobody believes that, I think, anymore. After everything that's happened, I think they're more concerned I'm going to beat them up. But we would really appreciate it if you had become a like member of the party, if you're now a regular member or not a member at all. It certainly does help get the message across, and also for ballot access. If you don't know the ballot access challenges we have, and there's no one to blame for it but the government, it wouldn't matter who was in charge. For New York alone, if we're to get ballot access there, it's going to be about $250,000 for New York alone, because Larry Sharp dared to get enough votes so that they changed the total. In every state, we just defeated something through a lobbyist. Apollo Puzel, who you may know, who's a fantastic lobbyist. Montana tried like 8 times to get top 2 in there and these backroom deals. They tried it in Colorado because the Libertarians went to spread. They're trying it in Texas again. There was actually a tweet from someone from Texas that said, I'm not donating to the GOP because you failed in your duty to keep Libertarians off the ballot. That's what we're fighting against. And in order to get ballot access and all the, 50+1 for 2024, it's going to cost us over $1 million. So even if there's some things with the National Party you might not be happy with right now, you want Libertarians on the ballot for the good of your countrymen. So we really could use your support. So that's one appeal I have to make. You can become a like member through a one-time payment of $1,500 or $125 a month. I'm paying for one right now for my husband for $125 a month. If you sign up for that payment, I trust you for the rest. I would pin you today. But even if you can't do that, if you can become a $25 a year member, I'm going to tell you why it matters now to Oregon. And I'm going to say the same thing I say in every state. Right now, you can't change what your presidential vote total was for the last election. And how your delegates are allocated for the DC convention is a formula that's part how many votes the last presidential total was and how many national numbers you have. You can't control one of those numbers, it's done. You can control the other. So you can get more delegates for Oregon. So what I like to say is, do you love the current LNC? Well, then you want to get more delegates in order to make sure you vote in like-minded people. Do you hate the current LNC? Well, then you need to get more delegates so you can vote the bastards out. Either way, you want more delegates for Oregon. And the only way you will get more is by having national party members. It all depends upon that. So if you're not a national party member, it's only $25 a year. Go up to the website, I guess, or go up, go and sign up, because it really will help your state in a very, very meaningful way. There's been elections at national decided by one vote, and it could be the vote from Oregon. And obviously, we're going to be voting on our presidential nomination, and if you want to stay in that, you also want more delegates from Oregon at the national convention. So I really, really do encourage you to sign up. The delegate allocation deadline is October 31st. After October 31st, if you sign up, you're not helping. You're not helping your state. You will for the next time. But if you want delegates this time, there's no one in this room who should leave without becoming a national party member. Again, whether you're happy with the current leadership or not, we're only temporary custodians every 2 years. It's temporary. Listen, I hated the last LMC. I don't think that's any secret, but I still traveled from state to state and signed up National Party members because you realize the people who sit in those seats, it's temporary. I couldn't stand the Colorado leadership at one point. Now I love them. It's temporary. You're doing it for the love of the party. Don't concentrate on the personalities. They don't matter. What matters is liberty. So I challenge everyone in this room, if you are not a National Party member, for one of whatever the reasons I gave you, please do sign up. And as I offered in Colorado, if there's someone here who would like to become a National Party member, but you just can't afford the $25 right now, there's no shame in that. I was unemployed for 1.5 years. I'll sponsor you. Come see me privately and we'll sign you up. It doesn't, you know, there doesn't need to be any kind of shame about that. It would be my honor to sponsor you for a national membership if there's anyone in the room here today who can't afford it. And there's probably other people in the room who would be willing to sponsor a second person, a third person, but I definitely can afford to sponsor one. Just come see me privately. And I think I'm supposed to be introducing Angela at this point. Is she ready?
And I have just a couple things. So Angela will be joining us in a few minutes, but I want to point out that it's not just Karen Ann, and it's not just myself who are lifetime members. We have 2 more lifetime members that I'd like to come up and just like wave at everyone, because at least one of them made me come up here and have a lifetime appreciation deal going on. So come on up. So speaking of national delegations, Marion and Christopher were both delegates to the convention in Reno, and they both chose to become lifetime members there. And so I think that having all these people telling you that it's a good thing should increase your attraction to the idea. So anyway, thank you guys.
While we're killing time, I go to the National Bylaws Committee meetings because I'm a huge nerd, and they are actually working on a bylaws amendment that were it to pass, and it will, just a great idea. Oregon is going to lose 3 delegates, so this is an especially important lead right now.
And I hear we're waiting for Angela. So Timothy reminded me, I'm just so used to, you'd go to lp.org. You go to lp.org/join if you're not yet a national, and you could do that for either lifetime or the just the regular membership of $25 a year. Again, just come see me here if for some reason you can't do it and you would like me to sponsor you.
Hello, I just have a question. A lot of people in this room, a few people in this room are entirely new to Oregon politics, entirely new to the Libertarian Party. So it would be helpful for us to get kind of a really high-level overview of the structure of the LNC and ways that members in states can get involved, aside from showing up to their affiliate, which is something that we all know after the day we should be doing.
Okay, well, the LNC kind of, or the National Party set up somewhat the way the country was supposed to be. So the National Party, a lot of people will come to us and go, why aren't you running local candidates? You're like, that's not what the National Party does. The National Party's duties is to make sure we have a presidential candidate and put on a national convention and handle things that require economy of scale, such as assisting with ballot access. But the power of the party is in the state affiliate. And that's really where you're needed the most. But if you want to get involved nationally, go to lp.org. There's calls for volunteers all the time. Right now, there are volunteers that are needed for a fundraising committee, if you would like to make fundraising calls, and also for a memorial committee for the National Convention for Libertarians who have passed away over the past couple of years. We're planning on putting together, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to cry because there was someone in Colorado. Anyway, if that's something you'd like to do, we really need to honor people who have spent their lives fighting for liberty and have gone on to whatever you believe happens in the next life. So now, from what I hear, our fearless national chair is online. I can't wait to hear from her. Angela.
Hi, guys. I can see you. Let me make this a little bit bigger. I see our secretary leading the screen. So I'm in a unique situation. My babysitter flaked, so I have a baby in the room with me. So let's see how this goes. Just bear with me. I know we're very family friendly, but I did not quite intend to have that this way. So Arthur, do you want to come say hello? He's watching Baywatch on mute at the end of the bed in his bedroom, which is kind of, that's how we do things when we're trying to get things done. He heard his name, so you might see him on screen. He's actually attended a lot of things with me. Anybody who watched the video or attended the Rage Against the War Machine rally saw him on stage. I take the stance of being very pro-friendly. I think that's really important. And so I think that's great, although it would be better if I had a babysitter. But regardless of that, campaign season is crashing like waves in an angry ocean. There's no obvious libertarian frontrunner for the presidential candidate yet. So we sort of stare back right at the vastness of this tumultuous ocean and feel lost and panicked as the seas swallow us. Well, I want to tell you all to hold on to your lifeboats. We're not going down, we're just getting started. And incredible opportunities are awaiting us in the sea of what seems like political chaos right now. We're sort of caught in between two powerful and paradoxical political trends, hyper-tribalism and issue coalitions. Has anyone noticed how odd politics are lately? I think it's kind of cool. You've got trad wives aligning with leftist lesbians on women's issues, MAGA Republicans agreeing with left-wing dissidents on their opposition to the Ukraine war. It's really interesting times. RFK Jr. is coming to PorkFest to try to court libertarian votes for his presidential campaign. And so while tribalism is at an all-time high, in many other ways, people are more willing than ever to work with someone outside of their tribe to further an important cause. So think of political tribes like Venn diagrams. They're not totally isolated from one another. They always tend to overlap a little bit on the edges. Back to the anxiety you're all feeling about our presidential candidate, right? Like, we've got to distinguish and make a name for ourselves independent of our presidential candidate. And I think we can do that right now through issue coalitions. And the political climate demands it. And if you watched any of the GOP infighting on Twitter right now, I think there's a couple of things you can take away from that, right? Like, all political parties and movements go through that. And we're not in any disadvantage right now politically, other than obviously being the third party. I mean, Republicans are in absolute chaos right now. They're really divided on what they stand for. They're fighting over neocons and, drain the swamp and all of these failed policies. It would be excellent if we could just jump right in and be the leaders in something. And this is the area where we can. Two major parties are trying to fight off essentially major renovations right now too. Donald Trump and AOC really kicked this off several years ago as a radical reformers and started that trend. And they didn't succeed, obviously, but it left people hungry for more. People want radical change and they want niche politics. They want a specially curated menu of political causes, as evidenced by groups like Gays Against Groomers, Conservatives Against the Death Penalty, and the broad coalition behind Rage Against the War Machine. And as all of this is happening against the backdrop of the information age, where people can pursue truth more easily than any moment that ever came before in history, like, that's a really amazing thing too. And I'm really glad that we're here in this moment in time. I get very annoyed when other people say they need a third party. Like, hello, here we are. But when people say they want a third party, we need to read between the lines and start really understanding what they want. They don't mean they want another large third party. These people who are making this claim, they don't want three giant monolithic choices. They want to basically blow apart the limited options they have and create something new. And that's why all these weird little progressive offshoots and things like the Forward Party exist. Over the past 20 years, we've seen monolithic industries fracture and reshape rapidly due to the extreme, to the internet and the information age and the ability to easily disseminate information, ideas, and technology. And then when they rapidly decentralized, they were chaotic for a short period of time and then reorganized in a more decentralized, tribalized fashion. The same thing is happening with politics, and a lot of it is issue-based. There's a really good chance we're going to have another Trump versus Biden presidential election too, and there are going to be a ton of people looking for something like anything else. So that's another great reason we should lean into being issue-based. We're uniquely positioned to capitalize on issue coalitions in order to change the course of history and become basically the power brokers of the new political landscape. The challenge is to engage in as many issue coalitions as possible and become the glue that holds everything together. We could be the peace brokers and the power brokers, the one that everyone goes to in order to make something happen, in order to make a deal. So that's when people go down the line of their curated menu of issues, right? When they do that, we represent a majority of the causes they care about. That's what our goal should be, not just on our platform, because our platform is great, but we need to do it through highly visible actions. And how will we do that? We've got to be able to interact and communicate with other people really well. Rage Against the War Machine was a really beautiful start. There's been a lot of other activism across the country. My advice is to start where you're experienced. We should continue to be leaders in the anti-war movement, continue to grow this coalition, and we should treat it like a unifying issue because there's no special interest groups that are served by furthering an agenda of nuclear holocaust. The anti-war position is pro-family. The anti-war position is good for gay people. Anti-war position is good for animal lovers, people worried about climate change, Christians, vegans, carnivores, ski instructors and sex workers, pretty much everyone who's alive. It's a great position to be behind. And how do we handle the concerns of people who feel threatened by Russia? That's another thing that we have to sort of be careful about when we go through with some of these issue coalitions. You're not going to please everyone, but you can do things with as much respect as possible, and you can try to shape your message so that it really does meet the concerns of people. We're the most powerful country in the world. We have over 1,000 military bases and military installations around the world in over 80 countries and colonies. We have the biggest defense budget in the world and the most powerful air force in the world. Our military power is staggering. It blows Russia's military budget out of the water. Sadly, we set up the Russian invasion of Ukraine by encroaching on Russia's border via NATO in a place in the world where political control has been disputed for many, many years. And we all want Ukrainians to have self-determination. I don't think any of us are fans of Putin's KGB dictator tactics, the same as we weren't fans of Saddam Hussein's tactics in the Iraq War. We want the war to stop. And we don't want to see people on either side conscripted into military warfare. But let's be the adults in the room and call for peace. That should be our position. Let's hold our government accountable for financing this atrocity. Our government's complicit in the death toll. They're complicit in the deaths of the Ukrainians, the people who are caught in the middle of this miserable conflict. We should use our position of power to negotiate. And that's something the entire world would respect us for. I think those are some talking points and some things that we can lead with when we try to persuade people who are a little skeptical on joining in on this issue coalition, because I know that everybody does want to be on the right side of history. How do we address the concerns of people who feel threatened by China? There are so many things the average conservative doesn't know about China. Their government's struggling with massive debt. They've had a default crisis internally and now externally. The One Belt, One Road initiative was too expensive and they're getting pushback from the IMF on their repayment plans. They're trying to force all those countries that were gullible enough to take loans from them from. What a mess. China's not in a strong position to negotiate, which is probably why it's working to strengthen its strategic partnerships around the globe with other countries that unfortunately hate the United States. We need to join forces with other anti-war parties and activists so we can be loud enough to compete with neocons on this new international crisis that is unfortunately building right now as we speak. And the good news is that there are other people who agree with us. It just takes work to reach out, push through political divisions in other areas, and build those solid relationships. I really love a lot of the people in the Oregon Libertarian Party, and I've got to give credit to Will Hobson in particular. Oh, buddy, it's okay. Let's see if I can set him down, get him to play. Yeah, why don't you play with a toy? If it wasn't for Will, we wouldn't have had Rage Against the War Machine, because Will's the one that introduced me to all of the people who helped to make this possible in the People's Party, which is really amazing. Will got us to join a podcast and then join a group chat. And then we started having Zoom calls. All right, come on, buddy. Oh, it's gonna be okay. And we got to know all of these people on the left, and it turned out that we actually had a lot in common. You know, as libertarians, we tend to think that all leftists are like blue-pilled, woke, you know, all the terms that we use to describe them. And believe it or not, that's like not the case. They actually agree with us on a lot of issues. They're just not mainstream leftists. We found out that they're very anti-war. They're anti-mandate. They're anti-drug war. Some of them are very pro-Second Amendment too. It was a really perfect relationship. Boy, you're just like the loudest you've ever been today, huh? Well, that's how it goes. And so we started deciding, like, what do we want to do? You know, we want to do more. We want to do something together. We want to prove to the world how powerful third parties can be, and people that care can be once they join forces. Isn't that right? You're a wild man today. Can you say hi to everybody on Zoom? Say hi to everybody on Zoom. And so we started holding events, scheduling, planning events on Zoom once a week, and started working out, kind of fleshing out this idea of an anti-war rally or a movement. And at first it seems sort of small, and it just grew and grew and grew. And during the course of that, we also got to know each other really well. One of the things that I think that is so incredibly valuable about issue coalitions is when you work together, you have skin in the game. It's important for us that the other group succeeds as well. Like, we all are bought into something equally, and that is something that you don't feel as a voter. If everybody's voting about X, Y, and Z, like it's not the same. When you're invested and working together on a project, it builds incredible camaraderie, which is another reason I think we need to do more issue coalitions. It absolutely is a wonderful trust building experience. All right, down we go. Oh. We also developed new alliances just through that particular alliance. We got to know people in the New York anti-mandate group. We got to know the Defeat the Mandates people who held a big event in Washington, D.C. We got to know the Free Assange movement, which I think is another group that we need to continue to work with, and some Green Party caucuses. We were able to develop a relationship with Tulsi Gabbard, Dennis Kucinich, and Roger Waters. So the future there looks really great for the Libertarian Party. And I'm so pleased that we have those relationships. We can work on them with other areas too. We have already started working a little bit about planning out another event for next year. So the future of the Rage Against the War Machine rally and issue coalition looks really bright. I'm also going to be very excited to work with them on something called Operation Warhawk Removal. And we're going to be trying to essentially ruin the campaigns of some of the worst war hawks in Congress and Senate across the country. So that's really exciting. And as we've built relationships with these people on the left, we've discovered we're opposed to more than just war. People on the left oppose the global consolidation of power by corporate elites like the WEF, the IMF, and the World Bank. I've been fortunate enough to work also with a group called No to NATO in Europe that's mostly backed by people from the left, like George Galloway, a former member of British Parliament. And, you know, earlier this month that NATO opened its first ever Asian office in Japan. They're gearing up to have hostilities with China. Let's hope that Taiwan doesn't become the next Ukraine. Taking a strong stance against that lunacy early on is critical, and it's absolutely an issue that's ripe for a coalition. Another coalition issue that may actually surprise people is CBDCs. It may blow your mind to learn that a lot of the people on the dissident left hate central bank digital currencies, and they hate the Federal Reserve. If you're careful, you can literally work on positive economic reforms with people who don't support capitalism. That's a total power move. What's more is that many of them are far better educated on why central bank digital currencies are dangerous than people on the right even are. We can be the glue in this issue coalition and bring people together. People on the left and right were also opposed to mandates. One of the many political strategies in the lockdowns and mandates was the party's failure to be at the forefront of the battle against the lockdowns. We all know that now. Sadly, I don't know if we'll ever live that down in history, although we're trying very hard, but at least we can prevent it from happening again. This gives us so many incredible opportunities to talk about economics, alphabet agencies, regulatory capture, licensure. Medical freedom is the intersection of so many issues. And we can learn from a lot of the people who were successful in their organizing as well. And from our allies. Activism at town halls with Jose Vega from the Schiller Institute, for example. He goes viral making fun of AOC and other people. How to approach politicians, how to keep going. Are you excited? All right, I'm gonna see if I can set him down 1 second. Come on. Come on. I think this is the wildest he's ever been. Anyway, by building these relationships with people that we meet in issue coalitions, we become better at our craft too. They have a lot of incredible skills that they're willing to share with us if we'll just reach out and extend a helping hand to them. A really great way to do this is to approach it through shared values. You know, we all want people to be happy. We want people to be healthy. We want people to be, we want everyone to have access to healthcare. We have different ideas about how we get there. We care about capitalism, you know, free markets, deregulatory frameworks. The onus is on us sometimes to persuade them and make the argument. We don't necessarily reach everybody by beating them over the head, talking about how socialism sucks, although it is still fun to do that. And I definitely do still do that sometimes on social media. But there's a better way to do it, I think, and that's through working together on issues that we all care about and finding common ground. The stakes are raised higher in everything that our governments do. Our debt soars, our international relations with world powers are strained. We inch closer to nuclear war. We might as well reach out and start finding common ground with other people. How do you speak to conservatives and classical liberals who insist we push forward into war? I think this is sort of an interesting one. I was on a podcast hosted by a girl who's active with the Forward Party recently, and her host was the centrist guy who was very, very triggered by Donald Trump. He went on and on about how important it was for America, for the West, to defend its values from Putin and to essentially export them all over the globe through military might. That without the US patrolling every ocean, we'd end up living in like a Mad Max Waterworld dystopian pirate scenario. And it was extremely distasteful to me, and I had to work to maintain composure and not to be rude to this guy on someone else's show, especially because we were recording it live, like in person in this person's office. But how do we reach people like that who cling to the values of the West, but then also are so like staunchly pro-war? I think to defenders of the West, it's like this. You have two wolves inside of you. It's that analogy, and they're fighting with each other. One of those wolves is the Enlightenment. It's John Locke, and it's the American Revolution. And the other wolf is drone strikes on Middle Eastern weddings. It's the CIA. It's regime change in Iran and Libya and Ukraine and Peru. It's the Patriot Act and ICE and the TSA. Do you want to be known for the things the rest of the world admires you for, or the things the rest of the world hates you for? BRICS agreement should send a message to the West to pull back and revisit the things that makes them great, not the things that make them a monster. Free speech, free thought, consent of the governed, upward economic mobility, the progression from feudalism to property rights, home ownership for the average person. These are the things that make us great, but the things that make us great turn us into monsters when we try to force them on other countries across the world. We become twisted and warped representations of our former selves, and the people we torment become stunted with atrocity and rage and hate us. Our actions like that destroy everyone, including ourselves. People in the Middle East have not democratically agreed for us to rain hellfire down on them with drone strikes. There's no economic theory in nuclear winter, and there are no peace talks with dead people. There's no second chance. So which wolf wins? Whichever one you feed. I'd rather feed peace. I'd rather feed diplomacy. I'd rather feed the enlightenment and upward economic mobility. We've got to let go of power grabs across the globe, and we've got to communicate this to people who claim that they care about the West and they care about our same values, but they're still pro-war. I don't think that they're beyond saving in this argument. I think it just takes a little bit of extra work. We've got to also push back against global consolidation of power and things like NATO, WEF, and IMF. And these organizations are pushing us towards global action, and it's really scary. And there are also a lot of dissident left-wing groups who oppose it, and that is really fantastic. So we do have allies on that argument as well. We got to remind everybody, you know, we're not the world police. We have problems at home we need to take care of, especially if we want to stay the strongest country in the world. Conservatives are also very upset with the FBI right now, which is fascinating because so many of them are so passionate about supporting law enforcement. This should be the easiest, broadest coalition possible. Sweeping criminal justice reform, end qualified immunity, no political prisoners, so pardon Assange and Snowden, pardon the January 6th protesters, pardon Donald Trump, end police unions. This is a no-brainer, and we should absolutely lead it. We should honestly roll out a new coalition, I think, like this every couple of months. Anti-war, anti-WEF, CBDCs, medical freedom, FBI, qualified immunity, drug war. Obviously, another really amazing point that we should be hitting on all the time is school choice. This is a fantastic issue coalition where you usually see conservatives and inner city Blacks who are united on this issue. The people who are in urban communities with the worst schools are the people who feel very strongly about school choice. It's like the possibilities are endless. Imagine what the LP would be like if it was at the forefront of every major political reform in the country. If we were the ones bringing people together and driving out politicians getting in our way, like imagine if we got veterans involved. Imagine what we would do. We would be unstoppable. So over the next year, I want to encourage everyone to reach out to anybody that you think could be an ally in a single issue coalition, especially your anti-war allies. Push back against people who would drive us closer to the brink of extinction. We need diplomacy between Russia and Ukraine. We need diplomacy between ourselves and the people that we disagree with here in the United States as well. I'm confident that the Libertarian Party over the next year is going to do some really incredible things. It's just going to take, some work. Thank you guys so much for having me speak by Zoom. Did you have any questions for me?
Hi. Sorry about that. I was just wondering how the initial negative media coverage that came around some of the Mises Caucus stuff affected your coalition building, but with the left specifically, either positively or negatively?
There were a couple of groups that did not want to work with us. I don't want to call them out because I think there is a potential to work with them again in the future. I would say that it wasn't like I'm really conflicted on whether or not it actually mattered or if they just used it as an excuse, because the left-wing groups that we worked with, they got a lot of grief for working with us, and the pushback that we got on that was essentially just that it's because of Second Amendment rights, and we weren't including climate change. So even though there were a couple of people who told me that it was over like an SPLC hit piece, all the back channel communication I got is just because we're libertarians, and that was just too far of a bridge for a handful of people.
All right. Thank you for the mature approach you've taken to this. Hi, Angela. My name is Toby. Quick question for you. So our last presidential election, we put forth Joe and Ferguson and Spike Cohen as our candidates. It appeared to me that, excuse me, like they were running two separate campaigns. And there didn't seem to be much, at least from what I observed, possibly observed, much connection between the two. I just want to know your thoughts on that and how we as a party could have more cohesiveness between the president and vice presidential candidates for that position.
I agree. I don't want to gossip about people too much who aren't here, but yeah, they did run totally separate campaigns. They had different visions and ideas of what they were going to be doing. And one of the people who was in a very strong position of leadership on the LNC at that time, he didn't want either of them running as well. And so he put in no effort to try to build that bridge and help them like mediate and come to terms, see eye to eye, focus on what they agreed on. So, to a certain extent, a lot of that's going to fall on me and the other LNC members to be there in the event that you have two candidates who get nominated who don't really gel. I'm really committed to trying to make this work, not just for two individuals, but for the party and for everybody in the party who wants to see it work and have ballot access.
Hello, Angela. It's Paulo Serrato. I'd like to tell a story about how I came to the Libertarian Party. This is my 5th or 6th year as an active member of the Libertarian Party. And it was Angela McFarland in her capacity as chair of the Los Angeles County Libertarian Party that brought me in as an active member. I was a non-voting anarchist at the time, and she made a great appeal that I could never quite do enough justice to about how becoming involved in the political process, especially at the local level, is an act of self-defense. Can we get it straight from the chair's mouth here? Like, do you remember sort of this conversation, argument about how one should become involved with their political process that maybe people in this room can take out and to the great non-voting Oregon anarchists and help us bring them into the party?
I mean, I'm trying to think about, we had so many conversations. I mean, voting is self-defense. I get coming from a position of being a non-voting anarchist and wanting no rulers or no masters, but when these people are trying to ruin my life, like it's a defensive move. I have to push back, and it's an incredible platform to have to get a message out. Like if nothing, then do it for that. There are so many good reasons to get active in the party. It's also a community. That's a really great thing. And LA used to have a really thriving anarchist community, and it's sort of kind of fallen apart. And it's almost like the LP has been the only thing that's held it together since. But yeah, I'm so glad you got active in the party. I really appreciate you so much, and I'm so grateful for everything you've contributed.
This is Timothy Perkins, Chair of the Libertarian Party of Oregon, and I just want to say thank you for what you've been doing as chair, and also thank you for getting Pablo Serrato involved, because he has been a rock star. Thank you.
You're welcome. Pablo is an absolute powerhouse.
Hi, my name's Michael, and I want to first thank you for being here despite the difficulties in the conversation. It's been really great having you speak with us. I wanted to ask, because my personal interest is more, I guess, policy-based, as far as maybe getting propositions and changing laws by going through the ballot. And I was wondering what type of resources either the National Party has or maybe can direct us to making sure that when we draft ballot measures, that they're meeting the legal requirements so they don't get tied up and tossed out in court.
Sure, that's a really good question. I've been working on a policy team on and off for the past year, maybe actually longer than that. Well, since I was running, I've been working on it. The challenge is that it's a little bit different state by state, and at the county level versus the state level, and certainly at the federal level. I think the best we can do is start leaning on the experience of other people who've done it before us. And I do know some people who are interested in helping us. So one of the things that I'd like to be doing was, as we roll out benefits for different levels of membership, is to start making trainings on things like this available, and then to eventually also have them be a normal part of our trainings, in addition to our candidate and campaign manager trainings.
All right, thank you everyone for your questions, and thank you to Angela McArdle. Please give her a round.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Sorry about all of the wild baby noise, but he's a little libertarian. You know, he doesn't like to be told what to do.
I think Arthur's first, was pretty great, actually. All right, next up, we're going to hear from the owner of the building that we're in. We want to hear a little bit more about the business that is conducted here, and why it is that we're having our event here. So I'm passing it on.
Hi, how are you guys doing? Hello, I'm Sean. I'm the owner of Sean Burger Dancing, and that's who you are. Yes? So we have a lot of stuff going on, and I just wanted to first go thank you guys for choosing us as your space for this wonderful convention. Are you guys getting a lot of stuff done today? Good. So I'm just running off to a dance rehearsal, so I'm going to make this really fast. But I just wanted to let you guys know what we are all about here. My name is Sean, and we are a dance, fitness, and event center. Yes? And we offer lots of stuff, but we have a membership, and it is basically for the entire facility. So what we want to do is invite you guys to come and join us and have fun, get exercise, meet people, meet like-minded people, yes? Okay, so I just want to tell you guys, during COVID, we stayed open, and we yes, I'm like you. We stayed open, and we fought a lot of different problems. We had OSHA come several times. I don't know why I'm so frank. Haven't talked about this stuff in a while. I had to stand more neutral, Anyways, we did a lot of stuff during COVID. We had speakeasy stuff here. So basically, people had to pay a password to get in the door, which was kind of fun. But while they were downtown, burning downtown Portland, we were here gathering and socializing because that's what we need to do, yes? I just can't explain to you guys what we thought, but because of our choices, we are still here, and that's what's important. That you stand your ground and stand up for what you believe in. What is choices? It's so simple. We're pro-choice in every way possible, meaning you have the right to choose about anything in life, and that's really where I stand. It's not pick and choose who deserves to earn a living, pick and choose what you have choices about. It's like you have choices, this is America, and we need to take a stand and stand up for our freedoms, right? And our God-given freedoms that were given to us. It's America, and it's time to take a stand and get our country back, yes? Our dancing plan all along to rebrand when I took over this building, and COVID stopped us in our tracks. But basically, we're still moving forward, and because of what we did throughout this entire pandemic, we got a lot of support. We got a lot of people coming in and joining us, and this membership is truly what has keeping us alive. So basically, we have close to 600 members now. We would like 1,000 because we need more people to support this amazing venue and keep this venue alive for the West Side community, yes? So, all of you can spread the word to your friends and let them know that there's this beautiful, beautiful little slice of heaven that allows you to make choices and stand up for what you believe in, and you're going to meet more people like you, more like-minded people like you. Dance, fitness, and events really allows gathering and socializing, and through those events, you're going to meet the people that have taken a stand like you, because I can tell you there's lots of people around here like you. Through COVID, though, guys, I just can't tell you that it's been a huge struggle, and if you guys can find it in your heart to spread the word about us, we would really like that. We have up here, I brought up a few things. We have a 3-week pass. You guys can come try all of our dance, fitness, and events 7 days for free to spread the word to your friends about that. We have our June events. We have live dance nights, all kinds of stuff. We have a bar. Who wants to drink? I would. And over here, we have our card that talks about all of our memberships. So only $59 a month gets you 1 class a week. $99 a month is a full fitness pass. You can have over 20 fitness classes a week. And $120 is a full access pass to our entire calendar. Our calendar is online. You can find it there. But again, my name is Sean Gardner, and I'm the owner of Sean Gardner Dancing. And what we're going to do soon is we're going to rebrand the facility. So we're not going to be called Sean Gardner Dancing anymore. We're going to be something new and fresh and exciting. And when you guys see information about our rebranding party, we hope you guys all come and join us in keeping this venue alive. Sounds fun? I'm sitting down there. Thank you so much, Will. Where's Will? Round time for Will, because Will, you are the ones that booked our venue a while back, and we connected. And he's a wonderful person. He organized this with his team, of course, that are around. So thank you for choosing us. Spread the word to everyone about if they need space for rental, weddings, quinceañeras, formals, high school proms, all the stuff. We do all of it here. Line dancing, all the country stuff you guys can imagine. And we have a bar. Okay, I'm going to pass it over. I'm going to pass it back to whoever. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having us. All right. So the next item of business is the Living the Platform panel. So could the panelists come up, and I'm going to hand it off to Pablo Serrano.
Yeah, thank you. Coach Donna, Matt, and Linda, you can come and take seats on the stage and make sure that we have everyone lined up so that the folks at home and the people on YouTube can listen into our panel. This is actually the order that we have to,
Oh, look at that.
so this is perfect. This is a great place to speak. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Today, we have a panel discussion. The panel is a way of communicating what our platform, what some elements of our platform could potentially be. It is not enough for us to have the best ideas and the most perfect set of political and economic philosophies ever known to humankind. We also have to take them out to the world, and we have to demonstrate influence. And the Libertarian Party has been for 50 years in various forms, and the political process at the national level is very, very difficult. We have no illusions about that. I believe we have a presentation as well. Is that available? Could you advance that slide one? Excellent. We have 36 counties in Oregon, and we have affiliates in a handful of them, but we have members in all of them. Scroll over one more slide, please. There are, as of Thursday, 20,651 libertarians in Oregon. That is not enough for us to win a state level election at this point. But I believe that there are other ways that we can move the needle on liberty on things that are fiercely urgent to Oregonians, but especially so to libertarians. One more slide, please. On our panel today are 3 people who represent organizations that are out there making change and winning. And winning is the most important aspect. So as libertarians, we believe in a number of different issues that are rooted in our philosophy, that are expressed in policy by the people who are on this stage today. One of those is the principle of secession or self-determination. We believe that individuals and communities have the right to govern themselves. Greater Idaho won an election on Tuesday. Wallowa County has voted to join the Idaho. It's how many counties now are part of it? 12. Part of 12 counties. It's a remarkable feat of organization. It's always said to be impossible until it's done, and they're pretty close. Another cornerstone of our platform and our philosophy is school choice. It's an extension of our belief in the separation between education and state. We envision an education system where parents and students have the freedom to choose how and where education is delivered, unshackled by government intervention. We have Education Freedom for Oregon here to talk about some very imminent items that will be on our ballot that we can help push this forward. And education in general is a really important and radical thing for libertarians to do. There are homeschooling mothers in our party who have helped us reach out to mothers in Oregon on this very important issue. And empirically, the data is clear. 1 million students since the COVID lockdown have left public schools. In Oregon, that's 30,000 people. But those are working mothers who got them up, and we will. And finally, another interesting philosophical element of our platform that is really near and dear to the core libertarians who I talk to a lot is the concept of agorism. Agorism is a philosophy that champions free trade at the individual level. And so when you go and buy produce at a farmer's market, you are engaging in agorism. We have Susan Feintek from the Oregon Liberty Network and Helios Farms today to talk to us about her group and her experience in agorism in Oregon. So, I'm going to give process-wise, I'm going to introduce each of our speakers. Each of them will then have 5 minutes at the mic to talk about their policy issues and their successes. And I want you to, understand that these are people that, on the single issue coalitions that we agree with, like Angela just spoke, on the platforms that ideas and concepts that Travis shared. These are where at the county level we can find people from these organizations to work with, to win, and to grow our party. Our panel is composed of Donna Kreisberg, am I saying that right? Kreisberg, who is part of an organization called Educational Freedom for Oregon.
And their mission is to empower K-12 families to have the ability to choose the learning environment that works best for their children. And the way they're doing that is they're taking tax dollars that are already taken from parents and allowing those parents to choose the best outcome for their children. Our next speaker is Matt McCraw, who is the spokesperson for the Greater Idaho Movement. Matt is a lifelong Oregonian, which, as of recently, is sort of a rarity. Almost 2/3 of the state, at least 3 of Multnomah, are born outside the state of Oregon. So kudos to being an all-natural organic product of Oregon. Matt's a lifelong Oregonian who has worked and lived on both sides of the state, and he is one of our small business owners and foster parents who are raising their family in Powell Beach. And Sonia Feintek is a farmer, a homeschool mom, a political activist, and former political action director of Free Oregon and the founder of the Oregon Liberty Network. She has a background in regenerative agriculture and became involved with activism during the COVID lockdown, and she's lived in Portland since 2019. So up first is Ms. Kreisler. Ms. Kreisler, you have the floor.
Thank you. The organization makes the education room for Oregon was powered by moms and dads and grandparents, and we believe that parents deserve the right to have their voice back in the education of their children. There was a Supreme Court case that came out of Oregon in 1925 called Pierce versus Society of Sisters, where the governor of Oregon at the time was trying to outlaw private schools, and they've always been trying to attack homeschools. But the case went up to the Supreme Court, and there was a 9-0 unanimous decision, came back down, smacked the governor in the head, and said he may not force all of our children into private schools. So the legislature then said, okay, you have to go to public school, you can't push them all into public. So the legislature came up with an idea. They have to go to public school unless they can fall under a statutory exception. One is homeschool, one is private school. Then we have a movement coming up on Oregon and from the West Coast to the East Coast, which is school choice, which is the ability of parents to choose where they want their child to go. In Oregon, our legislature is hostile to freedom, hostile to school choice. We knew we couldn't wait for the legislature to bring this important concept to Oregon. So we took the issue, we wrote 2 constitutional amendments for the Oregon Constitution that will hopefully be on the ballot for November 24th that will allow parents the constitutionally protected right to choose the learning environment that works best for their children. We believe parents know the needs and strengths and weaknesses of their children far better than any administrator. So we want parents to be able to decide which learning environment works, whether it's public school, charter school, private school, homeschool. Let the child go to the environment that works, that unleashes their full potential, so that all of our children will become what they can be, which is fully functioning, literate, well-educated, successful people. We have 2 measures. One of them is open enrollment, which says you can choose any public or charter school that has room, and the school has to take you. We have an open enrollment right now. You basically have to go and bend the knee to where you've been assigned and where you want to go. And that's ridiculous. So the way we drafted this is we threw out all that. We said, this is going to be parent-driven, parent-centric. So the parent can look out and say, I'm assigned to this school, but the school over there is better. So there's some space there. I want my child to go there. If you don't want the public school, our other measure is private school choice, which says you can opt out voluntarily of the public system. You can then take back some of your tax dollars. You won't ever touch the money. It's not taxable income to you. And as soon as the money goes into the account for the parent, it stops being government money. Then the parent is able to direct how that money is spent for the educational needs of the child in the private sector. Private school tuition, computers, tutors, education therapy, homeschool curriculum, testing, whatever they want to have, whatever skill set and instructional materials the child needs. We're doing this through the Constitution because all the programs across the country are statutory, which means that the legislature's created those. And as soon as you have legislature creating anything, it will always be subject to what the legislature wants. So while it's wonderful that we have 65 private school choice programs across the country, they were all created by legislatures, which means they can all be then attacked with Trojan horses and stripped of the protections. So in Oregon, we are doing something completely different, nowhere else in the country. We are bringing our measures as citizens, for citizens, putting it into the Constitution. We bypass the legislature, we bypass the governor. We bring it to the citizens to vote on November the 24th. We need to get
250,000 signatures for both measures to get them on the ballot, then needing 50% plus one vote to pass. Our private school choice measure, we build through the Constitution a big brick wall that says the government may not climb over that wall and regulate private schools and homeschoolers. We have the money, stop being government money. We have the program created by citizens, regulated by citizens, and it prevents the government from imposing any criteria, any control, any regulations on parents of private schools concerning education practices, which is basically everything, creed, which is how you practice your religion, teacher qualifications, which means they can't require a mom in a homeschool situation to go to some local university and get a certificate, admission policy, which means that a private school can choose who is going to work in that environment, and curriculum, I think is the fifth one I forgot. So basically, it insulates and puts a constitutional sheet of armor around the parents who choose to use this mechanism. It's by choice, you can opt in, you get these protections. It creates constitutional homeschool families and constitutional private schools. It will no longer be regulated as the exception to compulsory public school education. The parent will be able to receive about $7,600 per child per year to use. It will go into the account. Parent doesn't touch it. The parent is able to choose a nonprofit organization to administer. It was a policy choice. You can either leave it with the government to administer or have a nonprofit that has just easy decisions. A nonprofit get away from the government. So then the parent just goes and says, okay, I choose this nonprofit, the money goes in. The parent then directs the nonprofit to spend it on the educational criteria for the child. Whatever the parent doesn't spend in 1 year rolls over to the next year because that builds in frugality and caution by the parent. And all the program itself is directly accountable to the parent because if the parent chooses this institution or this provider and they aren't satisfied, they yank the money and take it somewhere else. So this is land of the opportunity, fully functioning market economy which says the parent is the deciding factor of where this money is going to go. And as the child progresses, then whatever they don't spend by the time they complete high school is going to be available to this child to use in Oregon because it came from Oregon taxpayers for the college, university, trade school, or vocational school. So we're going to empower a whole swath of children who might now be trapped in an environment that doesn't allow them to reach their full potential, and they're being taught things that don't align with the values of the parents, and they're being regulated by the government. We're giving them the escape hatch to come over here to the constitutionally protected world, teach in the focus and with the values and with the core curriculum they want, and be protected from government control. So we need help. We need volunteers to help us collect all these signatures. We need donations because we have this huge monster of an opponent, which I'm sure you can all guess who that is, who has more money than God, and they will spend tens of millions of dollars to defeat this because we're going right to the heart of the beast to say we need to put parents back in control. That case I mentioned at the beginning is the pivotal case on the foundational freedom for this country that says parents have the right and the duty to educate their children. Our legislature seems to have forgotten that. We're going to codify that Supreme Court decision in the Oregon Constitution, and in doing so, make it a red flag for them to never forget that it's the parents who need to be in charge of their children. We're also protecting religious freedom, and we're the only state in the country that's doing that because of these measures, because we're going into the Constitution. So we need help, we need signatures. Tony's in the back. We'd love all you guys to help sign their petitions and take packets with you to get petitions. We would also like money. So thank you.
Actually, a funny story about Donna and her organization. When I was looking for something, I was never politically active, and then I'm assuming probably like a lot of you, I think COVID happened, and I was like, this is insane. This is not the America that I knew, and it caused me to want to be politically active. I felt really passionately about school choice, and so I was looking for a school choice organization to volunteer with, but you had not started your organization yet in Oregon. So I found Greater Idaho instead, and it's just funny how the Lord works sometimes. Like, you know, so here we are in our different organizations, and I have 8 kids in private school, so I'm also very heavily invested in your success. But my name is Malcolm Cobb. I'm spokesperson for Greater Idaho. Greater Idaho is, do people, just a show of hands, people that feel like they're fairly familiar with Greater Idaho. Okay, I figured maybe this crowd would, you know, have followed what we're doing, and so I don't have to go into too many details about what we are, but we're basically a movement about self-determination. And this idea that people get to choose their own government. They get to choose the government that they want and that matches their values. And in Oregon, because of where our border is and because of the way our population is dispersed, we have a group of people in Eastern Oregon that are very similarly minded, want a certain style of government, want their communities to be organized a certain way, and they don't ever get to do that at the state level because they get overwhelmed by the numbers on the west side of the state. So our organization came along several years ago and said, what if we moved the border? We could solve this problem. We've got this big urban-rural divide. We've got this group of people that are basically a permanent political minority that don't have voice and don't have political power because of who they're grouped with, not because of how they want to organize their communities, but because of who they're grouped with. What if we came along, we moved that border, and we allowed those people to get their state-level governance from the state of Idaho, which is more similar to Eastern Oregon in every way, economically, politically, socially, culturally. So we start going directly to the people. The process for moving a border, just so everybody's clear, borders are an imaginary line. They are they're a tool. They're a tool that's been put there to make people's lives better at some point. And in the case of Oregon, the Oregon-Idaho state line was placed there 164 years ago. 164 years ago, it may have made sense for that line to be where it is. It may have made people's lives better, but that is not the case any longer. Where that line is causing problems because Eastern Oregon is not like Western Oregon. Eastern Oregon feels differently than Western Oregon on almost every issue. Eastern Oregon votes differently than Western Oregon on every issue. And so we've been going directly to people and the people and saying, do you want your elected leaders, who are the decision makers? Any two states can change their state line if the state legislatures come together and decide to change the state line. There's a legal process. It happened multiple times throughout the history of the United States. So we've been going directly to people in counties in Eastern Oregon and asking them, do you want your elected leaders to pursue moving the state line? We just won our 12th county in Eastern Oregon. We're looking to have both 15 counties. We have Frith County coming up next. Our idea is very, very popular in Eastern Oregon. The people in Eastern Oregon are fed up with the government that they're getting. It's government that they haven't voted for and they haven't wanted. And they see this as a long-term solution to that problem. So.
Hello, my name is Sunny Vintage. So I lived on my family's farm in Yoncalla, Oregon, Helios Farms, for about 10 years. And it's a regenerative farm. We do raw milk. We have our own butchery. We basically exist outside of everything. The world just literally burned down, and we really didn't care. But then I lost my mind, and we decided to move to Portland because it'd be fun. You know, it's some culture. And but we moved there at the very end of 2019. I was pregnant with my third, and it was a harsh awakening because I didn't know anybody, and we're alone, and the world has lost its stand mind. And here I am surrounded by all these people that I don't even know what they look like. And but honestly, I think it was a blessing in disguise because it forced me into action. It took me out of my comfort zone, and I think the comfort zone is one of our biggest. It really keeps us from making a lot of changes because we're Americans, and honestly, we're pretty comfortable most of the time. And so I got involved in activism, and I tried a lot of different things. I did protests, and they're all medical freedom protests. We did protests, we did rallies. I got involved with Free Oregon. I was a political action director for that. We were doing events, and then I started working on political campaigns. We would go to hearings. We would organize school board meetings, protests. There's a bunch of amazing things that happened, but then I got really burned out and had a moment with the black pill, right, Michael Malice. And I got really bitter, and it seemed like nothing we were doing was really causing any significant change. So then I kind of circled back and was like, all right, well, my background is farming. And one thing that farming and farmers
lacks is connection to the community. They're very isolated. And the relationship that they have with the community is mostly just consumers and spectators, not participants and contributors. And there's a lack of a cultural identity in the United States nowadays, to where people are actively engaging with where their food and their resources come from. You know, you go to the farm, see the ducks, you got to go to eat food, and it's great. You go home and you disengage from all of that. But what if those resources aren't readily available to you? Or what if those farms are unable to provide you that food all of a sudden because they're under attack from the state because of licenses and regulatory agents? And so I created an organization called the Oregon Liberty Network, and the focus is we're committed to promoting agorist values and creating a parallel society or a counter economy to the current system. And one of the great things about agorism is it acts as a counter-revolutionary group where you can basically, it's a non-violent response to the state by starvation. Let's just starve the state. Let's just walk away from it. We don't need to engage with it. Okay, like we would go and we'd fight the public schools. But at the same time, I kind of felt like we were begging them to be something that they were never designed to be. So I would rather create systems that don't rely on those schools. I would rather not have to utilize their infrastructure and utilize their trucking systems and utilize their grocery stores, utilize their antibiotic and hormone-tainted meat, or demand that more regulation is created to prevent the antibiotics and the hormones in the first place, which also doesn't make sense because that sets a precedent also that we don't want. So why don't we just bypass all of that, get the state out of it, and we create our own communities, and you can have lots of them. Like, it doesn't need to be one big centralized organization. It can be lots of little groups all over the place where people are engaging in the free exchange of goods under the free market and regulating it themselves within their own community, and you get everything that you need. So you have your little farm hub. And I'm basing a lot of this over how my family's farm works, because I think it's an amazing model and it's working. They are currently a PMA farm underneath a ministry that they created called the Orthomolecular Garden Church. It's pretty fascinating. You can look that up. I'm not going to explain it. But they have their own butchery, and so you can go there, and they have their own herd of cows that they've been grazing there. There's no vaccines, there's no hormones, there's no antibiotics. So you can go there, you can get your meat, you can invest in the farm, but then, also you can learn how to butcher your own animals. Because we all have a personal responsibility to be resilient on our own. And if you don't want to do animals, you can learn how to plant fruit trees, or how to prune fruit trees, or how to set up your own watering system. Or you can take a basic handgun course, or precision rifle course. So you can feel resilient, because your community is only as strong as you are on the individual level. But it's not enough for it just to be you. It needs to be the entire community working together, because imagine what you can do when you know that you're surrounded by a bunch of skilled people that are fully capable to step in and take care of you, and you take care of them, so that you're an asset to the community, not just a parasite. So in a nutshell, we're trying to address a lot of broken things that we've discovered. We know that the agriculture system is breaking down. It's not sustainable. We know that our education system is just totally out of whack. The healthcare system was pretty much hostile to us during the COVID crisis. That was a big wake-up call for a lot of people. So let's decentralize that. Let's take it out. Let's go do something else. And at the same time that you're doing that, you can also keep one foot in the world of politics. You can still engage with everything that the Libertarian Party is doing. You can still be on the school board. You can still be connected in local things, but it would be remiss, I would be remiss in not saying that you shouldn't at least have this as your backup plan, that you are actively investing your time and your energy into, while also trying to fix things from within. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to open up the floor for questions from the members, if they have any of the organizations that are currently here. I would like to kick this off with one question, but other folks get questions, please approach the mic. But sir, the first question I have to kick this all off is, how can volunteers help your organizations today? So just for the panel.
Okay, I'll start. So with Greater Idaho, we are doing these county by county votes, and so we have gotten 12 out of 15 counties that we voted, and we always need money to run campaigns, volunteers to do social media and to help and to put up signs and all this sort of thing. But the next step for us is getting into the legislatures. We got into the Idaho House this year and we passed the House, and we got to the Senate and we were prepared to pass the Senate as well. But Oregon kind of said they weren't going to do anything with our bill on the Oregon side, so Idaho kind of backed off. But all those things cost money. We need volunteers. We need people to sign up for our newsletters. We need people to be willing to donate time, money, and help us, and even just contact state legislators. Those are the people that are going to make the final decision on moving the border, and they need to hear from the people.
So our need is very similar. We need to collect 250,000 signatures on our petitions for both measures to have enough to get them certified for the November 24 ballot. So we would love, we have packets back there, the starter packet that has everything that you need. We also have a Monday night, 6 o'clock, 30-minute Zoom call for all volunteers where we answer questions, we share updates, we give resources, we have a calendar, or we have events all across Oregon. What we need is people in all the 36 counties going to fairs and gun shows, flower shows, salamander jumping contests, they exist. And we also need, all across the state, we need people to help us promote it. So if you were to leave this room today and tell 10 people, hey, I heard about these 2 measures coming and there's petitions and we have resources, we have phone cards, we have business cards. If everybody here today mentions it to 10 people, they can go to the website, educationfreedomfororegon.com, sign up. We just need this huge movement because it's us as citizens bringing in for citizens. We're bypassing the legislature, we're bypassing the governor because we don't want their input. We want it to be from us, for us. And so we are different than all across the country, which have legislative actors making decisions. We are doing it by citizens, which is a hugely more complicated, time-consuming, and of course, we need volunteers to help us, and then we need money because we have a government union going to be hot on our trails to defeat us because they don't like freedom, they don't like parent involvement, they don't like the ability of we as citizens to govern ourselves, which is what America was founded on, set by the government. They seem to have forgotten that basic tenet. So we need volunteers, we can get packets, we can sign up petitions here today. We would love donations, we have donation slips also, and then just spreading the word would be fantastic. And I'll be here to answer questions as long as you guys need them today.
So we are focused on 2 things, contributors. So if you have skills, things that you know how to do, or you want to learn more about by teaching it to others, sign up with us so that you can share your skills. And then also farms and properties. So we are trying to compile a list of liberty-minded, preferably farms, but it doesn't need to be some big property. It literally could be a quarter acre or a large yard for us to host our classes and our workshops, because we're not going to host these things in community centers or other buildings. The whole point is that it's centralized on a farm where also that property can benefit from the community interacting with it and the relationship that's made there. Oh, and you can contact me for signing up for any of those things, or Rob, we can also get you that info. Thank you.
Cool. And now we're going to get questions from the floor. And questioners, please come forward, introduce yourself, and mention what county you're from. Thanks.
I told Donna I had a duty for. I actually have 2 duties. One for Donna and one for, sorry, from your name. Matt. I'm Leon. I'm from Lane County. Leon Noble. I have no report. Donna, Article 1, Section 5 of the Oregon Constitution says, no money to be appropriated for religion. No money shall be drawn from the treasury for the benefit of any religious or theological institution, nor shall any money be appropriated for the payment of any religious services in either house of the legislative assembly. How are we going to have school choice if we cannot give to parochial schools state money? And I don't think that your nonprofit's going to qualify. I think they're going to throw this out based on this to get there eventually.
So I'll say that is what's called the Blaine Amendments, and those amendments were created by this guy named Blaine in the Senate back in Congress, 18 something or other. And it was brought about primarily by the Ku Klux Klan and the anti-Catholic group, and they didn't want Catholic, primarily schools, to prosper. They wanted to keep it sort of non-denominational Christian. So many states across the country have these Blaine Amendments. It's a never go mind for us. The Supreme Court has already looked at those and said it's a never go mind. And the reason is we are not using government money. The government is not sending the money to a religious school, and the government is not forcing a parent to go to a religious school, and the government is not making the decision of where the money goes. So the way that carefully drafted school choice programs such as ours work is the constitutional amendment we have says this is fundamentally solely the decision of the parent to choose the program and to choose where the money goes. So we've already gone through the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the Supreme Court of Oregon as a never go mind. They tried to use that as a bogus when they threw us out the first time. This time they were put down by the court system. So that article, the Blaine Amendment, is a non-issue for us. The way that this will happen is the parent opts in by giving a notice to the Oregon Department of Education that they want to opt out of the public school system. They can do that having been a public school student or being somebody currently in private school or homeschooling. And basically, the only reason we need that notice is we need the government to know where to send the check to the nonprofit. So it's basically saying, hey, I'm opting into this constitutional program. I've chosen ABC nonprofit, so I'll be the administrator. Please send the check over here to 123 Main Street. That's as much government involvement as we will have. And then the money will go from the state to that nonprofit into an account. As soon as it gets there, it stops being government money, and that's based on Supreme Court cases that deal with school choice. But it's also common sense, because if you have Joe that works for the state of Oregon, at the end of the month he gets a paycheck of $1,000. So the state hands him a paycheck, he puts it in his bank account, shazam, no longer government money. He can then immediately use that money to pay his church or his utility bill or buy groceries or whatever he wants to do. Same concept here. The money is not the source of regulation. So that Blaine Amendment is a never no mind. It's not applicable. It's not even triggered. We argued that in front of the Secretary of State in getting our motions or petitions passed and getting to the point of having certified ballots. The government is behind us now. There's nothing they can do to stop us. We just now need to get enough signatures to get on the ballot, and then we need a fair election to actually get the 50% plus one vote.
Okay. I see three entities that are supposed to be involved with the greater moving forward. The Oregon State Legislature, the Idaho State Legislature, and Congress. I only see one of those saying, yeah, let's do it. How are we going to defeat the other two?
Yeah, that's a great question, because that is, you're exactly right. The process for moving the border, any two states can move their border. If the two state legislatures come together and say where the border doesn't make sense, it would make more sense to move it here. If they agree to that, write up an interstate compact or a contract, U.S. Congress signs off border moves. And it's happened multiple times. It happened between Oregon and Washington in 1958. It didn't go very far. It was along the Columbia River and shoring that up. But the process is there. And so it's just a political decision. So right now, the Idaho legislature, we have a lot of support. Right? Like we could pass the Idaho legislature. We already passed the House. We could pass the Senate. We have the votes. So you're right. That entity is solidly on board. Right now, the state of Oregon is not solidly on board. And right now, the Democratic majority has said, we're not touching this. We're not going to talk about this. We don't want to have anything to do with this. But that could change, and that could change quickly. And so what you're seeing in Salem right now is a perfect example of how that can change. Democrats in Oregon no longer have the ability to do whatever they want in the state of Oregon because the numbers change. They don't have super majorities. And what you're seeing is just this Republican walkout is just gridlock. Everything has stopped. So everything that Western Oregonians want to get done, or Western Oregon legislators want to get done, is stuck. because of this Republican walkout. So having all these Eastern Oregonians that elect Republicans to the state legislature creates gridlock. And so what we're saying is let us go, and Western Oregon can put in effect the policy that they want to put in effect. And Eastern Oregon will get the governance that they want. In addition to that, there's a lot of financial reasons that Western Oregon would want to get rid of Eastern Oregon. So Western Oregon currently subsidizes Eastern Oregon to the tune of about $690 per taxpayer per year. Because Western Oregon and the Portland metro area especially is wealthier than the east side of Oregon. So there's a lot of money that flows from the west side to the east side that the east side doesn't necessarily want that money. It's just the state of Oregon has very robust social service system, all those things that the east side didn't vote for, but they get it anyways. Letting Eastern Oregon get governance from Idaho would allow Western Oregon to save billions of dollars on the west side of the state. So that is a high motivation for politicians, for elected leaders to change their mind on this. You are right that there are these frequencies. We don't see the U.S. Congress as necessarily being a problem. If we can get Oregon and Idaho to come together and say, you know what, let's move the border, let's move these 400,000 people, it makes sense for both of us. This very, very red state, this very, very blue state. It's hard to see what the argument would be from the U.S. Congress to say, no, we don't think we should do that. So we don't see that as an issue. It's getting our Western Oregon legislators to decide that this is a good idea for us.
Okay, so Ed Earhart, I'm from Multnomah County, and unfortunately I live 2 houses away from Plaquemines County. But anyway, so I'm stuck in Portland. But my first question is for Donna. So I love it that this is a constitutional amendment. I'm very excited about it because I worked on the 1990 school choice campaign, and we unfortunately were defeated, but we were ahead of our time. So now is the time for real school choice. But my question is, how would the money work, like if a student has, you mentioned money in their account after they graduate from high school, how much longer could they use it for, if they have extra money in this account, for like college or trade? And I also have a quick follow-up question for that.
Okay, so in drafting the school choice amendment, the one that allows parents to opt out of public school and take the money and use it in private school, in drafting constitutional amendments, there are very narrow guardrails that you have to keep your concepts within. And the way that we drafted it right now, we put in all of the meat, all the things that we thought was absolutely essential. And we derived that by looking at the legislation that was proposed in Oregon that was never going to go anywhere. And then we looked at the legislation that did pass around the country. And then I looked at model legislation and talked to about 20 different state policy people to find out what did you do, what did you didn't do, what was you like, what did you do again, and so forth. And so I took quite a while in drafting it. But in drafting the amendment, I didn't want to go down every rabbit hole because the first time I drafted it, and I did go down every rabbit hole, it was like 10 pages long, and I was the only one to read it as a lawyer. Everybody else was like, what? So I thought, okay, let's just cut it back to the bare skeleton of what has to be in there. And so I did not address all the issues such as yours, which is once the money goes from the state to the account for the child, not government money, the parent can use it. I didn't address what happens if the child dies. What happens if the child completes high school, has money, and doesn't want to use it for college and trade school? Because I think those issues are, one, not likely to happen, and two, they are the issues that could be resolved through what's called implementing legislation. Because our amendment, the 2.5 pages that it is, has all the absolutely crucial words and concepts in it. And once it goes to the vote and passes, then 30 days later by the Oregon Constitution it becomes effective. Then the legislature can do implementing legislation, which is basically nibbling around the edges. They cannot change the words that we have and the concepts that we have, but they can do the things around the edges. So they can decide you have to use the number 2 pencil and you can only nail check on the first day, whatever, I don't care. But some of those issues will come about through the implementing legislation. And I figured it's never no mind because I want to get the fact that the money gets to the child can use it. If they don't use it all, that's fine. And the reasonable time period that they can do with implementing legislation would probably say, based on other statutes across the country, have 5 years after you complete high school to use the money. Now, some children children won't have much. Homeschoolers are gonna have a boatload of money, because if they're getting $7,600 a year per child, and it would be hard pressed probably to spend $1,000 a year on a homeschool child, so then they're gonna have a huge amount rolling over every year, and when that child completes high school, they will then have possibly $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 that they can use for college or trade school. Because as we know, all kids have different talents. Not everybody goes to college. Not everybody should go to college. A lot of kids should go to a trade school, and we need those trades. So homeschoolers will greatly benefit from this. And the whole point here is always to keep the focus on this is to let our children get the best education possible. We've all decided as a society, because we came up as agrarian, and we went far apart, and so we homeschooled our children, and then we got a little more close together, and we built one-room schoolhouses, and then we got a little more mobile, and we decided we needed bigger buildings, and we needed the tax to have to get a bunch of tax money to have to buy and build the building. Well, all that was going wonderfully until about 1970s, and the teachers' unions were allowed, and then sort of took hard left, and the Oregon Constitution right now says that all of the tax money that we put in the hat, that we give to the government in trust for education, is supposed to be for public education of our children. It's nowhere in the Oregon Constitution does it say public school.
Right.
But somewhere along the line, we jumped the track, and it's all been sort of marshaled over to public schools, but that's not correct. That's not even constitutional. Our two measures will clean up the mess that's happened and force somebody to actually follow the children to the environment where they will get the best education, and the parent will be able to choose what environment that is, rather than have some administrator telling you your child will go here. So the whole point here is making sure that we all understand the point of this money is to get in the right wherever the child needs to go, and that's the determining factor. So basically, it's a wonderful opportunity here, and we're very excited about it. We're the only one in the country bringing it as constitutional, which has the focus on the parents and the children. And just a quick aside, an argument that you might hear about the money, oh my gosh, it would become public school. Well, the way that we drafted this is actually counter to that. The studies have shown across the country that the programs that exist right now save states between $12 and $18 billion, that the amount of money that actually goes and follows a child is 0.0051% of all public school spending. So the amount that's actually used to bring freedom to these children is minuscule, but the results are dramatic. It allows children to find the environment. And because of the spread between 16,000 to educate a child in the public school and 7,600 following the child out into the private sector, that spread stays in the public school, which results in more spending per student in a public school to the tune of about $125 per student. So when you hear the argument, oh my gosh, you're defunding public schools, say no. In fact, we're increasing per student spending in public schools because of the spread, so that when a child leaves and the balance stays there, there are fewer children with more money to spread around those children. So sorry, I moved off track.
So math. So I'm very jealous that I live on the west side. So now I got to move to the east side. And so I guess I need to move hopefully to Crook County.
Crook County, yeah.
Because that's the next one.
Yeah, yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I wish unfortunately we could do that up on the west side, but we're stuck over here. Anyway, keep up the good work.
Matt, I'm Louis from McMinnville. Just curious if you had any interest from the the eastern Washington counties, who are in a very similar position.
Yeah, so we get interest from people all over the country, honestly. And all over Western Oregon. We get people from Albany that say, how do we get to be part of this? And unfortunately, for a lot of those people, it doesn't make sense. One of the things that makes so much sense about our movement is that there's 15 Eastern Oregon counties that are all contiguous, all very similarly minded, all similar culture, and they are adjacent to a state that is just like them. And so it would be very easy, and it's very common sense to move that border, to update that border. It's been 164 years, and we can move it and make political tension go down, get better government for people on both sides of the mountain. But yes, we're not the only place that has this problem. Washington is similar. King County dominates because all the people are there and it's super left wing, and the rest of the state is not necessarily like that, especially the east side. Our original map included Northern California and parts of Eastern Washington, because when you look at the way people vote, they vote similarly to people in Eastern Oregon. But we have scaled that back. We've decided that we're going to take just the Eastern Oregon part and move it first. And once we are successful, and I think we're going to be successful, this is an idea that people love. People in Eastern Oregon love it. People in Idaho, when polled, have polled over 2-to-1 in support. People in Western Oregon were polled, and people in Western Oregon said, we think our state should look into this. People who live here get it. If you live anywhere in Oregon, you understand the Willamette Valley is different than Burns, Oregon. And it doesn't make any sense for these two groups to be sharing a government. So there's a lot of popular support all over, but for now, we're going to just focus on the small slice. And then once that happens, floodgates are open and everybody can start. The time frame is exactly what Leon was saying. We have to get through these 3 entities. And once we do that, well, it could, but it doesn't have to. You know, like there's going to be details that are going to have to be sorted out when a state law moves. What happens to people's licenses? What happens to people, you know, various things, water rights. There's all these issues that people have. Those things will need to get settled, but it doesn't need to be a decade-long process. People change state-level governments all the time. Every day, there's people across this country changing their state-level government. It does not take them a decade to figure out how to function in a new state. We can do this as soon as we get the political will and the elected leaders on board. This could happen within a couple of years.
Fear of government, that's an interesting turn of phrase. I usually say forced to live under. I think it's more apt. But so I had to quit the best job I've ever had in 2021 because I was essentially forced to take the COVID vaccine out of. So I thought about moving to Idaho during that time before the vaccine mandates were officially settled by the Supreme Court, or Texas was another option. The main reason I didn't is because overnight I would become a criminal because I like to smoke marijuana, as a lot of people do in the state. And are you uncomfortable with the fact that if we did move that order, potentially thousands of people could become criminals overnight? And is there any way, I'm sure you have some bargaining power, if Idaho, they really want Eastern Oregon to join it, could we potentially have that conversation?
Absolutely, there's going to be a conversation. So when the two states come together, this is exactly what we were just talking about. This is one of the issues that's going to have to be handled out. So Eastern Oregon, right now, marijuana is legal across all of Oregon. But every single county in Eastern Oregon actually voted against legalized marijuana. They didn't want legalized marijuana in Eastern Oregon. They thought it'd be bad for their communities. And that's where Idaho's at. Idaho is very anti all drugs, marijuana. They don't want anything to do with it. They think it causes problems for their state. Ontario, our drug law in Oregon goes within 45 minutes of Boise. And that causes all sorts of problems for Idaho. They hate our drug law. They don't want legalized marijuana. So what are we going to do? When we move the border, because these Eastern Oregon counties right now have legalized marijuana, we're going to have to figure out some way to grandfather out legalized marijuana or grandfather in, but I don't think you're going to have a situation where you're turning people into criminals. There's going to be a process. What's this going to look like? But unfortunately for you, the people in Eastern Oregon, when asked, didn't want legalized marijuana. And they only have legalized marijuana because it was the west side of the state that carried the day on that. And that's true. That's not just legalized marijuana. That's measure 110. That's measure 114. That's almost every measure because Eastern Oregon is so different. So, that's just one of those details that will have to be worked out.
Hello, I'm Joe Britzman. I'm from Washington County, and I've got a greater Idaho question. Which Oregon counties and cities have you seen the most organizational success in?
Yeah, so good question. We've averaged across Eastern Oregon about 60% of yes votes. So our strongest performance was down in Lake County. I think they passed our measure at 75% or 76%. It's a very popular idea. We're a grassroots organization. So, it's amazing how much work a few dedicated volunteers collecting signatures can do and stuff. So, you know, but we've had great success in Lake County. I think Grant County, we did really well. And I don't know the numbers exactly, but, you know, we do pretty well across all Eastern Oregon. So Wallowa County vote we just had is actually our closest vote that we've ever had. It's 8 votes at this point. Wallowa County actually voted on this once before, and it lost by 40 votes. Wallowa County is kind of an outlier in Eastern Oregon. It's had a lot of influx of Western Oregonians who go out there because it's a beautiful place to live and you know, own a vacation home or retire to. But it's changed the politics, as often happens. But across most of Eastern Oregon, especially Southeastern Oregon, we do really well. So, thanks.
Any other questions from members for our panel? If not, I want to thank these 3 organizations for coming and speaking to the Libertarian Party of Oregon. And I want everyone to go home and think about how you want to engage with libertarian politics. And I think we have 3 very good starting points for you to do so. So let's give them a round of applause. I believe our next speaker will be introduced by Will Hobson.
All right. So next speaker, I personally invited to speak with us. I've worked with him for many years. I think he's one of the most courageous, hardworking, anti-war and liberty activists in the pretty much in the state of Oregon. I think he's even more libertarian than I am. Yeah, I would like to really quickly say while he's not a registered member of the party, I think he shares a lot of our ideas. He's been a tremendous force for good in Oregon. I'd like to introduce my good friend, Steve Russ, up here.
Well, thank you everyone for these activities, these participations that we would like to see from every libertarian minded here in Oregon, because we lack such mindsets here in Oregon. I feel like I'm invited here to sing, not to give a speech. right? I like the podium as a kind of anyhow, it's a really tremendous opportunity in these days to talk about special things about elections and politics. Probably Will did not mention few things that I was trained as a philosopher. I've got good degrees in philosophy. So usually when I talk about politics, I talk in a different way. So the title of this speech, I think Will came up with it, is why libertarians should be involved in politics. But that title in itself is problematic to me. And I'm going to tell you why. So I have only about 45 minutes to talk. Is that right? Well, wait. 15 minutes. So 15 minutes is not enough. We philosophers tend to talk for 2 hours to talk about only one idea. But what I'm going to do is, I'm going to compact 3 ideas in 15 minutes. How about that? Yes? So usually, when we talk about politics, we talk about the social phenomenon, social activity. And this has a meaning. We need to think about it. What does it mean to have a social activity as politics? Social activity. Again, we need to think about it. I think one of the people who thought about it in a specific way, economically, was Mises, and then Rothbard. Because when they talked about the economy, they talked about the psychology and the social phenomena of the economy, which is related tightly to politics. So we need to think about it. But now, the first idea that I would like to introduce to you is everyone should be involved in politics as a false idea. When we talk about politics, we are talking about what governs our life, what really touches every aspect of our lives. If we want to invite everyone to be involved in politics, what do you think it can happen? Like everyone. We're not going to be ending up with a sound society. I think democracy as the idea of now, the idea that we have now, election, everyone would get to vote, is a bad idea. I mean, we're seeing the outcome of it. Does you think so? Constant wars, constant inflation, constant erosion of civil liberties, all of that is being perpetuated by democracy, the majority world. This is why when we hear about usually get the vote out, usually I stop and say, I hope that the majority of the people don't vote. Actually. Because when we want to invite everyone to vote, most of the people they vote along party lines. Maybe some tribalism would get involved in it, like a black person, black voter. White person, white voter. Although the white thing now is really diminishing, now the other races would have more impact on the outcome of the election, which is really sad to have that kind of tribalism. Or maybe someone from our state, he runs for president, then he will get like most of the votes. Why? Because he's from us. So usually, this is a huge factor that we can see in politics, tribalism. And what we can see also is the manipulation of the media and the ruling class to steer the vote in one direction or the other one. Why do you think they spend millions and millions in ads? To get them informed so they can vote with an information that they decided to adopt in their lives? as a government rule? No. Just to convince people that this guy is better than that guy, without any really substance to it. So this is problematic. Likewise, when we talk about, let's get all the libertarians involved in politics, or all of the Democrats, or all of the Republicans get involved in politics. Well, you know, party registration, you can do it online without really any idea of what that party might be. It happens all the time. But when it comes to the issues that we are really concerned about, we don't see it. This is why we saw some libertarians in favor of some erosion of civil liberties. We saw we don't want these people. Although those are the minority in the Libertarian Party, which is really a huge thing to think about. That the majority of the Libertarian Party are for civil liberties, not the erosion of rights. But we saw these kinds of people. So we don't want such people to be involved in politics, or maybe we saw people in favor of wars. This is why we need to really focus and filter who gets involved in politics. We don't have control on that, but at least we can talk about it. But this is not the solution to get everyone in the society to be involved in politics. We need to think about it, even when it comes to work. Maybe 100 years from now, we'll change this, but not anytime soon. Now, when I talk about politics as a social phenomenon that touches every aspect of our life, and people don't understand that. The fact that you are here tells me that you care about being involved in politics, but the majority of the people don't really feel the need to be involved in politics. My understanding is the Libertarian Party has 20,000 registered voters in Oregon. How many of them really vote, let alone get involved in these activities that we hold here? That tells us that those people, although maybe they have some idea about what is correct in politics, they don't feel the need to get involved in politics. And I don't blame them for that, but if they complain, we should blame them for not being involved. Why? When you think about family, and marriage, you know, how many regulations do you have about family and marriage? So what the government has to do with family and marriage? Zero, nothing. But look at all of these regulations that we have. Not only that, look at these regulations' effect on our society. You know, when they started talking about the divorce and how they regulate divorce, men tend, in the bigger percentages, tended to run away from marriage. It's because of the regulations that the government imposes. And how about those people who don't follow specific working rules? Because marriage is a sort of thing between people, usually influenced by religion and customs of different nations, cultures. But they got involved in it, and now want to divorce, have to go to the government. Not only that, you have kids, and you have certain ideologies that you want to teach them, or you want them to be really not exposed to it. Can you do that? You can. Because you're going to take them to school. If you do homeschooling, that's good. But even if you do homeschooling, we know that there's a child protective services and there's kids. But the government needs it necessary. The government needs it necessary. When we talk about commerce and jobs, like everyone knows that the inflation touches everything in our lives, even your money. But even those people who feel that there's something bad being cooked for us. There's something that is affecting our lives. not feel that this is related to politics and they should be involved to fix it. Usually when we talk about candidates, usually we talk about something when they want to run. We don't ask the question that many of us will be really influenced by, which is, why are we running? Not as an issue, but what motivates that person to run as a candidate. And likewise, what motivates you to be here today? Not the issue. No, that's just an important. You have other ideas, but why do you want to fix this? It is a moral thing that you need to think about. Many people, when they get involved in politics with good intentions, they lose their way. Usually, the infighting in parties, the infighting that happens in the party is related to the loss of that kind of purpose and goal. The inner one that motivates people to get involved in politics. So we have to really tell the people, if you want them to get involved in politics, we have to inform them that everything you do here in politics is influenced by someone else. And if you don't get involved, then someone else will take the decision, will decide for you. And if you don't have the inner motive to do something about it, then probably we should ask about something deeper in ourselves, which is what kind of person we are, what kind of people we are. And then the last idea. Now, when we talk about libertarians, we have to talk about a few things. Now, every problem we have in our country, the libertarians were the first to warn about it. You know, if we want to talk about inflation, we have features, highs, we have Rothbard, all of them, 50 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, all of them warned us that printing money and unlimited spending will devaluate the dollar and pushes people into poverty. No one listens, except a few people who are saying these. So if we want to fix the inflation, which is really a poverty, we have to go to those paradigms in their field. Nowadays, we talk also about the FBI and the CIA and the erosion of civil rights. So we have someone 40 years ago talked about the FBI, the CIA, but everyone laughed at him. That is Dr. Ron Paul. When he said explicitly that he cannot find any real purpose for the FBI currently, other than prosecute people and be an arm of the establishment, everyone opposed it. So we have roots here that we can be proud of and invite people to get involved because of it. The other one that we are really suffering from, which is war and foreign policy. People talk about wars in many different aspects, one of them is economically, as is describing really everything that we know. But one of the most important things about wars is the human life, the loss of the human life. The anti-war movement can be traced also to Rothbard, to Von Paul. Nowadays, we really think about the libertarian movement as the anti-war movement in the U.S. This is something that we need to be proud of, and also it is a huge responsibility for the libertarians how to keep that kind of legacy that other people, only few people, came up with and spread around the nation. How do we keep it from falling apart? Because I see some of the people who call themselves libertarians now in favor of some war. So we know now We now know that the libertarian movement has many things that are needed in our society in terms of issues. And the fact that you are here in a minor party, that you know it's really hard to win in this party, but despite that, you are here. It tells me that you're, I don't know what a moderate, but we have these inside. It's really better than 99.9% of the society. I think you should be proud of yourself for being that kind of person. You're willing to get involved. But I'm going to end it with one thing. What we are doing, all these liberty-minded people, what we are doing is not enough. It is not enough. I know it's a lot of work, but it is not enough. As much as we can, we have to get involved in politics. That means talking about every issue, raising our voices on every issue. When COVID came and the government used it as a weapon to go against the people and devalue the dollar and change the economic system to a kind of a global system that has nothing to do with local businesses as free enterprise and free market. But there was a voice here in Oregon. We didn't see many people raising their voices talking about these issues, to look at the economy. There was a voice. Can you think about that possibility that if something comes next time like that, there wouldn't be a voice. There will be a libertarian voice, a liberty-minded voice, who will guide the people into something that will fix our problems. Maybe a movement that would spread across the country. I think this is what we like to see. Will mentioned that I'm not a libertarian. I'm going to get behind anyone, any liberty-minded, any libertarian, practical libertarian who will do that. Thank you for having me here.
All right, now, on the schedule, we have public comment and member appreciation. So, I believe we're going to set up the mic here if anybody has something that they want to talk on. And then, Will, you want to come up here and talk about what the member appreciation part looks like? All right, so for the moment, we're going to just open it up to public comment. So if you have something that you want to share with us, that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and leave this up here. So just this time, we'll form the line over here, and you can step on up and share your thoughts with the body.
I am now. My introduction to the Libertarian Party would largely be the experiences that I've had in a very conservative state of Delta that has some very draconian drug laws in late 80s, 90s. I looked at your notification, and one of the things when I found myself, what pretty choices that I had made. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you real quick about is to consider our language in the social media realm. There's a lot of obviously anger and people trolling and going to not us. But I think it's real important that we not fall in the trap with a lot of the goals and the philosophy thinking where they, use terms like libtards or these Republican, there's a lot of these terms I think we get a little bit of. I think we are a little bit more intellectual than those other parties, and I started using the term uniparty to kind of speak out against it's quick, it's short, and it explains to people what I think are starting to catch on. If I'm understanding right, that there is no choice with those two parties, or really the party, and so people maybe might thinking put that a little more. And it means something to some people are rid of a lot of those disaffected types of those kind of liberal-minded progressives that want to see more freedom, and those more conservative voices that are about, conservative in the house with their morals, but in terms of the way our government is ran, we have to make exceptions for people who believe differently than us, that have different morality, and freedom is going to be the key aspect of all that. So I guess that's really all I have to say is, let's try to raise the debate and not point fingers, use common terms of Obama, and, it might sound cute, it might feel good, but I think what we can do as a group of probably more intellectuals than most people is to bring the argument home and to really call out those status and that duality thinking for what it is, as opposed to kind of bring others down, because you can't get people to join us.
And Mr. Peters, one of the I just wanted to share with you that I'm involved in a project called Neighborhood SWAT, and what we're doing is we're creating a mobile application powered network to address community safety in the metropolitan area of Portland. So if you live in Multnomah County, or if you are in the immediate surrounding area, you can go to theswat.com to sign up on a mailing list and find out when we might be opening services agreements.
All right. So, thank you everyone for attending a successful convention. It looks like we're done for the day, and I don't believe that does it require a quorum to adjourn, sign, you guys? I don't believe so. All right, we have one more piece of public comment from Will. Hey everyone, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time out of the holiday weekend to come here and help us kind of function all local party.
I know that, it's not maybe the most fun thing to be doing on a Sunday, but I appreciate every single one of you. I really appreciate volunteers and appreciate developers and appreciate the people that came here to observe and all the speakers. I feel so much better. I feel so much more optimistic being a large group of people that have the, the moral, fiber, have that push to do something more to, help us bring about a future for our kids that's going to be filled with liberty and prosperity and peace. Nothing compels me more than leaving the world better than it was given to me for my own daughter. So I really appreciate you all helping make the world better for my daughter and her friends, that they're going to inherit it. So thank you so much for coming today. All right. Now, is there a motion to adjourn the event?
Seconded.
Ms. Skinner, and seconded by Will Hawkins. Are there any opposed? Without objection. Would the outgoing and incoming board of directors please meet up here on the stage? So for anyone who doesn't know, we have recently conducted a leadership election. Come on up here, guys. So the outgoing 2021 term board of directors, Timothy Perkins, Will Hoffman, Kenny Kernick, Taylor Rickey, William Johnson Jr., Ray Gonzalo, Pablo Serrano, and Tim Simple, who we can put on hand for their contributions over the last couple of years. And the incoming 2023 term board of directors is Will Hobson, Pablo Serrano, Taylor Rickey, Brad Lee, Travis West, Nicholas Kaltenbach, Better Power, Eric Cannell, and Eric Ford. Give them a hand for what they're about to do. All right, so we're going to call this meeting to order. This is a transitional board meeting. So technically, both boards are present at this meeting. We're going to take a quick roll call, and since we're live streaming, somebody even has to write down the name. But we have Timothy Perkins, Will Hobson, Senator Powers, William Johnson Jr., Nicholas Kaltenbach, Taylor Rickey, Ken Stack, Brad Lee, Tim Simple, and Pablo Serrano, and Travis Fox. Travis West, thank goodness. I didn't know somebody else named Travis Fox, and so Travis West. I apologize. All right. So Will Hobson, Pablo Serrano, Taylor Rickey, Brad Lee, Travis West, Nicholas Kaltenbach, Better Power, Eric Cannell, and Eric Ford. You guys are the only ones allowed to vote on the following motion. So at this point, we're selecting officers. So you assess the body, which officer position you want to do first. Sure. Okay. Are there any nominations for chair?
I would like to nominate Will Hobson for chair of the board.
Obviously, I'll move to nominate Will Hobson and Taylor Rickey second. Are there any current nominations for chair? Hearing none, you will move to a vote. All those in favor of making Will Hobson do my job, please, please clarify, this is only the incoming board of directors. All those in favor of making Will do my job, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any nays? Will Hobson, which is that we vote registered as nay. Well, at this point, I'm done with my job, so here you go with. because I'm working on 2.5 hours a week, so, yeah, that's good. Now we're going to move on to the election of the vice chair. Do I hear a motion for, vice chair, nomination? Good. Yeah, we are, the motion is, should we elect Pablo Serrano as the vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Oregon? Oh, sorry, nomination. Are there any further nominations for, the vice chair?
Conference are going to dinner.
All right, all those in favor of, this motion, say aye.
Oh, okay.
All those opposed, say nay.
Okay, for sure, yeah. I'm sure Will's gonna come.
Pablo says nay, the rest say aye. Pablo is now the vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Oregon. Are there any nominations for the position of treasurer? Pablo.
I would like to nominate Travis West as the treasurer of the Libertarian Party of Oregon.
All right, second. Are there any? For the record, Taylor nominates Pablo, or sorry, Taylor nominates. Pablo, I will be joking about this, obviously. Yeah, Pablo nominates Travis West for the treasurer position, and Taylor second. Are there any other nominations for president? All right, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor of nominating Travis West as treasurer of the Libertarian Party of Oregon, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Travis is below the nay. Congratulations, Travis. You are now the treasurer of the Libertarian Party. We will move on to the election of secretary. Are there any nominations for the position of secretary?
Yeah, it was nice being here.
Yeah.
Quite a challenging trip.
Thank you for.
All right. Would everyone like to make a nomination? Okay, yeah, all right. Cool. I'd like to nominate Nicholas Offenbach as the secretary of the Libertarian Party of Oregon. Is there a second?
Second.
Travis West, second. Are there any further nominations for secretary of the Libertarian Party of Oregon? Thank you for making this easy. All right, so we're going to go to a vote. All those in favor of Nicholas Offenbach being the secretary of the Libertarian Party of Oregon, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Everyone says nay to themselves today, right? Nicholas says nay. But the votes are the majority. Nicholas, you are now the new secretary of the Libertarian Party of Oregon. Congratulations. And I just for the record, did say, or do vote aye for everyone. All right, is there any other business that we're conducting in this traditional board meeting? Date of the next board meeting, we want to have it, the current standard that we currently have, the second Wednesday of the month at 7 p.m. Online via Zoom. June 7th, 7 p.m. on Zoom. Are there any objections to that? All right. So, what? Sorry. 14.
Rather do the fourth.
The second week? Okay, so everyone come with the second Wednesday is the 14th? Okay. at 7 p.m. Pacific time on Zoom. All right. Are there any objections to that? All right. So that will be the next meeting of the new board resolution part word. Thank you all for coming today, and please give a hand for the new board. Yeah, thank you all for coming. This meeting is adjourned. All right, could the public policy board, incoming and outgoing, make their way to the stage?
I like that.
Public policy.
Whoever is your
All right, so the outgoing provisional public policy board, names on my list here are Travis West, Peter Vandenberg, Katie Ruffalo, Marion Skinner, Brown, Alex Krause, Lucy, Brendan Oliver, and the incoming board is Vandenberg, Mike Morrow, Matt Brown, Rob Rose, Susie Edmond, Morgan Strauss, Clyde Sutterson, and Aaron Robman. So if I just read off your name, you could be standing across here.
Sonia. Oh.
I'm handing this over to the outgoing chair. Okay, first is for nominations for the new chair. The people that were voting on this, do we have any nominations?
I was still at 98%.
Wait a second. Yeah, so we have Matt Rao, motion to nominate Peter Vandenberg for chair, and the second from Toby Knight. Next. Any further nominations? Hearing on, we're going to take a vote. All those in favor of Peter Van Burn becoming the new chair of the CEU signify by voting aye. Anyone, and all those opposed to the motion signify by voting nay. Hearing none, the motion passed. You have a new chair. And you have not taken nomination for vice chair.
I would like to, if it's proper, nominate Matt Rowe for vice chair. Matt Rowe. Any other nominations? I guess, I'm starting to vote now. Everyone that likes to vote for Matt for vice chair, please. Congratulations, Matt. All right, one more thing. Sonia did express that she's okay with being secretary. So I think we're fine nominating her, in her absence. So, she's a secretary, it's fine. So I nominate her. Okay. All in favor of Sonia being our vice chair? Or sorry, I'm secretary. Any opposed? All right, and with that, our officers are decided. Every Wednesdays were for meetings. We did that the last couple. Okay. All right. So let's see. Yeah, we'll do the first Wednesday of every month. Sorry. I want to talk to you correctly. Yeah, and people we take observers at our meetings. So yeah, if you want to attend the public policy board meeting, if you want to yell at us, you can come on the first Wednesday of every month. 7? Okay, 7 o'clock. This meeting of the public policy board is adjourned. All right, we are going to end the live stream. Thank you again, everyone who watched the emergency today.